I had a video up earlier to watch, but it probably got fucked. Yes, this one. Okay. I was curious.
Archaeology uncovers more than ancient ruins. It uncovers truth. For centuries, skeptics have claimed the Bible is myth or legend, but the evidence tells a different story.
Bible discoveries,
from the ruined cities of Sodom and Gomorrah to new findings of old Egyptian inscriptions, incredible discoveries are confirming Scripture. I'm your host, Trey, and welcome to a very special episode of the Creation Podcast, the show where we discuss how science confirms Scripture. Today we're going to dig deeper, literally, into the archaeological evidence that supports God's Word with our special guest, Dr. Titus Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely, and you were here, by the time this airs, it will have already passed, but you're here for the Archaeology Conference here at the Institute for Creation Research, which we have pretty much every year, so thank you for joining us for that also. And that's a plug for those of you watching this after the fact. Get your tickets for next year. Right. Before we begin, it's always important to discuss what led you to where you are. And so before we really dive into the details of your discoveries, can you tell me what led you into archaeology as a field?
Yeah, it was not a straightforward path. I really liked history and science in elementary school even, also languages, which those combined together are all things used in archaeology. But I didn't even know that archaeology existed until I was in the 4th grade. Previously, I had visited an archaeological site without really realizing that people actually excavated these things. I thought they sort of just stayed around, sometimes for thousands of years or hundreds of years. And then, though, one of my teachers gave me a book about the excavation of Troy when Heinrich Schliemann was there, one of the early archaeological projects. And I read this book, and I then realized that, oh, people actually go out and find these cities, they're buried under the dirt, and they dig down and they rediscover them. Prior to that, I had thought that we just had a lot of old history books that were handed down over the years, and that's how we got our information. But then I found out there are all these new discoveries waiting to be made. So I thought that was fascinating, but I didn't think that I was going to become an archaeologist at that point. Later on in junior high, I started to read some books on archaeology of the Bible. And I realized, oh, there's all this information that helps us to better understand the ancient context of Scripture, and it corroborates the historical events. And I thought that was really important and enjoyed learning about that. But it really wasn't until the very end of high school when I decided that, I think I would like to try to study archaeology and just see what happens. It's really interesting. I think it's very useful. I didn't know if I could make a career out of it, but I thought, why not at least study it? So I went and I studied archaeology and history and Bible actually in my bachelor's. And I started to work on some excavations. So my first excavation I did when I was 18, and it was in California. My professor at Biola, he worked both on some Paleo-Indian, Native American, and paleontological sites. And so I was able to do a little bit of work helping him out, and that got me into the field. And I continued to take classes more focused on the ancient Near East and biblical world of archaeology, but you've got to learn the methodology as well. And then I thought, all right, I got a bachelor's degree, or I'm about to finish my bachelor's degree. I want to keep pursuing this. So then I went on and did a master's in Near Eastern archaeology. And after that, did some teaching, college teaching, and research assistantship. And then a second master's, and finally the doctorate. And during that whole time, I continued to every year work on some excavations. I finally got to the point where I was a hired staff member and overseeing people, a field supervisor, and eventually got my own projects. So, along the way, there were different doors that were closed that I thought that was the path I was going to take, and other ones were open that I hadn't even been thinking about. So it was an interesting journey. It still is. And it wasn't really my plan from the beginning, but I'm very happy with it and feel like it's been a blessing to be able to participate in this.
Yeah, you may have not planned this, but God did, right? Absolutely. Well, can you share just a brief look at your faith and how it connects to your work as an archaeologist?
Yeah, I became a believer as a young child and got baptized at age 9. And then I really started getting more interested in studying the Bible in depth when I was about 11. And then in high school, we had a class at church that was focused for the youth on reasons for our faith. Why do we believe? What's the evidence that supports it? And so some of that got into biblical archaeology. manuscript studies, apologetics type of angle.
Wait, hold on. So when it says 2, where was it? 2 SC, and then parentheses 15. Does that mean I'm doing 30 single crochets? Is that what that means? No. Okay. You're ending up with 15 stitches at the end. Oh, okay. Okay. Well then, okay. Thank God. I was like, I hope not. Just look as okay. I don't know if I did 1 or 2 as part of that now. Hmm. I don't know if this is the 1 or the 2 part. Fuck. How do I take it out? Shit. And count the chains on top. I don't know how to count this properly. The little V shapes. Oh, mine's all fuzzy though. Oh, let me see where the increase was. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if I want to start it. I don't want to fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to unravel it and not be able to get it back. Let's see. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, I think this was the increase. So I think it was 1. So this would be 1, and then go over. This would be the second one. Why is it so big? Here we go. Okay, so we are gonna move the marker. Okay, carry on.
So then some of my academic interests, so to speak, were aligning with my spiritual interests. And I understood that this was information that wasn't just for the sake of knowledge that it could actually help us to better understand the scriptures and show people the truth of the scriptures is supported by facts, by new discoveries all the time. And that really motivated me to see it as more than just an academic exercise, but also integrate it into my faith. And as time went on, that just became more and more apparent to me that there were a lot of people questioning whether the Bible was even historically accurate or not. And I thought, we have a lot of answers for that. And we have the ability to uncover even more discoveries that answer that question. And so I decided I should be doing this. I should at least be focusing part of my time on this, even if it isn't something that I can do as a career. It's something that I want to learn about. And so the way that I approach biblical archaeology is I see it as contributing to our Christian faith in three different ways. One is that the things that have been discovered and will be, they help us to better understand Scripture. They illuminate Scripture. Sometimes they even tell us about what is the correct translation of a word that might have been puzzling scholars for a long time. There's a great example of the pim weight in the book of Samuel that we had no idea what this word meant until it was discovered at Gezer.
To look like a nose.
The other is manuscripts. So
shape.
people, of course, know all about the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's very famous. And yes, many of the manuscripts were preserved in monasteries, but others, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were actually excavated from some of the caves. And so we get new information, new manuscripts that are, in this case, the oldest of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Bible. And it shows people that the copying tradition was extremely precise. They were looking at every single letter. And so we can be confident, because of discoveries like that, that the text that was originally written has been transferred to us the same over the centuries, copied accurately. And that, for some people, is huge. Others, I think they just sort of make the assumption, but some really have deep questions about that. And then the third thing is the historical reliability component. And that is, you can say, all right, we understand the context of this, we can translate this word, the manuscripts are the same, but people might still have the question, did those things actually happen, or did they happen exactly in the way that the Bible describes? And archaeology can also oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes answer that as well. So this gives people really tangible evidence that, yes, the history recorded in the Bible is the history that happened just that way. It's a reliable, truthful text. And for some, that is one of the biggest, if not the biggest questions that they have about the Bible. And so I think it's really important to be able to get that information out to people so that they can know.
Absolutely. I guess that begs a question a little bit. As a believer and as someone who goes into these things, really wanting to say, hey, we can show that the Bible is reliable. Does your biblical worldview influence the way that you interpret things that you find? And if so, how?
Yes, my biblical worldview does affect how I interpret things, just like anyone's worldview would. If they have a Darwinistic worldview or an Islamic worldview or a secular atheist worldview. So in that regard, of course, I'm coming to the site with the belief that the Bible is a historically reliable document, and therefore I think that what's written there happened, and so I have an expectation of what could be found. So there is that, and I do use it as a reference tool, reference work as well.
Sure.
People talk about the Bible and the spade type of thing. That's really unpopular in archaeology today because they want to completely remove the Bible as a historical source or as a tool in archaeology, even though it's been shown time and time again to be reliable. And a lot of the old archaeologists, of course, did that all the time, and there's still some that do it. But the other thing that affects interpretation is a person's hermeneutics, or their method of interpretation, their science of interpretation. And a lot of people listening may be familiar with hermeneutics as a term for interpreting the Bible. Mm-hmm. And that's actually can be a huge part of doing history and archaeology, because if you read the biblical text or other ancient texts as a historical document relaying actual historical information, then your outlook, your view, your expectations are going to be different than if you say, this is just some allegory, or it's a myth, or so much of the language is merely symbolic, and then we have to reinterpret everything by a more subjective set of rules. And so instead, I'm coming at it from a grammatical, historical, contextual approach, where we would take what it says at face value unless there are indicators that that's not the case. So obviously, poetry, sometimes what people may call apocalyptic language, there might be a lot of imagery in there. But when we have a historical narrative and it says this person went to this place and they did this and it was such and such years from this event, then we can read it as such. And if you get rid of that, then you really have a subjective history. there are no absolute rules, and you can kind of make your own story out of anything. And unfortunately, that's what's happening today in archaeology and history in general. And I think that's one of the reasons why prehistoric archaeology has become especially popular, because we have no records and they can just say whatever they want. They find a few things and they make a whole narrative out of it, and no one can really say, oh, but that contradicts these ancient sources.
Absolutely. That totally makes sense. And again, everybody has a worldview. You cannot come into this completely objective. You're going to have a worldview one way or the other. So I'd like to dive into Genesis. I mean, obviously, we're the Institute for Creation Research. Genesis is a huge foundational piece of what we do here. So let's go back to where it begins. And it's also one of the most challenged books. It's definitely one of the ones where people are like, oh, this is symbolic, this is mythological, this is allegory, and others believe that it records literal history. And so from your perspective as an archaeologist, what discoveries really stand out as powerful evidence that Genesis records real people and things?
So Genesis obviously has a long timeline. I mean, there are many events, many years. And so the examples that I give they're going to be covering a lot of different periods, right? Sure. So I would start with the creation and flood sections. And I would say archaeologically, what we have that I think is especially compelling are all these ancient tablets that record what people in Mesopotamia especially thought about creation and the flood. And when we read through all those that have been discovered, what we find is there is a consensus among the ancient people that creation occurred, and even some specifics in it. If you go back to some of the earliest texts, it's very interesting that there is a more monotheistic bent to them. And as you go on later, you get more and more polytheism, and I think the theological outlook changes and the story gets twisted. But there was a general acknowledgement of that, and the same with the flood. And the flood has a lot less divergence in the various accounts of it than the creation stories do. You essentially have a situation where humans are angering God or the gods. Now in the Bible it's sin, whereas say in Atrahasis, some of these other stories, it's they're disturbing them, they're making too much noise. And so they decide that the solution is to wipe out humans by a flood. All right, so there's that. But the solution comes in when one of the gods in the Mesopotamian versions goes and tells a particular man, who would be the Noah character, and they have various names for Noah depending on which, if you read, Ziusudra, Atrahasis, Utnapishtim in the Gilgamesh epic, and even the Greeks, they have their own as well. But so this man gets warned and he gets told, build this boat. And in some of the accounts, like Atrahasis, its specific instructions are even recorded, dimensions and the way you build it and seal it with bitumen and all this. In the earliest Atrahasis version that we have, they even mention the animals going onto the boat 2 by 2. And then there's a big storm, the flood wipes everything out, and the boat lands on a mountain. And in some versions, there's things like sacrificing to God for thanks. So we see all these parallels, and again, kind of like the creation story, but even more obvious in this case, is that there was a consensus, this thing happened, and this is the way that it happened, down to all these details. So I think that's very significant, because those are things that are very hard to show archaeologically outside of ancient textual narration. But if we kind of fast forward in time, we get to things like the Tower of Babel, which in a couple of my books I've discussed this, but I think there's a Sumerian text that gives their version of the events at Babel. And then we get to the Table of Nations, which I think for many decades now, historians and archaeologists have agreed that reflects historical reality, that there was a civilization that exploded out of southern Mesopotamia. And one of the events that archaeologists talk about is the Uruk expansion. And so people going out or sending out their technology, at least from Uruk. And we have all these civilizations with the right names, like they are in the Table of Nations, that were the earliest in each of their respective areas, kind of coming outside of Mesopotamia. So that's something else, I think, from a macro level that's really significant. If we get into the time of Abraham, we could talk about all the context and the setting for the patriarchs, things like their social customs, very specific to that time period, and their covenants and the protocols there. Of course, the names, personal names that are used, and even the place names, because some of those cities only existed in certain periods. And all of that fits in the time and the place that the patriarchs, especially Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, are set. Mm-hmm. But we've talked before the show a little bit about one city in particular, and that is Zoar, and I know you're interested in that. And I think that's a place where we get some really specific archaeological evidence now, where the Bible is naming certain cities and it's naming events at a specific time and what happened. And archaeologically, we can show a lot of that now.
Right, absolutely. So yeah, that's specifically Genesis 19. Lot fled to Zoar is where we're referencing that. And that was to escape the destruction of Sodom, which God supernaturally destroyed. And from my understanding, you've done work in that region specifically. So why is that so significant, and what have you and your teams discovered there?
Mm-hmm. So we talked about the other material, textual witness, describing events on these clay tablets, and then we talked about macro level civilizations and the expansion, and talked about the use of names. But here we get this more detailed narrative about Lot and Abraham and specific cities that are involved and specific timelines, and then what happened to them. So we have those 5 cities of the plain: Sodom, Gomorrah, which seems like everybody knows those names; Admah and Zeboim, which hardly anyone remembers reading those.
Right. And
then the final one is Zoar, which seems to be the smallest of the cities. And we even have that parenthetical statement in the text of Genesis about that. And Zoar is where Lot flees to, and that is the one city of the 5 that is not destroyed. So that's also a significant part of the story that is something you can see reflected in archaeology. Well, if we put aside the other 4 cities for the moment, although we could make a good case, I think, for their destruction and permanent abandonment after that, and we just look at Zoar, this one I think it's the definitive city in terms of we know exactly where it is, and we have a lot to say about it now due to excavations and other ancient texts and research. So Lot goes to Zoar, and then he flees and he runs up into the mountains nearby into this cave. So the first thing that was actually discovered and excavated was the cave. So this was a project that Dino Politis was involved in. He's an archaeologist that I've recently been working with. And this cave, he found, had an ancient Byzantine church constructed in front of it. And there were 3 inscriptions mentioning Lot there. And inside the cave itself, when they excavated that, they found pottery and material from the early Bronze Age and the Middle Bronze Age. So before the time of Abraham and Lot, and then up to about that point when the cities would have been destroyed and abandoned. And after that, it was not used. There was no sign of use until millennia later. And so that fits very well. I mean, I can't tell you that's absolutely the cave where Lot was, but it fits very well. And the ancient Christians, the early church, used these Byzantine commemorative churches, if you will, as historical markers for important biblical events. And as far as we can tell, they got all of them right. There's some where it's not as clear, but others it's much more definitive. So that was actually found first. But then...
When was that found?
Most of the excavations occurred in the 70s. Okay. And so after that, though, the interest shifted to, well, can we identify definitively where Zoar is? Now, Zoar, of course, was unique in that narrative because it was one of the 5 that wasn't destroyed, and it continued to be inhabited. How do we know it was still inhabited? Because if we read further in the Old Testament in books like Isaiah and Jeremiah, and probably also in the book of Kings, it's mentioned. And then if you go later in time, it is found in documents from the Roman and Byzantine periods, and even actually into the medieval period. So it was still lived in. And near the end of the 19th century, the Madaba map was discovered. And this was a map of sites. It was about 542-ish AD that it was put together. Map of holy sites, essentially, significant biblical locations. And Zoar was on the map, as well as the cave of Lot. And so archaeologists were able to look for that in its approximate location. Now, it's not like maps today where we have very specific coordinates and everything. It's sort of like a kindergarten drawing accuracy. I mean, it's artistically very nice, but in terms of you're going to be looking in an area of like a 50-mile radius type of a thing.
Gotcha.
So there were some ideas, but in the 80s, they started to pinpoint this a little bit better, and working through the 90s into the early 2000s when it ceased. And what they found was the Byzantine period city of Zoar, which would just be presumably on. And in the course of those excavations, they found that this was a major site for the early church. There was a bishop there, a big graveyard there, and so forth. But now what we know is that there was also occupation there in the time preceding Abraham, during the time of Abraham and Lot, and then even later on, like in the time of Moses and the kingdom. And so it was consistently inhabited, even if the city center, so to speak, shifted a little bit, a half a mile here or there, something like that. And this not only agrees with the biblical narrative that Zoar survived and it continued to thrive throughout these periods, but it also gives us a geographical marker from which to explore the other sites or gauge where the other sites should be.
Right.
And that's very important in terms of this discussion about where were Sodom and Gomorrah located.
Right. Because people want to know that. And I guess with the supernatural destruction of them, you might not expect to find anything. But I'm guessing there are signs of where they might be.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this year we were working at Zoar, and we were trying to uncover some of the buildings, the structures from the time of Abraham and Lot, and really what we found primarily was some pottery that goes back to that period. But
a lot of pottery to be found, right?
Yeah, usually. Not so much this time, but we know where some of the structures are. But as far as Sodom and Gomorrah, the most likely sites are quite close to Zoar. Things are within walking distance in terms of, you could walk there in a day. And that's what we see in the biblical story as well. So the site that many believe is Sodom is called Babadra, and Gomorrah would be Numera. And these are sites that were occupied through the early Bronze Age to the end of that period, maybe to the beginning of what we call the Middle Bronze Age. And then they were both destroyed. And there's ample evidence of destruction and fire there. And they were never again rebuilt. So you go there and it's still just those ancient ruins that have been uncovered, excavated, and there were no later cities or anything on that site. And that's exactly what we see in the Bible through the prophets, through Jesus. And that's what we would expect, and that is what's found.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any discovery of the other cities, the other two, that I don't even know their names of?
Yeah, so Admon Zeboim, I would say that it's quite possible they're located at the sites of Haifa and Kanazir.
Okay.
It looks like that. Those two have not been excavated, so all we know about them is from surveys and some illegal digging that has exposed things. But
not by you.
No. We had a permit through the Jordanian Department of Antiquities. So. But you can still tell a lot from surveys, and they're built the same way. All four of those sites that were destroyed were built on these hills, and they're sort of fortress looking. Well, they would have been in ancient times, and each of them had a river running right next to it, or maybe I should call it a large stream. Now today, those rivers are dry. They have been for a long time. You would only get water through there in the event of a really heavy rain coming down from the mountains. But at one time it was a great place to live. Plenty of water, all these fields to grow crops. And that's what we're told, that it was well irrigated, it says in Genesis. So I think some future investigations will uncover some really interesting evidence, and I think we'll be able to talk more definitively about some of those sites.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I want to shift. We're going to go straight from Genesis into Exodus, because this is it's a pivotal event in the Bible, God's people being freed from Egyptian slavery. And archaeological research continues to show things about this, because I know that there's oftentimes there's two different thoughts about the Exodus, about when it happened. Can you, and I know that scholars debate this heavily, can you kind of explain that debate and what might lead one scholar to believe this and one scholar to believe this?
Mm-hmm. So if we set aside the now predominant view that the Exodus was myth, that's what most archaeologists, Egyptologists, historians currently would say. If we set that view aside and we look at those who say the Exodus happened in some form, then we would actually get multiple viewpoints of when and even how it happened. So starting off, let's say what was at one point a very common view in scholarship was that it happened roughly in the 13th century BC. But this view, sometimes it's called the late Exodus. You might even call it the figurative Exodus view. That also encompasses people who think that it happened in the 12th century BC, and some have even proposed the 11th century BC. So it's not even a completely agreed upon time period. And the reason for that is because they're not working from a chronological view that tells them any definitive information.
Gotcha.
This is, their hermeneutics is symbolic and figurative. It's subjective. Then you have the other view, which is taking, primarily 1 Kings 6:1 is the passage we'd be talking about, but would take that as actual years. But there are almost two main views even split off of that. So there's one view that just takes that and joins it up with archaeology and history as is commonly understood. And then there's another view that argues that there needs to be this massive revision of Egyptian chronology. And that is a extremely minority view that hasn't caught on. People talked about it for over 100 years probably now, but it's still out there. And it sounds interesting to the general public, even though among scholars of all belief systems, it's rejected by almost everyone.
Wow.
But then you get to the view of it happened when the Bible says it happened how the Bible says it happened. And so as I mentioned before, 1 Kings 6:1 is one of our primary passages that would tell us when the Exodus happened. And it says it was in the 480th year after the Israelites came up out of Egypt. And then it even says it's in the 4th year of Solomon's reign. It tells us the month and the day that he started. So there's a lot of specifics in there, right? So the difference between that view, which would land us about 1446 BC, and the late Exodus or the symbolic view, which could be 13th, 12th, 11th century, is that they're going to read that as figurative or symbolic. And then the numbers don't really mean anything other than a long period of time. And so that's why they can fit it into whatever century they want it to be.
But why would there be a number there if it was, I don't know. That's my question. Yeah.
I mean, that is a good question. So their answer would probably be that the number itself is important. So the most common way to explain that number for this view is that they take 40 and 12 and multiply it, and you get 480. And they say 40 is a number we see in the Bible a lot as significant, like the 40 years in the wilderness, or even Jesus in the wilderness for 40 days. And then 12 would be the number of the tribes of Israel. And then, of course, later on in the New Testament, we have the 12 apostles as well, or the 12 disciples. But that doesn't really explain it. And there are a number of problems with this. And again, we're coming back to hermeneutics. So you asked a good question, why would the number be there if it wasn't trying to relay some important information? Because it does tell us the month and the day and the year of Solomon's reign. But so you would kind of expect, based on immediate context, that maybe this is actual years that it's giving. And yet we can do some comparisons to other ancient texts that are dealing with temple dedications, kind of like what 1 Kings 6 is doing with the temple in Jerusalem. And there are some from Assyria, from Babylon, from Egypt, the Phoenicians, even the early Romans did something similar. And they also very occasionally use this formula where we have, here there was such and such event, and then this many years later, we built this temple or we rebuilt this temple. And when we look into the details of those, we see that in almost every case, they give us real numbers. There's one Babylonian text where he actually gives 3 different dates, and 2 of them are correct, and the 3rd one he's off by a lot. But I think it's just because it's so far back in time. Nabonidus, Babylonian, he had no idea exactly when it was, and he just guessed. But the point is that they were trying to communicate actual years.
Right.
And it's sort of like an era system. It's this many years since this important event, this king, this building of the temple. And for the Israelites, it was the establishment, essentially, of the nation. They came up out of Egypt. It was a new era. And so they start counting from that. We can even see it in the book of Numbers, year 1 and so forth. And the such and such month, they are counting everything from the exit out of Egypt.
Right. That was their BC AD split, kind of.
Right. But later on, when we get to the time of the kings, when they actually have a king, then they're counting everything by the year of such and such king.
Right.
And that all joins together. And that's another common way that we see it. That's how we see Egyptian chronology. It's through all their kings. And Mesopotamian chronology has that as well, in addition to some astronomical observations. But, I suppose people could still argue about that. And I don't know what exactly their answer would be about the old text with the years, maybe saying something like the Israelites couldn't count, or I don't know. But we actually see that they can count, because not only later with the period of the kings, but we have some other passages that are really helpful for that. I mean, in Chronicles, this is probably the most ambiguous, but in Chronicles we have this generations from the time of the Exodus to the time of Solomon. And we see it's about 19 total generations, I would say 18 and then a half year and a half there. And generations were on average about 25 years in that time. So we get 475 years instead of 480, or actually 479, pretty close. We have Judges 11:26, where Jephthah is talking and he says the Israelites have been in the land for 300 years. Well, he's saying that at right about 1100 BC. So they've been there since about 1400 BC. There was 40 years in the wandering, 1440-ish for the Exodus. That agrees. But what a lot of people don't realize is that we actually have a chronology similar to what we see later in the kingdom period, from the time of Solomon back to the Exodus, because there are all these periods of time in the Judges that are specified. Now, the usual response to that by the symbolic people is that, if you add all the years together in Judges, it's too long, it's way more than 480, which it is. But the issue is that near the end of the Judges period, there were judges ruling at the same time in different parts of Israel.
Right.
So as long as we read that and understand that, which it's obvious, and you can actually count everything, and you get 479 years back to the Exodus from independent sources as well. So really the Bible tells us basically 4 different ways that that's the period of time. And getting into the weeds a little bit, there are some people who say, yeah, I agree with all that, but the Septuagint tells us it's 440th year instead of 480th year, and so maybe it was 40 years later. I don't go with that view because it's actually not the Septuagint. It's just some texts of the Septuagint that have that textual variant. And as I said, we have these other parallel passages that actually help verify the 480th year as well. So I think we can be very confident in when the Exodus happened, starting from Solomon's reign.
Right. And you've proposed, I'm going to butcher this name, Amenhotep, is that close enough? You proposed that Amenhotep II may have been the pharaoh of the Exodus. What led you to that conclusion?
I would say there are at least 12 reasons that we can point to him as the Exodus pharaoh. Some are more powerful than others, but they're all circumstantial and collecting and pointing to the same person at the same time. So this is interesting because it's quite widely agreed upon among conservative archaeologists, historians, and biblical scholars that he was the pharaoh of the Exodus now. I think if you went back 20 years, definitely 30 or more years, there was a lot more unsurety or discussion or debate about it. But many of my colleagues, they all think the same. So I'll just give you a few of, I think, some of the most compelling reasons. From a story standpoint or a narrative standpoint, Exodus tells us some things about this situation that help us to sift through some of the kings. And we know things like the Exodus pharaoh was not the firstborn because he didn't die. Okay, and then he did have a son, the firstborn son, that died. He came into power fairly recently before the Exodus happened. And we know that because Moses is off in the wilderness escaping from the previous pharaoh who was searching for him because he had killed that Egyptian. Mm-hmm. And Moses is there for 40 years. And then God tells him right around the time of the burning bush that the pharaoh is dead and the men seeking your life are dead now, so you can go back. So that also tells us that pre-Exodus pharaoh had been in power for at least 40 years. He had died recently, then the new guy came in. So we kind of have some of that framework. Well, when we look into ancient Egyptian history, even if we stretched out the bounds a lot for centuries on each side, we really only get one choice for that, and that is in the 18th dynasty, Thutmose III ruled for 54 years, and then he died, and then his son, Amenhotep II, became king, but he had an older brother who had died earlier on, who was originally the heir. Okay, so he's not the firstborn. And then Amenhotep II, he had a son who mysteriously disappeared. We know actually that he died as a young boy because his mummy was found in the tomb of his father. So his name was Webensenu, and there's a corpse, a mummy, of about 8 to 10-year-old boy that was found in his father's royal tomb, which is very uncommon. So there's some of that story element. As far as the chronology, we talked about that. So if we place the Exodus in about 1446 BC, this would fall just a few years after the beginning of the reign of Amenhotep II. I have to caveat that with, this is in what's called the Egyptian high chronology. There's also the Egyptian low chronology. They are divided by approximately 25 years for this particular king. It varies. And regardless of what some people may say, there is not a consensus on the low chronology. If you just read all the scholars who are working on this issue over the last 20, 30 years, most of them will say that we're not exactly sure. There's some play, plus and minus 20. I personally subscribe to something like the high chronology. Maybe it's off by a few years. I don't know for sure. I won't get into all the reasons for that, but there still are a lot of scholars who follow the high chronology. And so we get him at that point in time. We get the whole family situation of that, and this odd situation of the mummy of his son who died when he was young, and which also tells us that his death happened right around when the Exodus would have happened, early in his father's reign. But then we see some of the effects on Egypt as well. Like Amenhotep II, he does a military campaign earlier in his career. His father did at least 17 of them. It was a typical thing.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it was something they did all the time. Yeah. But the odd thing is that after that one, and after the Exodus, Amenhotep II doesn't do any more military campaigns except for one, what we might call a slave raid to Canaan, right after the Exodus, probably about a year after, something like that. He goes there and he claims that he takes back over 100,000 slaves and all these chariots and weapons of war. And that's very curious when we think about, he just lost the slave population of the Israelites. The chariots were destroyed and sunk in the Reed Sea, along with the weapons and the soldiers. And so he needs to replenish that, or at least produce a piece of propaganda that claims that he replenished that.
Gotcha.
And then there's no more major military campaigns after that, even for some of his successors. For about a century it takes until they get back in that rhythm. We also see his successor, obviously is not his firstborn, but even more strange is that this next king, Thutmose IV, he commissioned this stele, it's called the Sphinx Dream Stele, in which he construct a story about why he was chosen as Pharaoh. So he tells it like, oh, I was out hunting, I laid down for a nap, and the god of the Sphinx came to me and told me, if you clear the sand, then I'm going to make you the king of Egypt. And so he had this divine promise from the gods. So that was why he became Pharaoh. It wasn't because his older brother had died somehow, or like this foreign people and their god had defeated Egypt. It was, oh, our gods all along had this. So I think that's another very compelling reason. And
It's interesting.
the last one I would share, even though there are several others, is I think also one of the most important. And that's because in the writings of Manetho, he was a Hellenistic period priest historian, an Egyptian priest historian of Heliopolis. So he lived in the 4th and 3rd century BC. And he wrote this big history of Egypt. Now we only have little bits and pieces of it right now anyway, preserved in some other ancient writings. But he does talk about the event of the Exodus from an Egyptian perspective. And he even mentions the name of the king involved in that. And he says that the name of the king was Amenophis. So that in Greek, that's the Greek rendering of Amenhotep. And so we know it's the same name. Now, there was more than one Amenhotep in the 18th dynasty, but we can look at all those and we see the one that fits everything. It's Amenhotep II and not the others. So I think that's a very important piece, because not only is that 2,300 years back in the past from where we are now, but he had access to sources that are long gone. And he was a native Egyptian. He could read all of those things, and it was his profession to know about what had happened. So that's an incredibly powerful source, I think.
So just putting all the pieces together, he's the only one that fits. There's no one else that it could, from all the pieces that it could possibly be. That's incredible. And I know that archaeology is more than just putting some of those pieces together. There's a lot of hard work and like being out in the sun, and but it's almost like a puzzle, just putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
It is, yeah. There's a bit of puzzle detective work that goes into it, as well as all the manual labor and the research.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to shift just for a little bit to the New Testament time period, because that's a little closer to home for some of us. When it comes to Jesus, right? I mean, without Jesus, there is no Christianity. What archaeological evidence, just top 3, I guess, high level pieces of evidence really points to the existence of Jesus and him being who he said he was?
Great question. A lot of people are interested in that. And in pop culture today, we still have so many people claiming that Jesus never existed. There's no historical evidence for that. It's amazing to me, actually, that people continue to repeat this, because if you go and talk to really any scholar of ancient history, and this includes atheists, agnostics, whatever belief system, they all acknowledge that Jesus was a historical person because we have so much evidence. So as far as his existence, I would say primarily what we would look at would be the several sources from the 1st and 2nd centuries that mention Jesus or Christ as a historical person, and they give some kind of information relating to his life or his followers. Some of the clearest and probably most often cited we would get from Josephus and Tacitus and Suetonius, and from those types of sources we know, well, Celsus, another one, that Jesus was born in a Judean village. They know about the virgin birth. They know that his father was a carpenter, that Joseph was. They've got some different perspectives on the father issue, but
right.
And then we get to, he had disciples that followed him. He was a teacher and a wise man and performed miracles. And then we see that he was brought to trial under Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, and that he was crucified and died. And then, and Josephus even mentions that 3 days later they reported that he was alive. And obviously the resurrection story spread around a lot, so people knew about it by the late 1st century for sure. But it's just obvious that he existed. So that would be the first question. But as far as maybe getting more into who was Jesus? Well, some of those sources address that with the miracles and that he claimed to be God. But from an archaeological perspective, I think one of the things that's very important is the tomb, the empty tomb of Jesus. And we know where that tomb is. You can visit it today. It has been a pilgrimage site and an important location for Christians since it happened in 33 AD. And today it's in what's called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And some Christians, especially in the West or in Protestant traditions, are uncomfortable with it because it's a Catholic and Orthodox looking church, and there's a lot of stuff all over the place. But if you can kind of just look past that, you can see the superstructure of the tomb. You can see where the burial bench was on which the body of Jesus was laid. And it's a 1st century tomb that is the same description as we have in the Gospels. And the Romans tried to hide it or make people forget about it or paganize it, because Hadrian, Emperor Hadrian, he built a double temple to Jupiter and Venus over the top of it. But then when Christianity was legalized by Constantine, they removed that and the tomb could once again be seen. Well, that tomb was empty. It was never reused. Everyone knew that it was empty, and the Romans didn't really know how to counter that other than cover it up because they couldn't find Jesus's body. I know different movies have been made about that, Roman soldiers investigating it and so forth, and I'm sure that happened because they never could come up with anything. In fact, the response that we see from the Romans, we get the prequel, so to speak, to that in Matthew, where the Jewish religious leaders tell the Roman soldiers that here's some money, go and spread the story that the disciples stole the body of Jesus. So that was their method. Well, we actually have archaeological evidence of that story and the way in which the Romans tried to get out of the fact of the resurrection. That's from something called the Nazareth inscription. And this was an edict of Caesar. So he sent a letter, and then they took the letter and they inscribed it on stone and they put it up somewhere public so that everyone could read it. It's in Greek, which was the international language of the time. And it talks about how there's a new law. If anybody breaks into a stone-sealed sepulcher tomb and takes the body with wicked intent, some ulterior motive, then the penalty now is death for that. And so they were trying to put an immediate stop to that or anything like it.
Wow.
And that's the perspective is, it must have been the disciples, right? But they could still never find it. So they just said, okay, we can't let this happen again, and maybe this death penalty will scare people, and it might stop the spread of the resurrection rumor, as they like to call it.
Right.
So those things I think are really compelling as far as what really happened with the resurrection. What is the evidence point to as the best explanation, and that is that the text of the Gospels tells us the real story.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I wish we had like 3 more hours, right? Really, I want to drive this home and drive this back to you and your work. And so you've written several books. You've been involved in documentaries and field projects that help make these discoveries accessible to everyone. And of course, we could sit here and you could go through every discovery you've made and we'd be here for forever. But instead, we'll give you the opportunity to plug your work. So can you tell us about your books? What topics do they cover, and where can viewers get their own copy?
Yeah, I have 4 books on biblical archaeology right now. So the first one I wrote was a focus on artifacts, these objects. And so, 101, actually there's more than that in the book, but this is just a way for people to see for themselves the actual objects that connect to the text of the Bible. Some of them corroborate the history, specific events and people. Others, they tell us about the world of the Bible, or maybe illuminate the text in terms of this is how it should be translated. And so that one covers Genesis to Revelation, and it's, I think, a very accessible book. It's not written at a scholarly level. And then the next one is on the archaeology of Jesus and the Gospels. And so that's obviously a lot more focused, and it goes from just before the birth of Jesus to the ascension. And I try to look at everything in there, all the archaeology and ancient texts that relate to Jesus as a historical person and the events of the Gospels. So it just follows the progression of the story in the New Testament. And then I also wrote a book that focuses on cities and locations of the Bible, the Essential Archaeological Guide to Bible Lands. And there I talk about 70 different places, and most of them are cities, whether it's Babylon or Susa or Jerusalem or Jericho, Athens, Rome, etc. But there's also some that are mountains, like there's a section on Sinai that includes that region and Mount Sinai as well. And there's a section on Ararat, so it talks a bit about Mount Ararat and some of the region around that. So that's a little bit more scholarly, if you will. It's more archaeological language, but I still tried to write it so the general public could read it and not have an issue. And then the next one is on people in the Bible who are attested by archaeology. And so I went through almost every person who is mentioned or named in the Bible that we have archaeological evidence for. I tried to do everyone. I say almost because there are some that are maybe highly disputed or very speculative. And while I included some of those in that discussion, there are a few that I declined to include. I tried to not make it have too much speculation in there. I tried to focus on the really solid and more obvious ones. But that kind of reads like mini bios even of these different characters, and then the archaeological evidence or the major archaeological evidence, depending on how much there is, right, for their existence.
Absolutely. And where can people get these?
Amazon's an easy place to do it, of course,
always.
Especially if you got fast shipping, right? Yeah. But they're available from almost any bookseller.
Okay.
And if people want to order in bulk, then I would suggest ordering direct from the publisher Harvest House because you can get a discount.
Sure. All right. We'll link to those in the description because we definitely want to make those available. As far as you and your work, how can people follow your current projects or what you're working on now?
Yeah, for that, I would say either go to our Discovery Institute page or one of my faculty pages because we try to keep those updated with the.
What is this talking about? Not the video. Okay, so I've gotten up to this part where the asterisk is. What did there? I don't think I need the spots. Or, I don't know actually. Wait, what? Spots for what? Adding what spots? Wait, what? Yeah, but so far, you know, it's not bad for a Charmander shape. I think it's going to be the other way, so it won't be quite as pointy. It's not terrible. His nose. No, I'm not making a bunny, I'm making a Charmander. It's the bunny was just the closest face shape. I don't. Oh. Okay. So this I don't. So I ignore the spots. Okay. There's the spotted bunny. At the end of, I think there's different versions of the bunny. Okay. So I don't need spots. Okay. Okay. Ignore that. Woo! Yeah, trial run is a go. It's working. It's going okay. I might have messed up a few times, but it's so fluffy you can't really tell. So it's fine. The fluffy yarn is a headache to look at while you're doing it, but I think it's more forgiving. Okay. So I need some monster. Some water. Let's see. We got anything in the what's it? It's okay. That's just server stuff. What's it called? The Discord for the UFO section. That's what I'm trying to say. Do we have any new things? Any new entries? Oh yeah, let me change my title, by the way. Crochet book. Come on, plus. BBC's back at the barn. What do we got? Earthquake predictions. Fun. Very fun. Oh man. More earthquakes today. Philippines and Cuba. Damn. What's this?
Country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
This doesn't even look like a real video. This looks like a porno green screen or something.
I think this was the most heated interview I've ever seen President Trump give. And I know he's given several heated interviews before with the fake news corps. But this one I think is the largest and biggest. I'm going to share with you the full entire clip of what led up to President Trump finally saying, I've had enough. We're calling it quits. We're getting the hell out of here. And also stick around because I also have a clip that's going viral, breaking the internet of a famous congresswoman who dropped a huge F-bomb to a Fox News reporter. But first, I think this kind of clip sets the tone right here. I mean, look how unbelievably hard it is for the woke media to just give a little semblance of credit. There has never been a president. You want to fact Kristen Welker from Meet the Press? She always says, you don't have any evidence. You don't have any facts. I got plenty of receipts and facts for your ass. Excuse me, but I'm getting kind of heated too here because this drives me
Get to the
crazy.
point.
You've got all these force and stop this.
Oh my god, you yap too much. Show me the fucking thing. Fuck that guy. All right. Let me look in the other section. Ooh. What's he talking about? Oh, 3 months ago. I thought this was new. I think I already saw this actually.
Here we go. Forgot to turn the microphone on again. That's why I always do this. If you can give me a...
I think I saw that one already. But yes, likely. Is this a new video on the Atlas? No. No, it was just 7 months ago. It might as well not even exist anymore. We watched already. Okay, I need more info on the Galactic Federation. I feel like I've never fully gotten, like, the spiel on that. Don't know which one to watch.
We've been using energy.
Oh, God.
Now, will you have the courage to face it? Tell us what we need to know, and tell us, when does this thing end? What are they telling you? The galactic. What have you? Isn't it? God knows I did my job.
Okay, let's see.
Well, folks, we got him. It's been a long time since Mr. Ishmael Perez has made his way onto the Mel Carmine show, but he is knowledgeable like you can't believe. This guy travels with the Galactic Federation, who's connected to Space Force that was created by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has created the crypto. He's into the crypto. I believe the Galactic Federation has a lot to do with it. I think the military has a lot to do with this crypto world that we're about to embark on, this new financial facelift, if you will. And yes, it's taking a long time, but you know, that's life. C'est la vie, as the French say, right? So we just keep chugging and going forward and make money with staying alive, make money by selling gold, make money with a couple of dollars with doing a couple of events here and there and trying to survive like everybody else. Tell me, brother, it's been a long time. What have you been up to? Have you been on the spaceships lately? What does the Galactic Federation say about this final stage of this reset with Iran? Now, Trump actually went to China a little early and they gave him a grandiose welcome like never before. No president in the history of America has ever received this warm welcome. The Chinese people, it looks like, at least on the outside, that they love Donald Trump. Tell us what's front and center. Tell us what we need to know. And tell us, when does this thing end? What are they telling you, the Galactics? And when do we get our riches? Welcome to the Mel Carmine Show. Ishmael, it's been a while.
Thank you, Mel. Well, first and foremost, one of the biggest misconceptions is that China and the U.S. are enemies, but technically they have one common enemy, and that is the old guard, the old world order. So what we're seeing here is something bigger than just two superpowers meeting. We're talking about a full planetary restructuring. And this ties in with what's been going on with Iran, with the Strait of Hormuz, and ultimately with the ending of what we call petrochemical industries. So the Galactic Alliance, which is the benevolent positive ET races, that were a galactic federation, but there was a form of infiltration took place, so they had to reorganize. They have been actually working 24/7 with the Earth Alliance, which is who we call the White Hats, to bring in the advanced interstellar technology. And so along with the new financial system, which is backed by precious metals, gold, silver, all that good stuff, we're also seeing a new grid, which is called the Quantum Freedom Grid, which is going to be the replacement of the old Cabal grid that they've been using for the last few thousand years. And so we're also going to be seeing how all of this is part of a huge global restructuring. So members of the alliance are the main three superpowers. You have the US, you have Russia, and then you have China. And despite what we hear in the Mockingbird media, Xi Jinping is actually on board with Trump in regards to the rollout of advanced space age technologies. So the reason Trump and Xi Jinping met yesterday, and yeah, I mean, he received a red carpet entry. That was pretty cool. You know, no other president within the history of our country has ever received such a welcoming extravaganza like the way Trump did. Well, the reason being is because, you know, you have two types of civilizations. You have one that is what we consider the surface world, which is what we are here on Earth. And then you have a tier 2 breakaway group. And within the tier 2 breakaway group, commonly known as these secret space programs, you have two factions. You have one negative faction that has been working with negative ETs such as the Draco reptilians, Zetas, Greys, and a few other insectoids who are commonly known as the Negative Alien Agenda Syndicate Group, or the Orion Group as they call And then you also have Tier 2, which is a secret space program that broke away from the agenda of world domination and in fact has been trying to do everything in their power to bring in and bridge the gap between the breakaway groups and the surface world. So within the last few months, I would say even within the last few years, part of this global takedown of the cabal, the cleaning out of the underground facilities, the rescuing of little children, the taking out of deep military underground bases, blowing them up and all that stuff, which has all been orchestrated by the alliance. It's all designed to pretty much destroy the old guard. And so the reason Xi Jinping received Trump the way he did is because Trump is, through Space Force, is bleeding through the Tier 2 breakaway groups technology into the surface reality. But in order to do so, the current methodologies in which we've been using energy have to collapse. And that includes, petrochemical companies, that includes the pharmaceutical cartel, as well as burning plants, or getting energy from plants, oil, combustion, all of that stuff needs to be dismantled so that the alliance could have an excuse to bring forth technologies that are more suitable to the environment, technologies that actually work, technologies that not only put an end to the pollution, clean up the ecosystem, but of course, technologies that will heal every illness, every disease known to man, which is what we've been calling the healing modalities. Now, most people are only familiar with the quantum, what they call the medical med, but the healing medical med. But there are different, you could say, types of advanced medical healings. You have holographic regenerators, you have medical pods that are called cocoon chambers, and a lot of these modalities were actually given to us, the good guys, that is, by the benevolent ETs like the Arcturians, as well as the Andromedans and Pleiadians. So that's who we've been inheriting our technology from. And as I speak, the governments of this world, and this is also part of the reason why they met with Xi Jinping, is because, most people think that here in the States, we were tasked to disclose all the classified information regarding UFOs, UAPs, and all that stuff, the non-terrestrial presence, the Greada treaty that was signed back in 1945. Well, it was where Eisenhower was forced to sign. Let's just be real. By the time Eisenhower came into power, the military-industrial complex was already in control of the U.S. government. And so all of that is not just scheduled to be released here within the States, but now we have India on board. We have Russia. So Putin is also releasing a lot of information regarding the UFOs and non-human presence. China was just briefed on how they also have to release their documents and all of the classified information that they've been holding. So what we're seeing here is a re-merging of Tier 2 breakaway groups that are about 900 years ahead of the general public in technology, and of course the surface world. And what that's going to be doing for humanity is that's going to catapult us into a golden age, pretty much almost overnight. Once they have the quantum freedom grid fully intact, which is going to be connected to the quantum financial system, which is going to cause what we call the positive reset, right? There's two forms of resets. You have the old CBDC, central banking, what we called global system. And then you have the GCR, which is the revaluation of the, Sim, Dong, the Iraqi dinar, and of course, XRP going skyrocket and being the only one standing after everything else collapses. So it's all part of a global restructuring. And even more so, my friend, all of these loose-knit countries that have been pretty much controlled by these globalists are all also going to be collapsing. And we're going to be seeing a new world structure emerging as a result of the complete annihilation and elimination of the cabal. We're going to be seeing a federated restructuring of certain countries that are going to be actually conglomerating into super states. And these super states are going to be running like a republic, and each one's going to have its own infrastructure. So you have Russia that is expanding into the Russian Federation, and you have the North American Federation. Once we finish cleaning up the criminal networks and the drug cartels in the Americas, which is already in progress, we just don't hear about it. Cuba was next after, Venezuela. But all of the mafias are scheduled to be purged here in the Americas. And once we have all that done, and then once we have Canada also becoming the 51st state, and then with Greenland the 52nd state, then we're going to be seeing the North American Federation, which is what I call the Peacock Federation. There's names to these federations, to these super states that are actually replacing the old order and their centralized structure of control. So yeah, what we're seeing again, it's a restructuring of the entire planet, as the Earth gets prepared to enter what we call the space era. And so this explains Elon Musk and all of these top geniuses that traveled with him over to China. This is all about also creating an interplanetary defense force. So not only are they Space Force that is trying to build a Golden Dome here in the Americas, but the Golden Dome is also going to be shared. And this was part of the meeting with Xi Jinping, was to share how advanced we are within the private sector. And Xi Jinping knows about that, but he didn't know how advanced the US was within the private sector, considering the fact that the benevolent positive breakaway group known as Solar Warden is now, of course, bleeding through the Space Force. So yeah, we're definitely seeing a huge restructuring where the entire planet is going to be under some sort of a golden dome, as the Galactic Alliance, previously known as the Federation, is going to give the new world, you could say, I don't want to call it New World Order, but it's a restructuring of the old order into a decentralized infrastructure, allowing humans to have access to free energy, healing modalities, anti-gravity aircraft, hover cars. I mean, all that stuff is going to be rolled out within the next few years. But before they do so, the Galactic Alliance is forcing, and what I mean by forcing is that the governments of this world have a deadline. If they don't release everything that they've been hiding from the general public, including those secret meetings that took place, Area 51 and in other places worldwide, then the Galactics are going to execute what they call an emergency intervention protocol. And what that means is that by the end of the year, let's just say sometime in November, if the governments of this world fail to comply, we're going to start seeing massed appearances worldwide, mother craft hovering over huge major cities. And when that happens, and if it gets to that point, then how are they going to conceal all of that? So yeah, right now the Galactic Alliance is putting fire under everybody's butt
haven't heard
to
anyone
release
talk about
everything that
this
they've been
yet.
hiding from us for the last 80 years. And of course, a lot of this ties in with not only the elimination of the cabal as we know it, who, by the way, are only hanging by a thread. I think they're only about 5% in power. The 95% has been contained by the Alliance, which is a good thing. The White Hat's been kicking ass since 2016. They just cleared out one of the biggest underground tunnels that connected New York all the way to under the Colorado airport. And that was huge. So they had underground railing systems connecting vast. Apparently they had also cities. And again, a lot of this is connected to the Jeffrey Epstein files that are being released. You know, what was happening in Sorrow Ranch and what was happening in these underground facilities. I mean, you know, it's going to be a wake-up call for the masses when all of this hits the general public. But yeah, we do have a deadline. China's on board. Russia's on board. Brazil is on board. India's on board. The disclosure is not just happening in the States. I know the disclosure is happening everywhere. And this is it. You know, this is what we've all been waiting for, which is the beginning stages of a whole new golden age, not only here in America, but for the entire planet.
Well, holy shit, you're on a roll, bro. Holy shit. Wow. You even said a mouthful. So you basically, I heard you say, Mel Carmine, yes, you're going to be very rich. Yes, you're going to be very wealthy in character as well. And you're going to be also having your flying anti-gravitic machine that can do 117,000 miles an hour, get you anywhere on Earth real fast with no mass inertia inside, which means I can drink my latte and it's not going to spill over. And it's not going to be driven by me. It'll be driven by artificial intelligence on steroids, benevolent systems, etc. And yes, we're going to get to have an incredible lifespan thanks to this one particular gentleman who's making a lot of headway right now by the name of David Sinclair. David Sinclair is a god, okay? Or a God sent, okay? He is literally restructuring genes, taking 90-year-old genes and putting them inside of your body again, but they've been reprogrammed to go, I think he said something like 20 years old. So from 90 to 20, that's a 7-year reduction. And when those genes are there, they're actually as new and as good, if not better than when you were 20. And you will start to see your body rejuvenate. The wrinkles go away, your bones get better. It doesn't happen rapidly, but this is the first phase, I believe. Call it med beds, call it whatever, call it modern science, call it a better system of the medical system. We want to get away with the old system that's trying to kill us all, etc. What do you know about David Sinclair? I want to talk to you about a lot of things. I want to talk to you about flat Earth. I want to talk to you about the Earth dome that they say. I want to talk to you about the ice wall. I want to talk to you about the inner Earth. I want to talk to you about space. I want to talk to you about the underground railing systems. There's going to be a lot on the table here. So let's start with the new system, the new financial system. What are they saying as far as a timeline? There's a lot of people throwing dates out there. You know me long enough. We've known each other now for 5-6 years at least, and you know that I don't do dates. So what are they saying as far as timelines, and what could derail it to where another timeline happens?
Well, you know, this new financial system and this new world, you could say, era was already scheduled back in 2018. And the only reason why things have been delayed is because of this temporal timeline war that's taking place in the future. And this timeline war, and that explains the Mandela effect, alternative Earth realities, is constantly, that's what's causing the flux within our timeline. However, due to the triple temporal alliance that was initiated by Nikola Tesla, who was a white hat, and John Trump, who is the uncle of Trump.
I mean, I guess technically spiritual war can take place regardless of timelines. So, I mean, carry on, I suppose.
Secure the positive timeline on every probable future Earth reality. So in either case, it's destined. You know, we're entering this golden age. It's not only been prophesied about, but thanks to Nikola Tesla and John Trump, they were able to, because they did perfect time travel before the military industrial complex did, they were able to secure every probable future Earth timeline and victory of the Alliance. And so no matter what happens, my friends, we are going to be witnessing a huge transformation on planet Earth, on every level of reality, not just politically, economically, scientifically, but also educationally, in terms of spiritual beliefs. We're going to be witnessing the end of organized religion. There is no timeline as far as given a date, but what we do know is that between 2028, give or take, let's just say that, this current artificial matrix, which is what we call the current timeline, comes to a collapse. And so in either case, either we end up going into some sort of technocratic dystopia, or we are ascending with the planet into a higher, better world reality. And so that's the choice we all have to make. But the time is ticking, and the timelines are already beginning to split. So, in either case, it's happening. We've already secured the war. And the reason John Trump and Nikola Tesla call themselves the Triple Temporal Alliance is because they were also able to time travel back to 2,000 years ago and meet with John the Revelator, the author of the Apocalypse, the last book of the Bible. And they were able to inform him on what's going to be happening in the future. And so he was tasked with writing 2 books, a book of Q, which is a detailed explanation of every event that is not only leading to the collapsing and dismantling of the cabal so that we can enter the new golden age, but also a parallel book was written but in metaphor form. And this is what we call the book of Revelation, which is a book of metaphors. So the book of metaphors was the one that was published in the Bible for various reasons. First of all, during those days when the Roman Empire reorganized as the Vatican, when the Caesars took off their togas and put on religious robes and became the first popes, the alliance back then, through Nikola Tesla, John Trump, and John the Revelator, who was also an alliance, played the Vatican by writing this book of metaphors where it would be very hard to interpret. So the Vatican had access to the book of metaphors, but what the Vatican didn't have access, knowing that the Vatican was after all the records, right? Eventually the Vatican did prove to what's called cease a lot of the libraries and records that existed during those days, hence the Library of Alexandria, which was a depository of the ancient civilization of Atlantis.
Okay, chat, what are your thoughts so far? I feel like New World Order direction, yes, I agree with. I'm not sure about the time travel part. I don't know about that. Hmm. 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 Only time will tell. I guess so.
What happened before the
I
flood,
don't know.
knowing that the Triple Temporal Alliance were actually capable of securing the Book of Q. And in the Book of Q, that's where they wrote the exact details as to how they were able to pin down the cabal on every probable reality, on every Earth alternative timeline. So it doesn't matter when it happens. What matters is that we won the war. And what matters is that we're all going to be witnessing, we're all going to be experiencing this beautiful transformation, this beautiful
This guy
change.
looks like the doctor from Sonic, I think, is with the glasses and like the facial hair. Is that what I'm thinking of?
Together. And again, a lot of it has to do with first all classified information. And so every month, the Pentagon, under the direction of, not the Pentagon, but Congress rather, under the direction of the White Hat military, they have to release more and more documents, more and more footage. They have to not only give protection to the witnesses and the defectors of the military industrial complex, but they have to also allow these whistleblowers to come forth and pretty much give their testimony on what they know. So all that is part of what's happening. But again, it's not just happening here in this country, it's happening globally. Now, to answer your question about the flat Earth, I personally believe that is a CIA psyop. There's no way in heck that our Earth is a pancake, unless you're, of course, perceiving it from the second dimension in terms of physics, right? Point A to point B, flat surface, then the Earth is flat. But living in a three-dimensional hologram reality, it is a sphere. And so these other hidden continents are not existing outside of a massive wall that surrounds the whole planet. No. It is a portal that is accessible through the North Pole and the South Pole. So, of course, Antarctica is one of the entry points to these other continents where these advanced civilizations that are actually remnants of ancient Atlantis, ancient Lemuria, who still exist in perfect condition up until the present moment. These people have lifespans of thousands of years. So you have to understand that these other continents or these other civilizations that are existing within the Earth is hollowed. And again, this is information that is provable through, of course, all of the classified information that is about to be released. So yeah, the Flat Earth PSYOPs was actually designed to debunk the secret space program because the whole premise of the Flat Earth PSYOPs is based on the idea that there are no galaxies, that there are no stars, that everything is fixed within this dome, right? They call it the fishbowl theory. The sun and the moon and the stars are all within the dome, therefore negating the fact that we live in a vast cosmos, right? Where there's billions of stars within the Milky Way, billions of galaxies within the universe. And then again, that is only 4% of what we're able to perceive. The other 96% is what they call dark matter and dark energy. So we don't even have the capability capability. We don't even have the technology to perceive the other 96% of the so-called missing cosmos. So when all of this disclosure takes place, I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of folks that are unawakened are going to be, it's going to be very hard for them to digest the truth about everything. So yeah, I mean, these advanced civilizations are not only,
and you find out that the Earth is round, and there's irrefutable evidence about that. I don't think you're gonna break down and go into a mental institution, right?
oh, well, I hope not. I hope
Yes.
that people,
I don't think that that's going to be the case, right?
Yeah.
But
I hope
here's the thing: when there's a rainbow, it's always round. Yesterday, I was driving. There was a storm coming over on the highway going towards Cape Canaveral, and there's this huge rainbow, and it's round. It's never straight up. You never see a rainbow go straight up. So there are videos that are there, which I'm sure you've seen some of the videos yourself about flat earthers. They do make a very compelling argument about a lot of things. I've seen where people book a trip and they're going all over the map, and then they make the flat map, and they show you why that's how the trip goes, because the Earth is flat, which is a very compelling video. I've showed that video here many times. There's another video of a gentleman who is a high-ranking military naval, and he said, well, we got lasers that could shoot targets 150, 200 miles out. That laser is absolutely straight, and that would not work very well on a planet that is round. It's an argument. Whether you like to believe it or not, it is an argument. Now, is the Earth maybe bigger than what it is? And maybe when you shoot the laser out straight for 200 miles, it's still level because the Earth is so huge, maybe bigger than what we think, or bigger than what they told us? Possibility. The
it
ice
is.
wall, right? The ice wall. There's people that live on the other side of the ice wall. The inner Earth. Is there space? And if there is space, maybe you can't get to it from here because, again, I live right 10 miles from the launch pad where they launched the missile.
Does that mean my not flat ice wall Earth diagram, there's some truth to it? Probably not. But it would be fun. It would be fun. My globe siphoned off ice wall on the top part of the globe, Earth. That would be a fun concept.
If you were to hold a string straight to the launch pad, I bet you it's less than 10 miles. My house rattles. My house shakes from the actual engines. Okay, my dogs go crazy because they don't know what it is. I call it Max No Fly Zone. My dog's name is Max. But anyway, long story short, the thing always goes in a curvature. Why does it go in a curvature? Maybe you can explain to us, explain to the audience, and shed some light on. Maybe we're just not getting it. Support the movement. Visit QFS1776.com for exclusive one-of-a-kind merch that makes a powerful statement. Protect your wealth. Cash is trash. Go to Carmine's Gold. Now, minimum is 10, 20 live.
use technology.
Alive with 2 E's and recharge your body at the cellular level.
Well, they could use technology to give the illusion of. And so you have to understand that the military industrial complex has holographic technology, advanced holographic technology, where they could make anybody see anything they want. So, a lot of these tactics have been implemented to fool the masses about the true nature of the earth. But, when you study the secret knowledge, when you study the cosmic records, every planet is a sphere. It's just the way energy works. You have to understand that there is this thing called the funnel. The funnel is spinning at the center. So the universe, the way the universe is constructed is that the universe is a funnel. You have the great central sun, which is spewing universal life force to all the billions of galaxies. And then in turn, each galaxy, which is a holographic replica of the universe, right, in a smaller aspect, each galaxy also has a funnel, which is what we call the black hole, assuming to be a black hole, but really is a spinning force, the funnel, right? That's the way energy works. And like manner, stars have a magnetic north and magnetic south. Planets have a magnetic north and a magnetic south. Without that structure, there is no light. It's just the way energy works. Energy is always in spin rotation. And if you want to incorporate a metaphysical spiritual knowledge like mysticism, well, you've heard of the light body, the Merkaba, known by multiple names. When we humans activate the light body, what we're actually activating, which is connected or activated through the chakras, and those are aligned. And when the chakras are spinning, right, it collapses the different colors of the rainbow, allowing for a sphere of light to all of a sudden emanate from your center outward like this, like a funnel. So energy goes out and energy comes back in underneath you through your root chakra, and it goes back out like that. And when you spin that chakra, the more energy you generate, the more lighter you become, the more access you have to your energy vehicles, which again, this is what the mystics teach for those that are interested in that. But it's just the way energy works, my friend. Everything is connected to what scientists call a centrifugal force model. And what that is that everything has a center, a spin. Without the spin, there is no motion. Without the motion, there is no inertia. Without inertia, there's no gravity. And without gravity, there's no electromagnetic field. So even the fundamental forces, the electromagnetic field, the weak force, the strong force, the gravitational force, which ultimately collapse to a singular force, well, that singular force is the spin, the toroidal field. So within the secret space program, some of these secret scientists that have been working with these breakaway groups, they've mastered what is known as torsion physics. Well, torsion physics is the way in which they could access free energy technology. So what they do is, instead of using combustion like we have on the surface level, they just tap into planetary power, which is the toroidal field of Earth, which gives them access to unlimited raw energy. And then furthermore, more, for those that are even more advanced, they tap into the toroidal field of stars. Now, you tap into the toroidal field of stars, my friend, you're going to have access to the entire galaxy at the speed of light.
Well, before we go any further, how do people find you? It's really important for people to follow your work. You have amazing books out there. You've done a lot of homework for a lot of us to basically shorten the and compress the time frames instead of us going and doing all the research. You've done it for us. So we thank you. We owe you a great deal of gratitude for that. So how do people find you?
Through one portal, and that is my website, ourcosmicorigin.com. That's where you could access all my links, my classes. I teach 3 different level ascension courses for beginners, intermediates, where I teach you how to quantum jump, how to connect to the quantum field and manipulate reality. And then I teach Ascension 3.0, where I teach you how to collapse all of your
Jedi
chakras
school.
and connect to the, I guess, what we call the cosmic self, so that you can begin accessing your multidimensionality. And then, of course, my channel is The Real Ishmael Perez, where I'm constantly giving updates. I'm giving White Hat Alliance reports on Monday night. I'm giving Ascension Energy updates on Wednesday night. And on Saturday night, I give Galactic updates
does that
at
mean?
6 o'clock Pacific time through my channel, The Real Ishmael Perez.
And you would not be soliciting people to put your XRP into a quantum wallet or anything like that. I'm sure there's a few fake Ishmael Perez's out there.
Yeah, there's a few fake Ishmael Perez's that are trying to sell people stuff. So, just have discernment. I don't reach out to people about any financial means. In fact, I don't even reach out to people at all. I don't use social media. I don't DM people. They're just piling up all my DMs.
Got you. So if you see anybody out there and it's not him, report them to Facebook, report them to YouTube, etc. Let's get these clowns out of business, okay? I got something that I'm working on. I'll talk to you about off camera that is absolutely revolutionary. But anyway, so the ice wall, there is an ice wall, correct? And
well, it's not necessarily an ice wall. It's a portal. It's a portal that leads to a different region of the Earth, which is located inside the Earth. So the wall is not like we think. The wall was actually constructed. There is a wall, but it's not as big as we think. It was constructed by the Nazis when the Nazis took over Antarctica to build out their secret space program as early as the 1930s, late 1930s. So they did create a wall, but it wasn't a wall that we think that surrounds the entire planet. There is no wall that surrounds the entire planet.
I want to get back to your flat Earth theory, and you say that there's a lot of people out there that have obviously the means and the wherewithal to be able to pull the wool over our eyes, so to speak.
Exactly.
And to be able to do some artificial intelligence before we even called it artificial intelligence. They've had access to this many, many years ago. So they can emulate, for example, a spaceship hitting the dome, and it looks like they're hitting water, and it looks like there's a boat on the water with some guy.
Well, they explode it, so they could have a reason to say, "Oh, look, it didn't make the wall; it hit something, and so it exploded, or it hit and it came back down." But that's all programmed. That's all designed to do that.
Artificial intelligence from the CIA, artificial intelligence from the.
Some of it is deep fake. Yeah, some of it is deep fake. So where they're using fake videos generated by AI, and some of it is advanced holographic technology, which is the same technology that they were going to use for Project Bluebeam in the event that they had to stage a fake alien invasion. But that is not going to happen anymore because the Galactic Alliance has full jurisdiction over what happened to the Earth now. You see, most people think that, our planet is being run by the world governments. Well, to a degree, but in essence, we have these higher intelligences that exist in higher dimensions that are actually influencing things in our planet. And this has been happening for thousands of years. All you have to do is read the Old Testament of the Bible, and that Old Testament is all about UFOs and having contact with UFOs.
Yeah. Well, we've been contained on this planet. We're not allowed to get off the Earth. We're still driving an extension of a Model T Ford. We're still driving an extension of the horse and buggy, the round wheel. Okay. Yeah. And we're not allowed to get off here. And then now they want to give us the flying cars that have propellers that are basically a scaled up version of your thing that you do cinemas with. What do they call those? Right. What do they call those things that fly around that take pictures and videos? Drones, right?
The drones, yeah.
Yeah. So they're a glorified version of a drone. Obviously, those things are not going to be able to go to 100,000 feet high to get a view, whether it's flat, round, square, rectangular, triangular. So there's still going to be a level of containment. When do we get to see and hear and understand of all the secrets of the universe? How far are we from that? Are we hundreds of years still away from
Not
that?
at all.
No?
Not at all. I would say within the next 3 to 5 years or less. But yeah, that's
It's gonna blow off.
Things are going to be happening already this summer. But people have to make the choice. We're also expecting what many insiders call a timeline split, where energetically, not physically, based on people's vibration, there's going to be a shift where some are going to be going up in dimensions, right? The Earth is a multidimensional construct. So even in other dimensions, the Earth is just more than just round. It becomes more complex. That's how dimensions work as we go into these higher dimensions. So for the people of the Earth that are good people, that are not wicked, they're going to be ascending into a higher level reality of the Earth, where heaven on earth exists, where things are in harmony with nature, with one another, where we live as brothers and sisters. And then for those that are not good, they're going to go into a negative aspect of the Earth where the AI does take over and rules under a one world government. Then everybody's reduced to freaking, transhumans. But that's, a choice that people have to make. Right now, both of those timelines are coexisting at the same time simultaneously, right now. So right now we're seeing the rollout of AI like never before. We're seeing a lot of people losing their jobs to AI. Self-driving cars are just everywhere all of a sudden. This is going to happen fast. So, it's all coexisting, but at the same time, we have another group of humans that are going off grid, that are building the new heaven on earth, that are light warriors, light workers, that are co-creating ways of living in harmony with nature and amongst themselves. And so eventually those two realities are going to just split. So this is what many ancient and holy books call the harvest or the rapture. Those are different terminologies describing this split, the splitting of timelines. So right now they're all coexisting, but very soon, my friend, as stated in the book Revelation, and in the book of Q, I can't wait for them to release that, but it's all going to be happening very, very shortly. I just don't want to give any dates, but it's always going to be prepared. It's always going to be grounded and just know where you stand in terms of the frequency that you're emitting. That's what I tell my viewers. Know where you stand, because if you're not in the right frequency, when this splitting of timelines takes place, you don't want to end up in the wrong timeline. All right. You want to end up in the timeline that is ascending organically, that is going up into dimensions, right? We're heading back to the sacred earth. We're heading back to the Garden of Eden. Well, you have to make sure you're vibing with that timeline.
Yeah. Now, as far
Are you
as you're
vibing?
concerned, are we going to get these 10 days of darkness or 26 days of darkness or 17 days?
That's still a probable, you could say, reality within the spectrum of positive timelines. And either way, all of these timelines that have been won by the Triple Temporal Alliance, it only leads to one thing, that is a positive Earth timeline, where we do see a massive change, not only politically, but again, a restructuring of world societies that will ultimately be benefiting humanity instead of suppressing humanity. Mm-hmm. It will uplift humanity. So in either case, that's the reality that we're heading into for those that are vibing, of course, through their frequency, right? Not the wicked. The wicked are going to go into a different timeline. They have to reap what they sowed. So, there's also the factor of karma. So,
well, there's always a factor of carmine too.
Exactly.
Karma or carmine. One of them will get. Let's talk about the anti-gravitic flying car. To me, that turns me on even more so than having, 5 Lamborghinis and 2 Ferraris in the garage and showing off to all my friends that I still own a extension of a Model T Ford. Yes, it's got some cool features to it and it looks really sleek and it attracts a lot of girls, which I don't need because I'm married. So bottom line is I would rather have a flying machine that does 117,000 miles an hour or 17,000 miles an hour, depending how fast I want to go. I can at least regulate that if I want to take the scenic route. How far are we from them? Is there going to be a price tag associated with it? Will the Mel Carmines of the world be able to afford it, et cetera? To me, look, I know that we have teleportation patent. The United States government has a patent. Let me repeat that. Go look it up. The United States has a patent. I don't know what that number is, but you can easily find it on Google for teleportation. They could make you disintegrate and reintegrate here, and you could be going from Port Canaveral to Australia in literally seconds, not minutes, seconds. They have that technology. They have a patent on it. So technically speaking, we are way beyond flying cars, but because people have controlled our future and they have allowed us to skip that entire generation of owning and flying vehicles, I want to experience it. I might get bored in 6 months and 8 months and say, get rid of this garbage, give me the teleportation technology, or I may enjoy it and might want to fly around my flying Lamborghini, whatever you want to call it, for the next 20 years. I have no idea. Tell us, is there going to be a cost associated with it? Is there not going to be? What are the Galactic telling you?
Well, due to the fact that those that make the positive timeline transition, because everyone's going to have abundance, you're going to be able to have anything you want. Okay. And there's going to be different layers of the earth overlapping. One's going to be on top of the other. So you have the 4th dimensional earth where all of these technologies are going to be rolled out. And that's the earth that we call the Star Trek, the beginning of the Star Trek future, replicators, anti-gravity aircraft. And then you have a higher layer of the earth where some of the older souls that are considered starseeds are going to be ascending into. And that's what we call the 5th dimensional earth. Now in the 5th dimensional earth and above, because these advanced souls are going to be using the internal technology, nobody really talks about that, which is going to allow them to connect with all living things. They're going to be using that to materialize, manifest, teleport, travel at the speed of light through their own technology, which is the light body. In other words, they won't be depending on external technology. Those that are going to be depending on external technology are the younger souls, which is the majority of humans that are going to be existing in the 4th dimensional earth reality. And then in that 4th dimensional earth reality, they will have an opportunity to learn ascension, to learn how to continue evolving into beings where they no longer need external technology. So that's another thing that not a lot of people talk about. See, most people think that we're going into this new reality where we're all going to be there. No, depending on your frequency, you're either going to go into a higher reality or, into the reality that most people go to. So again, there's going to be different dimensions or versions of the earth when we go into these higher timelines.
Yeah,
So
I totally agree. By the way, did you know that I've become somewhat of a movie producer, a successful one at that? I just come up with my movie, Dear Mr. President, Part 2, which has to do with the straw man. I'm sure you're familiar with the straw man, where they create a duplicate of you, which is a twin created by the state, the all caps name. They trade everything you do with your money on the stock exchange, and you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars, in some cases, billions of dollars, and we're not allowed to access the money. The movie is literally on fire. People are talking about it everywhere. People are sharing it everywhere. There are some people that are complaining. 17 people. The actual number of complaints we've had is 17. Nothing to do with the movie being bad or good, but being to do with the movie not loading. So if your movie's not loading, it's because you live in the log cabin in the middle of the woods somewhere and you got 1/2 meg of internet. My suggestion to you is very simple. Hit the play button, go to sleep at night, hit the play button early in the morning, go to sleep at night, wake up the next day, go have some breakfast, go have some coffee, brush, come back to your computer, and then hit play, and I guarantee you it will play. But everybody who's watched the movie is basically raving, saying, hey, can I watch this more than once? Yes. People have watched it more than once. Can I have a watch party? Yes. Can I invite 20 people to come in my living room and watch it with me? Yes. So it's an incredible movie. I'd like to send it to you if you want to share that with your audience at some point, because I think everybody needs to know that they are already wealthy, but someone's hiding it from us. And so I made the movie on a 3rd grade level of education, which is really the reason why I think it's blowing up, because everybody's getting it for the first time. People was watching this stuff before and they were like scratching their head. They're like, what the hell's going on? They didn't understand it because people were trying to explain it where it was too complicated. But anyway, it's a great movie. So let's talk a little bit about David Sinclair. Does David Sinclair have anything to do with the Galactic Federation? He's an incredible scientist at Harvard. He's got a team of guys. They're literally 2 inches away from, tapping into longevity that we have never seen on this planet for a very long time. We know that it exists with other races. We know it exists in other timelines. We know it exists on other planets, etc. But here on Earth, we're still dying at 90 years. I mean, look, you're born on this planet, right? And they're trading you. They're making billions of dollars off your ass. You work until you're 65. By the time you're 65, most of us are on a walker, okay? Your hips are going, your joints are going, you're falling apart. And if you're lucky enough to have, a good life and leverage and figure out how to become wealthy, maybe you get 20, 30 years of being able to walk the beaches of the earth. But that's not the case for 99.9999999% of all of us, right? So what is wrong with that picture? What is wrong with think about the people that are born today, right? They're born today and they're coming into this AI world, into this robotics world. Some of the people that are born today will never have to go to work. Do you realize that?
Right.
Isn't that wonderful? I think that's wonderful. People say, oh no, it's going to breed laziness. No, laziness is something that the CIA created to embed in your brain, in your stupid fucking brain, right? That you're lazy if you don't go to work. No, people are going to get creative. People are going to do things that are going to be unbelievable because they have time on their hands to get productive and do something that's wonderful for society. That's where I live. Where do you live?
Well, I mean, not only are we going to be seeing breakthroughs in longevity, where people are going to have the ability to live for a few hundred years, it's already in the making through the scientists and doctors such as David, but even other scientists and engineers that have defected from the aerospace companies that were working in secret with the breakaway groups. A lot of these scientists that have defected, they were actually given a choice by the Galactics and the White Hats that if they defect from these negative programs and use their geniuses to begin developing the technologies for the general public, when, of course, we do disclosure, that they will not be going to Gitmo, right? They're going to be spared. So a lot of these scientists and also some new scientists that were never part of these agents are also being groomed by members of the Galactic Alliance. There are different cities that are considered the first interstellar hubs, or at least they're going to be called that, where we're going to have humans and galactics interacting in a safe haven, right? They're going to be called interstellar sanctuary cities. And one of them happens to be here in Sedona, by the way, which is a huge spot for, craft and UFO phenomena. But it's also happening in Mount Shasta, Boise, Idaho, Denver, Colorado, San Diego. One of them, I believe, is in Florida. Yes. But these sanctuary cities, they're already grooming these scientists that are going to be instrumental in the development of these advanced civil technologies on a mass scale, of course.
We have clients that come to stayingalive.com, alive with 2 E's, guys, stayingalive.com. If you come through Cape Canaveral, pull the body over and put it into the human charging station at Cape Canaveral, okay? Go to the website, go check out the testimonials. We have had people who are clients of ours have shown us videos that are so compelling about triangular crafts flying over in the Cape Canaveral area, right where the launch pad is, etc., that are breathtaking. I mean, real clear video and pictures. I could tell you that there is a vortex here. There's a reason why NASA, never a straight answer, is here. There's never been a hurricane here. Never a direct hit. We've had tropical storms, yes. Last year, Trump's in full power. First year, no hurricanes. This year, if there's no hurricanes this year, we can clearly say, yes, the White Hats are controlling the weather. So this is another vortex over here. You've heard about Cape Canaveral being a vortex?
It's nearby. But yeah, I mean, it is included. It's within the vicinity of Cape Canaveral.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely an energy field here that we cannot explain. Hence the reason why our machines are uber better than anything else that's out there, even though it's like 1989 technology. And we're about to upgrade. We're going to go from the Ford, which works. we're going to go to the Ferrari. I'm going to make it a big introduction here soon with my friend Bill, and you guys are going to be flabbergasted of the information that we're going to release to the general public. And we're gonna probably build a 70 billion dollar company from what we got going on. Bill is a multi-billionaire. He's done it many times before, and he's very excited about it. As a matter of fact, he was at our center 3 days ago. He came to visit us, surprisingly, with his son, and he loves our layout. He's like, I could feel the energy. Here's where we're gonna do it, and he's gonna be on stage with us in Cape Canaveral doing events, etc. So, the one thing I do want to speak with you about also is the underground railing system. They're about to give credit to Elon Musk. You and I both know, and we're smart enough to know that Elon Musk did not do the boring company. They gave him the boring company name, which is laughable. It's comical at best. I know because I've talked to John Lear. His father was the gentleman who actually created the Lear jet back in the 50s, the business jet, the first business jet. And him and I talked at length about this. And he's also been quoted by yours truly, Kerry Cassidy, saying that he talks to a lot of the admirals, and a lot of times he'll ask him the questions. Hey, how are the DUMS? The DUMS are not the deep underground bunkers, but the DUMS are basically these tunneling systems that were built by extraterrestrials. What do you know about them? What could you tell me about them?
Well, the military-industrial complex did receive help by the negative extraterrestrials, but again, they used our scientists. Our scientists are, once you give them the blueprints of building or engineering anything, they're maverick at it. So it was actually a joint operation between Navy ETs and military-industrial complex that built out all the underground tunnels that connect all the cities underground worldwide, by the way. However, the Alliance has been, of course, recuperating, right? They've been actually seizing some of these cities are beautiful layouts. Some of these cities, they don't want to just destroy some of these cities that they built in the underground, miles down underground, just to, give people. Did take out all the reptilians. They did check out a lot of the unauthorized genetic alien experiments that were conducted, cloning facilities where they were creating chimeras and all kinds of different hybrids between us and them. So all of that was taken out. And so from what I hear is that the Alliance has actually seized a lot of these underground cities. And no, they Elon Musk didn't build any underground anything. However, Elon Musk will be giving a lot of credit when it comes to the rolling out of anti-gravity aircraft. So it's going to be like SpaceX and Space Force are going to be working together all of a sudden, which is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, well, I was told by the late John Lear that you can go into a bank and a couple of doors, you have to have special clearances, et cetera, special magnetic passes that open up these doors, and all of a sudden you go downstairs and then you go through another secret door, and then boom, you're in some tunneling system that you cannot escape. And you could be in Beijing, China in an hour and 45 minutes. And they're about to credit this guy with it because he looks like a genius. The guy can't even speak properly. You and I speak much more better than he does, So let's do a part 2 to this. If you guys want to see more of Ishmael Perez, please let me know down below. Should he be on the Mel Carmine show once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month? I need to know, because we'll schedule him and we'll just, like clockwork, every second Monday of every month, whatever, and we'll bring him on for you guys to enjoy. I absolutely enjoyed this interview as much as you probably enjoyed some of the questions. Don't forget, Dear Mr. President, part 2, dearmrpresident.net, dearmrpresident.net, okay? The movie is, listen, go watch it for yourself, okay? It's $5.89, 0.17 of a penny, 0.117 of a penny. We're trying to attract two crowds here. You know who you guys are, okay? Go watch the movie and spread it out there, because you will feel compelled to do so. Mr. Ishmael Perez, it was an absolute honor and a pleasure as usual. And I can't wait to see you again in the flesh. And we'll break some bread and we'll do things. If you got 2 minutes, I would like to bring you in on the latest developments that we just had with my wife and some of our team.
What an interesting spiel that was. And yet I still don't know much about the Galactic Federation. New World Order, I get. Who are they? What are they? Why are they? Let's see. Under here, and then go through here. Okay. Who are they, though? Bunch of witches on NASA servers. Interesting.
Aliens are now a real conversation that very serious people are having, as skepticism is at an all-time high of what many people believe to be an ongoing government psyop that could potentially involve a lot of missing scientists, advanced text, symbolism, predictive programming. There's a lot of crazy things going on right now, as of course the people online are collecting all the databases, coming out with their own conclusions, talking about galactic federations and multiple forms of other life that we allegedly have partnerships, alliances with, that they're watching us, that they could end us at any moment in time now. As people are saying, wait, hold on, we've seen a lot of this stuff, especially when it comes to our modern forms of entertainment, as now there allegedly is a stalling effort of government psyop. Huh? How does that make sense? We're going to do our best to make sense of it here in this particular video, going after all of the new evidence, the new theories, all in context. If you appreciate that, subscribe. Click the notification button. We greatly appreciate all the time that you spend with us, as of course right now people are creating entire databases of the cylinders, of the orbs, of the saucers, the tic tacs, the triangles, the acorns, the trapezoids, of weird things that they see in the sky that looks like they've been filmed on potato cameras. My whole question about it is, can we just give the government an iPhone? Like, why? How? What? As this is supposedly the beginning of an extended release program of alien information, as Anna Paulina Luna now is talking about 46 classified videos that are allegedly going to be dropping next week, and there's supposed to be a dropping of information every week that's supposed to kind of crescendo and build up every week on top of it with a holy smokes moment. Now, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna went straight to the Department of War, pushed them hard. It looks like the Department of War is pushing back, and Anna Paulina Luna is saying that they missed their April 14th deadline, that there's still 46 classified documents. News Nation is reporting that retired Admiral Timothy Glottent states that the U.S. has recovered spacecraft, as they are describing this kind of disclosure as a disclosure train that is speeding up, and that non-human tech will be a reality that all of us are going to now be made aware of, which has a lot of implications.
Any idea when the next drop will be and what we can expect next?
We don't. They haven't told us. They're like, oh yeah, it's coming. There's more coming. I'm like, why are we treating this like it's pay-per-view? Why are we treating this like it's some sort of like subscription, like sales pitch model? Why? I don't get it. I don't like it personally.
I think it might come as early as the end of this week. We might see it.
I think. We don't know. The government hasn't released a ton. The government's really bad at releasing stuff. JFK stuff, not fully released. Epstein stuff, not fully released. Will this be fully released? I'm skeptical. And even if it is, then people are going to be like, what do you guys want from this? What are you guys getting from this? Because the government isn't transparent for typically the best benefit of the American people. That's how usually history kind of dictates a lot of these kind of major like bombshell news. Like, oh, we got that, and then we're going to take this one. Nope. As I said, David Icke has cautioned this. I cautioned this since the beginning. I've been talking about this since last year. I told everyone 2026 will be the year of disclosure. This is when it's all coming out. I said that last year. And I said, we're going to really understand all of this once we see the outcome. Once we see the outcome, once we see what happens as a result of these disclosures, then we could pontificate. Okay, this was the reason why it was actually done by this person who benefited off of this way. We don't know where all this is headed now. This is still like very weird territory for a lot of professional conspiracy theorists who are like, this is weird. What the hell? As they're trying to make sense of it all. Now, there's other people that are like, I got it. I know everything. You don't. You're full of crap. There's more ambiguity. There's more like unknown than there is known about what the hell we're going through right now.
Another drop this coming Friday, as happened last week. I'm certainly told that there are the 46 videos that have been requested by Representative Anna Paulina and the members of the UAP.
That looks like a redacted black dot flying around. Perfect representation of government
caucus. They've been demanding access to videos that the Pentagon's been sitting on for some time that have been described to us by multiple sources and multiple witnesses. All of the sources tell us that in some cases these are extraordinarily clear images, 4K quality imagery, for example.
Oh, they finally got their iPhone out?
Example of an object moving very fast underwater, far beyond known human technology.
Everyone's going to be like, it's AI! It's AI! It's fake! Maybe they're right.
Capabilities. And also there are space shuttle images. I'm told that some of the imagery includes images taken from some of the STS space shuttle missions that feature objects that have never been properly explained.
Yeah, there's also a lot of moon landing type of data and information, as the Daily Mail has this very interesting article talking about what is coming next, including the holy crap moment We'll tell you what we think that's going to be. Before we do, just really quickly, check out wearechange.shop. We got a lot of great supplements available to you. Of course, one of our best sellers is our fish oil. I like fish oil. Some people don't like fish oil. There's been a lot of studies. There was a 2026 trial of 1,228 patients that found omega-3s cut cardiovascular events by 43%. And Dr. Rhonda Patrick talks about how 90% of Americans are deficient in it. She talks about the major health benefits, talking about heart protection, brain health, cognitive function, anti-inflammatory effects, blood pressure regulation, joint health and recovery, insulin sensitivity and metabolic health, eye health, vision support, mood and mental health support. Now, listen, I like my fish oils. We get them from Peru. We get them from small fish. I like fish oils. Talk to a medical professional before putting anything into your own body, right? Listen, we're living in a crazy world out there. I like supplementing. Sometimes I'm like a little skeptical of like big fish because they have a lot of heavy metals on them. A lot of things are just being poisoned all around us. That's why I like small fish. Check out wearechange.shop. Get yourself some fish oils and support independent media at the same time, while of course curating and making sure you become the healthiest, most amazing, incredible version of yourself. This is what we strive to do. We strive to be there for you. As a reliable source of not just information, but of things that help improve and better your life, right? That's what we try to do. I try to have good positive juju. That's what I start. That's why I started wearechange.shop. I have my own long list of health problems. I'm fixing those, and I'm feeling better than ever. Wearechange.shop is one of the reasons why I'm happy I have a stockpile of this stuff, and I appreciate you guys supporting us and supporting yourself at the same time. A win-win for everybody. Now, let's get back here, right? Daily Mail. These UFO files were just a start. Government insider reveals holy crap moment. Congressman Tim Burchett said that. Moment coming next, and their bombshell extraterrestrial conclusive proof. And of course, they put it behind a paywall. Of course they did. Introducing DC Insider, your guide to what's rocking Washington. I hate all these sales pitches, as I just gave you a sales pitch. Anyway, Congresswoman Paulina Luna says that she also has been stonewalled on UFO files, that this is a continued ongoing fight. She was recently on Fox News. This is a clip posted a couple hours ago.
Is Florida Congresswoman and chairwoman of the task force on the declassification of government secrets, Anna Paulina Luna. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us tonight. So as we looked over what's been released so far, it's a lot of videos, a lot of pictures, a lot of things that make you go, I wonder what that is. But I think in the age of AI and just what we can see on video now, I don't know that a lot of Americans are coming to any conclusion. I guess that's kind of the point of it. I guess my question to you is, in your investigation and some of the teasing that you and other members of Congress have done, apparently there's more stuff that's going to come out. Do you think this is going to get more kind of concrete or more conclusive? Or will it continue to be, here it is, make of it what you wish?
Well, to be clear, all the images that you saw in that initial rollout on Friday, these are not AI-generated images. As you saw, even in that video that you just played, there are redactions. So this came off of either military observation, aircraft, etc. And then, obviously, in the next 30 days or so, in talking with the Pentagon, actually, this Thursday, we will obtain these 40-plus documents by name that we at the task force have.
By Thursday, released Friday. Very interesting Friday releases that always give us something to talk about.
Specifically requesting. As far as more concrete evidence is concerned, I want to be very clear about something. All of the documents that you saw released per President Trump's directive this February, up until recently, these were considered classified. We actually weren't even able to talk about them without threats of losing our security clearances or being prosecuted. As you saw, the whistleblowers that came forward that did discuss it, there was whistleblower retribution. We've tried a number of times to either get disclosure in legislation, whistleblower protections pertaining to UAPs in legislation, and every single time we do, even though this is one of the most bipartisan, bicameral things in the country, we're stonewalled and we're blocked. And so I'm hoping that this will change the discussion of that Congress will move forward in providing protections, because we've also been told, whether or not there exists back engineering programs regarding this technology, whatever it might include. Our goal and objective is to, ensure that our taxpayer funds are not, being spent somewhere they shouldn't.
This is where, like, the trillions missing in the Pentagon probably will be explained, I think. Or they're just building underground bases.
B, that people aren't breaking federal law, and C, this is an issue of national security. And so
they're probably breaking federal law, and there's probably some whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers that were, and that's why we're not getting the kind of full kind of transparency scope here.
So based on our investigations, what I can tell you is I'm glad I can finally talk about it. Some of the documentation that you actually saw released this past Friday did include, up until recently, FBI investigations that actually took place here in Florida. And to be clear, we actually were working very closely with the FBI because they were one of the few government agencies that was actually taking this seriously. And based on what we're seeing, we've talked to other governments about this. There's more to come. That's all I'll say on that.
Now, what is going to come? Some people are talking about the kind of exposing of Galactic Federation. Some people are talking about time travel. Dr. Greer was on Alex Jones and talked about how people in the 1980s in the U.S. military met with these time travelers that are allegedly 500,000 years in the future, and luminance whites that have descended from humanity, right? Will we make it that long without blowing each other up? I hope so. This is what he had to say, which I thought was interesting.
Okay. If the aliens wanted to kill us, they would just think it would be done.
Oh, we're done. Yeah.
This is because allegedly they have advanced tech. Some people are saying all of this is a charade and we have the advanced tech, and this is just kind of posturing against China and Russia right now. That's another theory out there, that all this is a site meant to like saber rattle, like, look, China, look, Russia, look what we got. What you got?
I mean, imagine interstellar level and quantum entanglement level technologies weaponized. It would be a nanosecond. So they're very peaceful and they're very concerned
They're like
about our
bird watchers.
situation.
They're looking at us to binoculars.
We come in peace. I heard that one before. Do you actually buy it? Let me know in the comments.
And think we're pretty, right? I mean, they're like,
well, I think it's more than that. No, I think there is a compelling long-term interest in how the Earth as a beautiful part of the creation and humans.
yeah, what was that movie
evolved.
came out like 10 years ago where the psychic aliens that look like giant squid come because in our evolution we helped them later? It was kind of like that.
Descendants,
right? Yeah, and
Arrival.
Some of the ones that have been seen are actually our descendants from 500,000 years in the future that have come back to warn us about what we're doing. I mean, this sounds like the
No, it makes perfect sense.
Zone.
Slow down and explain that.
Well, for example, at Rendlesham Forest, Bentwaters Air Force Base in the early 1980s, there was a landing of a pyramid-shaped black onyx craft. And we have
He's a
multiple
reptilian.
whistleblowers
I don't
for that.
trust
What
him.
people don't...
Just
Pyramid
kidding.
shape. I mean, that matters.
He's a great,
Since,
respectable
Alex was on
man.
Joe Rogan a while ago, and he described how Buzz Aldrin, who was on the flights that now the U.S. government says, oh, when they were on the moon, there was other entities there. There was other crafts there. There was other light sources there moving around in all these weird ways. As the pyramid aspect here is very fascinating.
No, it's that the senior U.S. military Air Force people who were there had an encounter with very tall, luminous white beings that floated through the shell of the craft, communicated with them and said, we are your descendants from 500,000 years in the future, where humans had become interstellar and evolved into these incredibly amazing spiritual beings, but we're also going out throughout the cosmos. And that they said, if you continue on the path you're on of nuclear war and global destruction and endless war, your descendants, will not exist.
So let's stop right there. That makes perfect sense now.
And when you look at a lot of the top military officials that have been coming out speaking about aliens, there's a big correlation with nuclear weapons. Joe Rogan even had a guest on it. They kind of talked about how the U.S. government was trying to gather intel on these aliens, so they loaded up a ship with a bunch of nuclear bombs as a kind of pretext for the aliens to come. So there's a lot of reports of aliens shutting off tech, shutting off nuclear silos, a lot of reports of aliens coming in, especially around where there's a lot of nuclear activity. We had the Louisiana governor come out during Trump's first weeks in office, second term, and he literally was like, yeah, these like UAPs are over our nuclear reactors. And everyone just kind of like went by it. And then like Trump was supposed to give us the lowdown on all these UAPs. He never did. He never told us what was really going on like he promised he would. Right.
Understanding quantum mechanics has all been proven, not just theoretical. Right. This is advanced archaeology, is time travel adjusting the future.
Right.
Now, it sounds sci-fi-ish, but like, who in the world really knows? Now, Alex Jones, a couple years ago on the Joe Rogan podcast, talked about how Buzz Aldrin told him that the pyramids were built by aliens, which kind of has very interesting correlation with your talking about these like pyramid-like craft. As a lot of people are saying, it's not just one type of alien or UFO. There's multiple different races and species of non-humans with advanced tech out there.
The Buzz Aldrin said that aliens created the pyramids?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was contacted by Buzz Aldrin's secretary. And
okay.
I'm picking this up. This is real.
I don't believe you are.
And it's just like, whenever this was, like 12 years ago, whatever, 10 years ago, whatever it was. Like, hey, Buzz Aldrin wants to come on. So we checked. It's Buzz Aldrin. He wants to talk about his new book. And once he gets on, he goes, it is the soul moon, Choron, or whatever it's called. Look up the moon of I went off memory. So I get this stuff wrong sometimes. Of Mars. And he goes, that is where the true obelisk is, and that will give us the data tapes to go to the next level. And I just wanted you to know that because you're a good person, that the pyramids were created by aliens, and we're doing important work.
There he is. Buzz Aldrin admits aliens built the pyramids and Phobos monument.
Yeah. So, yeah. There's that. Of course, I think it's important to correlate all of this. All right. Alex Jones also released this message saying, warning, red lights are flashing everywhere. Deep state pulls out all the stops to prepare the public for fake alien invasion to distract from the globalist system's collapse. And a lot of people are saying this alien stuff's pretty convenient, as of course it changes the dialogue of high gas prices and the failures of this Iran war towards aliens. I'm still going all the way back to the Epstein stuff. Like, we're not talking about the Epstein stuff. Like, okay, we're moving on to the UFO files. Can we get the Epstein files, please, first? As there's other people talking about how there's a galactic federation, vast federations of different planets, different star systems, different galaxies that are all talking to each other. Now, is that really the kind of thing that's happening in our kind of existence right now?
But out of the four we knew of in 1963, we have a relationship with at least two of them, and they've made it very clear that we are being evaluated. as a what you might call a third world country.
We're not doing that well. Aliens come down and are like, what are you guys doing? You guys are bombing what? You guys are raising energy prices that high? You guys don't have free energy yet? You gonna suppress that stuff? You guys are making each other fatter and stupider? You guys are incentivizing this lunacy? It's like the aliens are probably coming down. Idiocracy. Get the popcorn. Or whatever the hell they eat. Right? Look at that tax cattle. How can you not make fun of humanity? Fractional Federal Reserve banking system. They drink Gatorade filled with red poison and yellow poison because they have pretty colors. Be more what idiots! Idiots! We gotta get our ish together. That's why you should go to WeAreChange.shop and not get all these horrible foods and take care of your health. So the aliens accept us that this is the world. Whoever thought I would have been saying that? In a serious way. If there ever was a time for humanity to get theirs together, it is now. If you agree with that message, get this video out there. I love you guys. Stay tuned for more. We're going to cover this because I don't think this is ending. This is just the beginning. What do you think is really going on here? Let me know in the comment section down below. I love you guys. Thank you so much for checking out WeAreChange.shop. Stay tuned for more all here exclusively on youtube.com/WeAreChange.
Okay. Move my marker. Oh no, my thingy. Okay, we're getting there. That's a little Charmander head so far. It's got a nice shape for like a plush, like a cutesy plushie. Not bad, not bad. I'll probably like also when it's stuffed, add something to give it some some more dip, like add a stitch line in there, kind of make it like that or something, so it's got like the little dino nose. Cute. Pull it, shape it more. Okay, let me take a snack break. I guess I could ask Nick to heat me up rice. Make the man take care of me. If he's not doing a show.
What's up?
What are you doing?
Watching Ice Poseidon talk about his event.
Can you heat my food up, or is that too much of a...
Yeah, I can do that. Just all the rest of it, or what?
Unless it looks like too much for one serving.
Sure, I'll make a decision, but he didn't bring it to you? You're
Yes,
downstairs?
yes, please.
Alright, sure.
All right, thank you. Bye. Charmander. Sure. Sure. I feel like my stitches have gotten better. higher up here, and so at the end I might have to like take some orange thread and fill in the gaps by like pulling it together more. But that is a problem for future me. Yep. Make it work. Just so there's like parts where like the tension wasn't right. But I'll fix it later. Let's see. What's hiding in the mountains?
Hey everyone, before we get to this week's show, this is just a weekly reminder to please continue to pray for my wife, Lindsay. She is battling breast cancer right now, and we're praying for complete healing in Jesus' name. Thank you.
He gave me a dream. And normally when you have a dream when it's on your family land that you grew up on, it talks about generational iniquity. And again, this land was so cursed that we would always say like the houses need to be burned down. And so in the dream, I woke up, well, you know what I mean, having the dream. There was a bathroom stall, but I was underground. And when I was underground, everything was brick and gray and cold. I remember saying, what are you going to do with those babies? And she literally, with the most demonic voice and tone and sound, she said, I'm going to burn them. And the Lord said, I want you to start researching this, and I want you to start praying. After I had that baby farm dream and I started reading the books on MK Ultra, the Lord gave me a word saying, Operation Rescue the Children. Like his heart is for the children. And I said, God, this is too big. This is too big. How do we win this war? And the Lord said, you're going to win this war through the files, the clips, and the images that are going to come forth. That's how you're gonna win this war. But the survivors and the people that have this hardcore evidence, it's gonna be so made public or mainstream that the Lord said people won't be able to stomach it. Christians are being challenged. Christians that have been a Christian for 40 years, 15 years, 1 year, like they're being challenged to choose. Who's your loyalty to?
Who's your daddy?
All right, today we have Christina here in studio. How are you?
Good. Excited to be here.
I'm glad you're here. And this conversation, I want to lay the groundwork for the audience I want them to learn about you because as far as I know, have you been on anybody else's podcast before?
Not to this degree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So most people probably don't know you or aren't familiar with your ministry. Yeah. I wasn't. In fact, I wasn't even remotely familiar with your ministry until you got here and started educating me on more things. I was like, oh, wow, this is totally deeper than I thought,
yes,
you know?
It is.
And I think it's important for people to understand who they're about to listen to.
Okay.
And I want to lay the groundwork on my end first for the audience. And I have Instagram open here right now. On November 1st, 2024, you messaged me.
Wow.
And I remember
Thanks.
I saw this message probably like a few weeks after you sent it.
Okay.
And something in me was just like,
yeah.
I just don't feel it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking back at the messages here, and I reached out to you August of last year. Okay. So I was telling you how in August we had all those interviews and we were in a really deep stretch. And in that stretch of all the chaos that August brought, for whatever reason, you popped up in like my mind, and I went back and read the original message, and I was like, I think it's time to bring her in.
Okay.
And I didn't know anything about you.
Wow.
All I knew was the original message, which so you basically
I
said
don't even remember the original message that I was moving here.
Yeah. So basically, you said a woman named Kathy, whose son's friends with Luke, I'm assuming from Blurry Creatures, told me about you.
Okay.
I was waiting near the couch for the line to go down and missed you.
I remember that.
My call is cosmic warfare and spiritual mapping. In 2021, the Lord said a clarion call from Tennessee was calling, and in 2024, He would establish me here or there. Well, He did. I moved to, I'm not going to say where you moved to, and live on a high mountain. I'm a feeler and can sense the unseen power and influence. Not too familiar. I love this. Not too familiar with your work, so I'll listen to some of your stuff this weekend. The Lord called me to tear down Solomonic magic and psyops by I can't pronounce Aquino.
Michael Aquino.
He has training bases there in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Hope you have intercessors. It's going to be needed for all this hour. Would love to hear more or connect as the Holy Spirit leads. And
I don't even remember that message.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you're going to bring it up right now.
I know. That's why I told you. I said I didn't want to. I had things I had to say.
Wow. Only Jesus.
And so you mentioned about the spiritual mapping.
Interesting.
And I was supposed to have Dr. Laura Sanger here in studio, I believe in June of last year, and it got pushed to December.
Okay.
And as we were developing the game plan for her arrival, her and Vicki Joy Anderson came in together.
Okay.
And for the first time in my life, I had the opportunity to participate in spiritual mapping with Dr. Laura Sanger.
Okay.
And we did that in this local area. And Dr. Laura Sanger, Joseph Z when he came here, Kim Walker Smith when she came here.
Amazing.
They all said that this area has in my words, this is me translating because they all said it a little differently, but there's like a dark, heavy spiritual oppression here.
I can feel it. Yeah.
And you mentioned that in here in your message. And when I moved here, I really felt like I was coming here because God was retiring me. Like, and not in the sense of like I wasn't gonna be a podcaster, but in the sense of like, hey man, breathe easy, take a break. You know, we'll put you down in Tennessee where it's conservative, the Bible Belt, you'll be around your people. Just take it easy and do your podcast. And I had no idea that he was moving me to the front lines.
Amazing.
And so in the process of me being here for 3 years, I've come to understand that he moved me to the front lines. He wasn't putting me in retirement. He was actually putting me right into like the battle.
The heart of it.
Yeah. And I just feel like God's presence right now. I recently last year discovered another piece of this whole thing. And I think it's important for me to not just share it with the audience as we're warming this interview up, but also with you. We last year went through a lot of stuff. We're still going through it with the cancer. My wife's overcoming cancer. And I was also, it was less than a week from her diagnosis. I had signed a contract to write a book.
Wow.
And so less than a week later, I find out my wife is going to be going through this whole thing. And I was like, man, if I would have known that, I wouldn't have signed the contract because my mind is everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm still in the process of mustering my way through it. But I was really stuck on a chapter that was me laying groundwork about my spiritual background and how my grandfather plays into that. And I shared on the show before with people that my grandfather, he did like big tent revival stuff.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like he wasn't Mario Murillo,
right.
But he was somebody that like Mario Murillo would bring in to preach.
Okay.
And he was pretty well known, I would say, up in like the Eastern Pennsylvania area for preaching.
Okay.
He was a washer repairman, but on weekends he preached.
Amazing.
And I was writing about this, and then my aunt called me, his daughter, and my dad. He adopted me. So my last name, Merkel, is an adopted last name. I'm Spanish. My biological father's last name was Diaz. And for my entire life, I felt like Merkel was a stupid last name. I was like, I'm a misfit. I'm not really Merkel. And I don't know where I belong. And my aunt called me and she said that she felt like she needed to tell me that when my grandfather died over 10 years ago now, that he left a mantle behind and it's time for me to pick it up.
Wow.
And it was a very long conversation and it was very profound and it impacted me greatly. And the next morning I woke up and I talked to my wife about the conversation and I told her, I was like, I don't understand why me. I mean, I'm not actually a Merkel. Why can't like one of his 17 other grandkids pick up this mantle, you know? Because I didn't even know what that meant. Like, what is this? You know, like I'm a podcaster.
Right.
You know, I have my own thing going on. And then it all kind of came together when Lindsay said, what does Merkel mean? And I told her, I was like, well, my mom always told me it meant merchant. Like, and I thought that was stupid. Like, we're Germans selling fruit in a marketplace. And she looks it up and she's like, I'm not seeing merchant anywhere. I said, what are you seeing? She's like, the root word that Merkel comes from means guardian of the frontier. And I was like,
That's a big
whoa.
mantle.
Yeah. And like we had long discussion about, we don't need to rehash. And then I said to her, I said, what does your last name mean? Your maiden last name. She looks it up and she says, it means spear bearer. And I was like, whoa,
kingdom couple.
like God brought us together.
I love it.
And if I had time, I would tell the world how God brought us together, because from the outside looking in, we don't match at all. But God knew. And it became very clear to me that I wasn't adopted into Merkel. I was actually created as a Merkel. And God brought me into the Merkel family because I was actually how he created me to be.
Yeah,
like I was grafted
like we're engrafted in Christ. Yeah.
I was grafted into the line because he like my DNA, my spiritual DNA is Merkel written all over it.
Yeah.
And he's like, you need to be in this line. And so it's just crazy how it all comes together. Now, I say all that because I moved here on this retreat mission, and now I find myself like in the thick of it constantly. And what I knew of you coming into today was just that message.
Amazing.
And then if I go to your Instagram, it just says strategic intercessor and consultant, governing the remnant, cosmic warfare, deprogramming, expert training, navigating complex cases. That's very like, okay, it sounds like we're having a good conversation. That's all I know though, right? So I learned a lot about you that we'll lay out here.
Okay.
But yesterday, I'm encountering a lot of spiritual warfare mentally. Like this storm that's coming in, you know, and
that was last minute because
like
I'm leaving, and then my friend's like, "Hey, I know Hurricane Helene like is triggering for a lot of you, but there's a storm coming, and I just get prepared because I know you're going out of town." And I'm like, "Oh, great."
Yeah.
So same thing.
And I'm running around yesterday trying to get things prepared, and so like my mind is being taken away from this conversation, and I'm like, I don't even feel like doing this conversation tomorrow. I just want to run around and gather wood for this terrible storm, right?
All the milk, eggs, water.
Yeah. And so Jack and I were out till like 10 o'clock last night getting stuff together. Wow. And we're probably not going to need it, right? It's probably not going to happen, but
we don't know.
All that said, Jack and I come back here to the studio probably around 6 o'clock last night. And we're pulling, not 6 o'clock, it's daylight. And we're pulling up the driveway here to the studio. So it's probably, let's say 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Jack, get ready for the picture. And as we're pulling up in this parking lot, I kid you not,
I believe that.
we're greeted with an image of Lilith.
Whoa.
And that's
the
Jeep.
Wow.
Now I changed the background because I don't want people knowing where the office is. So I put the Jeep somewhere else. But that Jeep was sitting in the parking lot. And Jack, show the next picture. Show what prayer does to the Jeep.
Yes.
We lit it up. If anybody says that they saw me with gas cans, they're lying.
Yes.
But
fire. We lit the fire.
I saw that picture, or saw the Jeep, and Jack took the picture, and I sent to a text group of different pastors that I have, and I said, Lilith has arrived, fellas, at the studio. And then this morning I'm getting ready and thinking about you, and I was like, she arrived yesterday. And knowing just what I knew from your message about being called to Tennessee to wage war, I was like, Lilith arrived yesterday. Christina arrived yesterday. And I'm like, and I told Derek yesterday how I was feeling. I was like, I feel like I'm being oppressed right now spiritually. And I was like, it just all kind of just came together. And I was like, oh yeah, today's gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be a good day because the enemy's threatened and we're ready to, we got our boot stompers on.
Yeah, we do.
So I laid all that out for the last 10 minutes because I just wanted to kind of word vomit that out to you so you have an understanding of where my mind and heart is on this.
Wow. Yeah.
And I would love for you now to kind of tell the audience about you and how you got to where you're at with your ministry and how this kind of all unfolded, how God called you into it.
Yeah.
And then, your ministry and what all you're doing. And just, we'll let the conversation unfold. All right, friends, let's talk about our sponsor today, which is GhostBed. And listen, it's May and the weather is starting to warm up. If you're someone who runs hot at night, kicking off covers, stealing the cool side of the bed, your mattress might be making it worse. But GhostBed is here to help. You the questions.
Big high mountain that we could, because which moved to
10% off.
That's a lot.
Wide. That's ghostbed.com/Tony, promo code Tony.
Okay. That's a lot that you just shared.
I'm sorry.
Just saying. And even when I moved to Tennessee, I will say that because of people like you sharing certain things about the Appalachian Mountains, I knew none of that. Like where I was positioned in the high mountains, it was so thick with Christianity and occultism mixed together.
Yes.
And then, ancient entities and creatures and all the things at night. And here we are, not even understanding that yet to the depths. We're like walking in the dark, walking up and down mountains, back
Really?
and forth. Yes, because I didn't,
And who's the we? You
and
and your
me and
kids?
my kids.
Wow.
And there was a big high mountain that we couldn't really drive up to get to our house. So we'd have to walk, and there was like no internet. And it was just, there was so much warfare. And I was kind of just surveying the land, understand. And I went to the library. That's normally what I do with spiritual mapping when the Lord takes me into new territory. And I always ask for my boundary. Like, what is my jurisdiction? I feel like through immaturity or fragmentation or just ignorance, people can get pulled into territories and be totally outside of their jurisdiction. And then you come outside of the covering and protection of God. And so it's really important to stay in alignment with that.
Yeah.
But I had no idea the depths of what the land carries, and even the mixture within Christianity and occultism.
Wow.
I think that's what I ran up against the most, is that people want to hang on to their Lilith and their Bible. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
They want to hang on to seducing spirits.
Yeah.
And then they also, it's like that scripture that talks about you can't drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. You can't sit at the table with the Lord, and with demons. Like, you can't do both, but obviously many people have been.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Lord has us in a position and a place to confront that in a new way. Because I feel like there's some of us that have gone through, as a deliverance minister, I did that for like 15 years, understand deliverance, inner healing, all the things, but we're past that. I'm like, this is straight up strategic territorial warfare. Ephesians 6:12, Genesis 3:15, Genesis 6. Like, everyone's like, well, how could horrible things happen to kids? How can all this happen? It's like, we laid down everything that the Lord equipped us to have, and we just went deaf and dumb.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you have, and I think that's why, and I'm kind of shifting gears, but I think that's why you have Christians saying, like, I don't feel called to be a Christian. Even me, just quickly to share, like, I was so anti-Jesus, anti-God, anti the Bible, never grew up with Jesus or the Bible. And I just know that I would, growing up, I would see 500 churches and the city burning down. Grew up in Northern California, and I despise it. I'm like, why would I want to be a part of a church or have anything to do with this guy named Jesus if pastors are molesting kids?
Yeah.
I had no idea the things that I know today, like the network of it and how the infiltration through Freemasonry and just occultism. It is a whole structure and system of diabolical things within the Western church, right? I'm not talking about global yet. But yeah, I mean, there's so much to share. I'm trying to just ask the Lord, like, which direction to go, but just to create a foundation.
Yeah.
The church wasn't really allowing me to help people. So because I worked in mental health crisis intervention, I seen a lot of things. Like, I would have Christians come and I do intake for people who would go into a complete mental psychosis. And I'd have to do an intake of a pastor's daughter. And it didn't make sense to me because I'm like, well, where's the church? And I just got saved at that point. And I always had a heart and a passion to understand why people commit horrible crimes. Why are there spiritual things that we don't quite understand? And so I had that mindset of the why since the beginning, right? And I think it started like young. I think at 8 years old, like, I wanted to write books on mystery. And I was like, even like at 10, researching things like why people do criminal things or how do they go into insanity or asylums. I always was just curious. And I think because I grew up on a cursed land, it was completely cursed. And there was nothing but domestic violence. So that's all I witnessed my whole life. Was generational iniquity, and it was generational violence. So near-death experiences to the point where I had my stepdad come threaten to kill us all. He came with a loaded gun. I was probably 13.
Jesus.
And then I think at 18 on the same property, there was another attempted murder from someone that I was dating, and just consistently. So if people want to know how does generational iniquity work, it doesn't just, people think it just falls off. Like, you become a Christian and, you're saved and everything just goes away. It doesn't. You have to actively engage and make warfare against it. And so that was me. Even when I had a supernatural encounter with God, because again, I didn't want to have anything to do with Jesus, and I would be around Christians, but they didn't have the fruit of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't convincing to me. And I just didn't want any part of it. I was extremely mean, hurt, all the trauma, all the things. And I didn't want to have anything to do with it. If anyone like talked to me about Jesus, I'd be like, all right, I don't want to hear that. Like, I would be so mean. And so sorry, people, but you're still planting seeds. These were being planted.
Yeah.
And even though I rejected it. Right. And I never opened the Bible until I was 25. And when I started reading it, I was like, wow, this is interesting. But before I started reading the Bible for the first time, I had a supernatural encounter with God. I walked into a church. Someone invited me. I did not want to go. And I was like, this is stupid. Why is everyone clapping and singing? This is so weird. And then I sit down. I couldn't tell you what the pastor was talking about. I know I was 25 in an abusive relationship. and just going through all the things. And then at the end of him preaching, I just started sobbing. And I didn't know why. And I'm like, what is this? What's happening? How am I having all these tears? But I started shaking. So my eyelids were shaking, my face was shaking. And it was like the presence of God was just consuming me with love. And I never felt that love before, because a lot of us have gone through abandonment and rejection with our earthly, biological moms and dads. And so I was like weeping, feeling this sensation of I'm loved and I'm pursued after, not really understanding, never opened the Bible. And the pastor's like, that's the Holy Spirit. And I'm like, what the heck is the Holy Spirit? It's like, that's weird. Like, what does that mean? And he's like, do you want to accept Jesus and surrender your life to Jesus? And I'm sobbing. And so I was like, yes, I do, not knowing, what the heck. And that just transformed my life forever. But what's interesting is that I still wasn't satisfied with church. And I would go and attend different services. And I was like, there's more. There's more to this Bible. There's more to the gospel. And so I got so entrenched with a hunger and a thirst to fast, like a new believer. I was fasting 3 days water. I was praying. I was reading, I think out of John and Matthew, and just seeking him, like on my face, like on the floor crying, weeping, praying, understanding Jesus's ministry and who he is. And then just having a hunger and a thirst for the more of him that I wasn't really seeing in Christian churches. So I know nothing about like the depths of like this denomination and, Lutheran, Baptist, like I know little pieces along the way, but not really, I'm just like, I just love Jesus. I had a supernatural encounter, but that created
that itself right there disqualifies you for some denominations. Like supernatural encounter, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's new. That's new to me. I mean, I've had a close Baptist friend and she was actually a babysitter, and I knew why the Lord put me in her life because she was just strong Baptist in beliefs. But there was a lot of pain there and a lot of confusion in what she was battling. And the Lord allowed me to help give language and prayer and understanding. But see, it's like a program where you're programmed. There's such thing as Christian cults. There's such thing as Christian programming. And people who get drawn into Christian cults, they think, oh, well, we got out of that cult. We're fine now, dust it off. And it's like, no, you still have attachments to that land that you were a part of. You were still sharing meals with those people. That creates covenant. There's attachments that you need to actively divorce yourself from when you're in cults, because what happens when you don't, you're going to go be seduced and drawn to the next cult.
Interesting.
And the next Christian cult and the next cult.
It's funny you're saying that, because just yesterday I had a guy in here and him and I were talking about East Tennessee. He's a local, I don't know what you would call him. Like he's, I guess, a monster hunter, he's, I don't know where he is spiritually, but he's basically like an investigator.
Okay.
And he grew up in this area. And one thing that him and I talk about a lot privately, and I think it spilled over onto the recording, was his frustrations with all the people moving here.
Oh.
And I talked to him. I said, it's not just people moving here.
Yeah.
It's all the attachments that they have moving here too.
100%. And that you're on point right there, because that's the whole purpose. And that's why intercessors and watchmen are so important. And I believe you carry that. I believe I carry that. And there's many of us that carry that. So we literally have to ask the Lord to bring that purity and uncontaminated groups of people to become the strike teams, the frontliners that are taking the land back from these powers, princes and principalities, right? Like, and I think that's why we saw what we saw in 2020, why we're seeing what we're seeing in 2026, because people left. They left their post, right? And that was intentional. That was intentional to keep us deaf and dumb so they can continue what they need, right? And keep people fractured. And I think people don't even understand what happens even with the chaos, okay? The chaos of the storm coming, right? And a storm represents chaos. And then you have people partnering with chaos. And so we as Christians, it'll try to come against us and cause chaos internally and externally. And we have to war against that. We can't just sit there and, just take it. And so I feel like there's so much deception, right? People perish for a lack of knowledge. My greatest call to Christians is I challenge them, ask the Lord, where do I have denial? Where does denial need to come down? Where do I have areas where the enemy literally has documents on me that I need to come out of agreement with, and even territorially, there's things that are connected in the land. But I think we're in a time where we can't remain doing church and Christianity as usual, because the Lord did say, I remember being in a church and he said, Christina, you're a church within a church. And that was like 3 years ago. And I was like, what the heck does that mean? And then I found this book and I can't remember who wrote it, but it's on the cover. It said Christian against Christian. And I was like, wow, okay, you're saying something, Lord. And so what I see in 2026 is that there's two streams right now of Christians. And one stream, they're pursuing self, being lovers of self and bringing deep deception. And that's a whole nother story when it comes to like the star seeds and just the occultism, but coming in the name of Jesus.
That's not the
yes,
star
100%.
seeds.
It's already like mixing in as we speak. And it's interesting how the Lord allows me to see these things behind the scenes first. So I'm able to recognize them when they're in people, right? But then your typical Christian who refuses to break covenants and contracts with masonry in their bloodline, or refuses to break contracts with demonic dreams that they had when they're little. Like, these are all things that open a door for the enemy to do what he does, right? Kill, steal, and destroy. And so I feel like it's so important for us to discern. No one's discerning. And I think that's why we're in 2026 in the Great Deception, because I see people being pulled and falling away. And I don't want to go too far into that area because I feel like I'm kind of going somewhere that I'm not ready for yet with the conversation.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure where.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So, who are you? No, I was kidding. No, but so you originate from California.
Yes, born and raised.
And you came
Northern
into
California.
the faith as an adult.
25.
And you had your walk in the faith as an adult has been a supernatural experience.
So supernatural,
that
yeah.
you probably didn't even realize was a unique thing, because you probably thought everybody in the church was feeling the same thing for the most part until God started revealing other things to you.
I just always felt different. Right.
So you did from the jump feel different than?
Yeah. Like, I always felt like the Messiah's misfit. Like, there's a scripture that talks about that. I don't know if it was Paul, where he's like, I feel like I'm on a, stand and tomatoes are, but I've always felt like that misfit. But I feel like we all have a role and a call to be warriors and to activate, the gifts and the calls and the inheritances. And even with you saying like your name, I know for my name, Christina, it means follower of Christ. And, it's funny. It's like Christina didn't want to have anything to do with Christ. And my name is Christina. Christ is in my name.
No choice.
So it's like, God's already predestined the role and the call, and we're just feeling it and being obedient and saying, be it unto me as it is in your word. Yeah. I surrender. I have to die to myself daily in this call and continue to pick up my cross and follow after him. But I feel like there's so many different timelines to my walk with Christ from 25 until now 41. I feel like I've lived 100 years, honestly, because everything's been accelerated. Yeah. And it's like, the more you hunger for the more of Jesus, the more you hunger for the surrender in him, the more he'll pour out. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But sometimes we block him.
Totally.
We completely block him from that. But yeah, I'm trying to backtrack with my walk. I ended up working in mental health as a baby Christian, and I started seeing things with like schizophrenia and just levels of crime, because a lot of the clients that came in were deemed insane because of criminal crimes that they committed, and then they'd be released to us for monitoring to see if they're able to be rehabilitated back into the community. And there was a lot of horrific cases. And so we would get the police reports, the psych reports, and as a, huge stacks of case files on each person. I mean, and reading everything and reading through everything and seeing what they went through. And, they served 20 years in the hospital or whatever. But there was always scripture. And I couldn't understand that. Like, why, when people go into mental psychosis, they talk about Jesus, they talk about God, they talk about angels are speaking to me. Like, I didn't understand that. You know what I mean? I'm like, what, why is there demonic things and crimes and murders and rape and harm of children happening? And then they're talking about scripture and they're talking about Jesus and they heard God and they talked to God. And it's like, it is literally Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not God. They've created this false relationship, I guess, with a counterfeit Jesus. Does that make sense?
No, it makes total sense. We had Wyatt, excuse me, lose my voice. Jack, edit that out. We had Wyatt Coates in here probably a couple months ago, and his testimony is exactly that. He I don't want to put words in his mouth, and I don't want to misattribute on my own understanding. So I'll just say it this way: he believes that he was essentially working for. Process of that, though, he was deceived and he thought he was working with Jesus.
And a lot of them do.
He was having sexual interactions with what he thought was Jesus. It's like, whatever you say.
It's so demonic. And that's what people in New Age too. I've been working with, and that's how I learned. I never went into New Age or went into that. But the Lord has allowed me to have the grace to serve people during such hard times and vulnerable, exposed places of their life and their journey. And so through Instagram, and that's kind of just backtracking where I'm like, the church doesn't really want to hear what I have to say. They don't want me to help, to train, to equip, to, do anything. And I always felt like there was more than just deliverance, because I did see through my own journey of deliverance when I was introduced to it. I think it was in 2010 or 11 when I first started learning. Okay, let me backtrack.
Please.
Can I backtrack?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I feel like the Lord wants me to go here because this is important for people who need to learn how to intercede and strategic warfare. cosmic warfare. So I asked the Lord, because I was mentally tormented when I got saved. Shame, guilt, just things that were in our family, incest, violence, like just dark things, right? And you feel gross. You're like, you before Jesus, and because I didn't grow up with religion or Jesus or anything, I had no conscience. You're just so lost and so broken. And I was never one like, oh, I remember the Spirit of God talking to me or angels, like none of that. I was just pain, violence, near-death experiences, like my aunt being dragged across the room by her hair, punched, my mom being beat, me being forced to watch her be beat. I was probably like, I don't know, 7 or 8. I lived in Germany. My stepdad was in the military, so we had to go to Germany. And I went through so much trauma. He would wake me up. He was in the military, and a lot of people in law enforcement and military, they have so much pain, so much trauma. They don't have what they need to heal from things they go through, and I think that's so important. So even the fact of training and equipping those first responders in military, it's so important. But I know there's 2 different realms when it comes to that community of serving Lucifer, right, and then serving God and people who don't even know God. But I say all that to say that I went through so much trauma and so much abuse, and then I started getting flooded with all the memories. When I got saved, it started to oppress me and torment me.
Scuffed. It's a little scuffy. Let me see. Is that any better? But no, I can't hear the scuffed audio. Sorry. I think it's just because I'm on the server, maybe. Do I need to rewind? Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay. All right. How long was it scuffing for? I can rewind. Three minutes. I'm gonna go back to here then.
So I feel like everyone is at a place where they've created this false relationship, I guess, with a counterfeit Jesus. Does that make sense?
No, it makes total sense. We had Wyatt. Excuse me, losing my voice. Jack, edit that out. We had Wyatt Coates in here probably a couple months ago, and his testimony is exactly that. He I don't want to put words in his mouth, and I don't want to misattribute on my own understanding. So I'll just say it this way: he believes that he was essentially working for a Antichrist spirit.
Oh, yeah.
And in the process of that, though, he was deceived, and he thought he was working with Jesus.
And a lot of them do.
He was having sexual interactions with what he thought was Jesus. He's like, whatever you say.
It's so demonic. And that's with people in New Age too. I've been working with and that's how I learned. I never went into New Age or went into that. But the Lord has allowed me to have the grace to serve people during such hard times and vulnerable, exposed places of their life and their journey. And so through Instagram, and that's kind of just backtracking where I'm like, the church doesn't really want to hear what I have to say. They don't want me to help, to train, to equip, to, do anything. And I always felt like there was more than just deliverance, because I did see through my own journey of deliverance when I was introduced to it. I think it was in 2010 or 11 when I first started learning deliverance. And I started learning it on my own because my sister literally, okay, let me backtrack.
Please.
Can I backtrack?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I feel like the Lord wants me to go here because this is important for people who need to learn how to intercede and strategic warfare, cosmic warfare. So I asked the Lord, because I was mentally tormented when I got saved. Shame, guilt, just things that were in our family, incest, violence, like just dark things, right? And you feel gross. You're like, before Jesus, and because I didn't grow up with religion or Jesus or anything, I had no conscience. You're just so lost and so broken. And I was never one like, oh, I remember like, the Spirit of God talking to me or angels, like none of that. I was just pain, violence, near-death experiences, like my aunt being dragged across the room by her hair, punched, my mom being beat, me being forced to watch her be beat. I was probably like, I don't know, 7 or 8. I lived in Germany. My stepdad was in the military, so we had to go to Germany. And I went through so much trauma. He would wake me up. He was in the military, and a lot of people in law enforcement and military, they have so much pain, so much trauma. They don't have what they need to heal from things they go through. And I think that's so important. So even the fact of training and equipping those first responders in military, it's so important. But I know there's 2 different realms when it comes to that community of serving Lucifer, right? And then serving God and people who don't even know God. But I say all that to say that I went through so much trauma and so much abuse. And then I started getting flooded with all the memories when I got saved, and it started to oppress me and torment me. And so I was like, okay, this makes no sense. Why am I feeling like these thoughts of suicide ideation? Why am I feeling tormented by like childhood stuff and just having all these memories? And it was like spinning kind of, and it didn't make sense. When I'm like, Jesus, if choosing you, if this is going to require this level of torment, then, I guess, but there has to be something else, And so I just began to seek him, and I said, Lord, I said, if there's anything in me that's not of you, would you show me? Would you show me? And literally, that's what set it off. And it's like we have to come to a place where we engage our free will and we ask those questions to him, right? Yeah. And he gave me a dream. And normally when you have a dream, when it's on your family land that you grew up on, it talks about generational iniquity. And again, this land was so cursed that we would always say, like, the houses need to be burned down. Get rid of this. Nobody wants to inherit this. Yeah. Like we want legacy. We want Genesis. I think, what is it? 1:12, like, the Abraham blessing, and be taken over to the territory that the Lord has. But I'm like, this ain't the land, right? This ain't the land. And I started learning territorial warfare and praying over the land with my own land. And so in the dream, God answered quickly. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, if there's anything in me that's not of you, Lord, show me. So in the dream, I was in my old house that I grew up in with a lot of abuse, in my bedroom. And I was standing as an adult in my bedroom in the dream. And I knew it was my grandparents' property in Northern California. And there was a snake. And I picked up the snake.
Ooh, the snake.
Or no, there was a branch. Yeah, thank you, Holy Spirit. There was a branch. It was just a branch. I picked up the branch and I started peeling it back. And there was a snake in it. And then the snake was kind of hidden, and it was like looking that way. And then it saw that I can see it. I exposed it because I removed what was hiding it. And I feel like that goes into bloodline healing of generational iniquity and all the things that come down through our DNA that we have no idea about, but Jesus does. Yeah. And so the snake saw that I saw it, and it went to like bite me, and I grabbed it, and then I just threw it and I woke up. And so that's when the Lord started teaching me about, like, I'm going to take you to scriptures about this. I'm going to start teaching and training you about intercession. And then the second dream I had, I was in a little tiny wooden boat, and there was like a huge Leviathan swimming in the water next to me. And I wasn't scared. I like jumped on it and started fighting it. And I was like, why would you do that? I was like, why would you do that? And then I woke up, and then the Lord just started. And then after that, I remember him waking me up. And this is probably like, there's so many encounters I had with him of intimacy and love. But I remember him calling my name, and he said, Christina, 3 times. And I can hear and see the frequency and the sound of his voice and the colors moving throughout the hallway, like in the middle of the hallway of my room, leading me to the kitchen. And he led me into a 40-day fast. And he said, I'm calling you to a 40-day fast, because my family wasn't saved. And my family hated my new relationship with Jesus. They did not like the new Christina. And that brought a lot of pain. Even my ex-husband did not. He hated me. Right. And I think people are never prepared when you go through a revival. The persecution that you go through with your own spouse, that you go through with your own parents, grandparents, siblings. And so I went through so much persecution and oppression because of their own stuff that they weren't willing to confront, if that makes sense. And so I'm trying to think where to go from there, because there's still so much, but that's
You're bringing up your sister.
Yeah, because I'm asking the Lord what's in me that, needs to be healed. And obviously there's some things, right? If that's coming up in the bloodline. And so, yes, my sister did show up completely demon possessed.
To your house?
To my house. Yeah, not too long after this whole process. And she was, lesbian lifestyle, way more abuse than I did physically. And she's 6 years younger than me. So she literally showed up to my doorstep. A car dropped her off and drove off, and she was gone. She was so gone, like disassociated. I'm like, who dropped you off? Like, what are you doing? and she couldn't talk. She couldn't talk. She just walked in like a zombie. I had her just go in the room. I called my mom, and then I started messaging pastors and people. I found one deliverance ministry, took her to them, and they couldn't even help her. Like, she was biting her tongue, and the spirits wouldn't let her talk. And they were like trying to cast her demons out and all this stuff. And she wasn't saved. They were trying to put a Bible on her. Nothing was happening. And, people were trying to intercede. And the spirit just had her, bite on her tongue so she wouldn't talk. And it was literally driving her into insanity in the sense of not making her sleep or eat. And she just looked so traumatized. Like, something did happen, right? I found out later, something happened so extreme. And so I'm like asking pastors like, hey, I need help, and then one pastor was like, well, I have, or we don't believe in that. Some people said we don't believe in that.
Well, it's happening, sucker. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
We're presented with that today because you can't hide or avoid it anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like 2026, like all these pastors and churches, like you're going to be challenged. You know what I mean? Because you can't hide it anymore. But one pastor's like, you do it. And I was like, what do you mean I do it? I don't know what that means. She's like, oh, go read the scripture and put your hand on her head and start praying. So I did. And she started falling back. Like I'm like, okay, something's working. Like, something's happening. I don't know what's happening. And she started kind of going back. But that's where I learned intercession. And so me and my mom were making intercession for her.
So your mom say,
yes, finally. Just kidding, Mom. But another thing with intercession for people who go through revivals is that we want to be the rescuer, right? And we want to like preach the gospel to our family and be Jesus to them. But the Lord taught me at one point, he said, okay, I used you to bring your family to know me. Now it's up to them to choose me.
Yep.
And so I had to, that was a whole season and a whole journey. But my sister, I truly believe she's alive today because of our intercession. Because he was like, I woke up in the middle of the night at one point. And see, this is what's crazy with the warfare is that during that moment of me being like activated into that, what would you call it? Like next part of your calling or your destiny, right? I got like hit by a drunk driver, right? Cops gave him my address, I guess, on accident. And he showed up at my house harassing me.
Jeez.
And then I'm trying to care for my sister during this time. And then this is what I'm saying. And then I was like, okay, like, I had to go to court and explain to them like how what you did literally caused this guy to come and harass me. And then I got a notification from the owner, like, oh, we're selling our house. You got to move out. Where are we going to move? We ended up having to move to that old territory that was so cursed.
Wow.
And then the Lord said, you're going to break some things on this land. And so I literally took anointing oil, my Bible. I was walking around the whole land and the territory, praying, making intercession, breaking contracts, breaking things. And then my sister warring through what she was warring through. And then I remember waking up in the middle of the night. It was so hard. I woke up in the middle of the night and she had my Bible on the stove about to light it on fire.
Wow.
And then it got to the point where like, what are we going to do? And it was the weirdest thing ever because, and I think this is where we really need the wisdom of God and the Holy Spirit, because I have worked with a lot of people who were deliverance ministers and pastors, and they abuse people. You know what I mean? And they get super religious and super like controlling. And that goes into a whole nother story. And that's why we really have to continuously check ourselves. Even no matter how long you've been doing deliverance, no matter how long you've been pastoring and teaching on healing, spiritual mapping, whatever. It's like we all need to continue to be surrendered to the consecration process, right? We never arrive. So I was making an intercession for that land, learning about spiritual mapping. I went to a conference, I think in 2014, and I was learning more about spiritual mapping, and I was like, I want to do that. I think there was someone named Dr. Henry Malone that was talking, and he's like, oh yeah, we got invited. We had intercessors praying at home, and then we wait for the Lord to give us the assignment and the open doors, and we get confirmation of the yes or no. And so everything is strategic, right? It's not just like, oh, I have an anointing. I'm anointed. I'm powerful. Like I can do all things in Christ. Like that's ignorance. Like, what is the Lord telling you? What's your boundaries? What's your jurisdiction? Are you in alignment with that? Or are you in alignment with self, right? Or being pulled by seducing spirits. But he had said him and his team went to Louisiana because there was a warden at a prison that got saved, and he wanted them to go pray over the land. And so they had like quads, and they were going around the territory, like pouring anointing oil and making intercession, going against principalities. And, it's all strategic, because there's some people that preach don't do that. But it's like everything is, we don't do anything because someone says. We obey and surrender to the Lordship of Jesus Christ and what he's saying to do, because we all have different gifts and different calls, right? And so I was like, I want to do that. I'm called to that. But finding it was the hard thing, because it's like in your typical Christian, all these different denominations, I feel like there's so many people that are spellbound, and then people are spellbound. Like
I know what spellbound means, but like, I mean, what do you mean by like people in the church under witchcraft spells?
Yeah, just completely just disassociated. Either they're intentionally still in the occult, holding hands, like behind their back.
Fingers crossed kind of thing.
Yeah. But even then too, like there was a woman that I went in for a service that she was doing, and I always pray. I pray over every person. I was like, Lord, paralyze every demonic entity over any person that cuts my hair, does anything connected to me, right? Even the food, but also anyone that's touching me, right? Because there's impartations that can happen like that. And she's like, so what's your sign? And I was like, oh, here we go.
Here we go. There's your sign.
I was like, well, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. But she's the sweetest. And this is why I want to bring her up, because she's seeking Jesus and she is a Christian. And she's like, God just told me to burn all my tarot cards, because they're seeking healing and power and understanding to the supernatural and the spiritual realm. But because of what's open in their bloodline, they get pulled into activating the occultism that's running through their line, right?
So there's a hijacking that happens.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
an interception between
100%. And so she was like, okay, I'm going to need to talk to you some more to understand. But I'm so glad that she burned them. And that was in her pursuit, saying, I'm not really understanding what's happening with these Christian churches. It's hard for her to find a Christian church, but it's just the discipleship, the mentorship, the equipping. You know what I'm saying? Like, God is wanting to separate us from the mixture. But there's a lot of people in 2026 that want to keep their mixture. And so that's where we have to discern and test the spirits.
Yeah. So you mentioned a lot to me today about 2026 and what you feel is going to be happening this year. One thing I want to confirm with you is that there is this a shift, I would say, happening right now. It started, I think, last year, and it's going to get stronger as this year goes. Amongst just the Christian church, forget denominations. There are people who are, you mentioned about the denial, like they can't deny it anymore. And it's so true. There are people who will, so I was told by, I'm not sure if I can mention his name on this or not, so I'm just going to say, I was told by a pastor friend that there's a shift coming where you're going to see old church double down on what always worked. And there's going to be it's like split in half. And there's this new church that's going to come out where it's going to be like, no, we need to know the supernatural realm. We need to understand this. And there's split coming.
There is,
and I see it. And I even see it in areas where I have a friend, we're not close friends, but we're friendly, John Moffat. And he has a podcast called Theocast. And John, he's Reformed. And so I don't know if you know Reformed, but it's like, have you ever heard of Calvinism?
I mean, I've heard all those different names, but I don't know the depths of them.
Essentially, to just boil it all down to our conversation here, Reformed theology typically does not put a lot of weight in anything that I talk about on my show. It's like, he's one of those crazy people, stay far away, kids. You know what I mean? And John, he's a pastor of a church. He's Reformed theology, but he and other people like Doug Van Dorn started looking years ago to the idea of the supernatural realm and Dr. Michael Heiser teachings and things like that. And John has gone through the ringer right now because I don't remember the name of the organization, and I wouldn't say it right now because I don't want to throw people under the bus. But he started an organization that actually removed him as the leader of the organization because of his beliefs on the supernatural worldview. And so there's this like weird split happening where even like people that are like John, where he's Reformed theology, who traditionally does not mix with anything that I do here. Yet he is saying publicly, you can't get around some of the language in the scripture that points to these things. And because of that, he has now been put in the split on my side of the split. And you know, theologically, him and I would probably differ a lot on things. But when it comes to this stuff and understanding the essence of what's happening around us, we're in the same boat. And because of that, he's been like rejected by old churches.
Right. Yeah, like the old church system. I think that's what the Lord meant by a church within a church, Christian against Christian. That's where we're at. It's like the separation.
And I guess I want to specify, I'm not advocating for church splitting. But I'm just saying like the way people inside the faith view the faith and the depths of their faith and the different paths that depthness goes is going to, and it is splitting in the sense that like there's not agreement on certain things.
Well, it divides. It does divide.
But it doesn't need to divide in the sense of we can't fellowship together, but that is what's going to happen from this because of immature Christians and people who are not prepared to handle the conflict within the walls of that church. And I don't say that lightly because I don't want that to happen. But I've seen it through John's story, but also through even my own personal life. It's to a smaller extent. When I first started doing the podcast, I'd made a lot of bad decisions on how I interacted with people that were Christians around me when I first started. And they did too, though. And when I told them the show that I started back then, it was very heavily experiential based. Tell me your story of how you saw Bigfoot or whatever.
Right.
And I was socially rejected to a certain degree and laughed at, and I didn't feel welcomed, and it made me angry. And so I walked away from the church when I first started the podcast. I was like, I don't need you guys. I can grow spiritually on my own. I don't need this bullcrap. Like, I don't need, I'm not in high school and I don't need to show up on Sunday getting anxiety because I don't know who's going to poke at me. And for, I'd say about 3 or 4 years, I was like in and out of the church trying to different places, but pretty much not. And it hurt me spiritually,
for sure.
you know? And that's what my concern is with a lot of this, is that as I don't want to, you know, quote unquote word curse it. I don't want this to happen, but I don't see it not happening. There being this kind of split because of this. And what I don't want is people who on both sides finding themselves disassociating, you know, because that I can't tell you how many messages I've got from people over the years who are like, you know, I'm a Christian, but I don't talk to Christians and I don't go to church and I'm a Christian on my own. It's like that is like,
you got to have community and
dangerous territory.
accountability 100%. Yeah.
And so, I don't know how I got on that, but welcome to the ADHD show called The Confessionals. About, oh, that's right, your sister and
church. I think it was church. But see, I can see where we're at. Because I do work with SRA survivors and I have the last 5 years. And so when someone goes on TV and says, everyone go to church, find a church, you know, I'm like, no, because I work with people that are raped in church, right? Yeah. I work with people that are programmed by pastors and prophets and they're handlers and programmers. So I'm like, no, don't, you know what I mean? That is a whole.
Because didn't that happen here in Tennessee too? Like you had an experience when you were living here?
Oh, many experiences.
I feel like because you were sharing so much wording, I knew I was going to have a hard time keeping everything track, but I felt like there was some person or something that when you were here, you were trying to help and they almost like they weren't ready for it. They were
they weren't ready. I think, and that's the part is that a lot of people have to be ready and they're not ready.
But wasn't there somebody, maybe it wasn't here in Tennessee that was like, that did experience the abuse within the church?
Oh, yeah, it was in Tennessee. Yeah. So one thing that I learned about Tennessee, which is interesting, is that there's a lot of, which probably isn't a surprise, and I'm sure you've had people talk about it already on your show, where there's a lot of pastors that are from the Masons and they get.
I haven't had anybody mention that.
Okay. Well, they get positioned to pastor these churches to continue programming through the rape, you know, of kids. And I think that's the hard part for me too, is because
you're saying here in Tennessee.
Yeah. Here in Tennessee. Yeah. I remember even driving and just exploring, you know, the territory and the lay of the land of where I was at. And there was like, I wish I would have took a picture of it. It was a huge Mason storage out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Wow.
But and this kind of goes, because I asked the Lord, what do you want me to talk about? And he said, the great deception, mind control, programmers and handlers. And so I think that's key for us to understand, and even Christian programming. So Christian programming is a whole thing. I've worked with people that were programmed by false prophets, that were programmed by deliverance ministers. I had one woman that I worked with and I felt so bad. She went through a pastor and a deliverance ministry and they were like barking at her like a dog and saying, this is how we get rid of Jezebel. And they further fragmented and abused her. So see, this is why there needs to be a call for leaders to heal their stuff, right? It doesn't matter how much you know in the Bible. There's Illuminati families that I've worked with at high levels. They know the Bible like a scholar, you know? So even people that are coming out of New Age, that's something too. And there's so many, it's very multifaceted, because I'm understanding the network of the enemy of how he's trying to seduce people and pull them into, because they don't read their Bible. You know what I mean? So people can grow up Christian, they can have this Christian knowledge of the scriptures and word, but they're like so disassociated from intimacy and relationship. And, you know, there's some leaders I've worked with in Tennessee that can't hear God. And they're like, oh, I can hear God. I'm like, and that's what I love. I love helping walk people through to hear God for themselves, because sometimes there's so much pain and trauma and disassociation in their bloodline that they take on the sense of the religious abuse that they grew up in. And that becomes their God. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That becomes the vision and the picture of who Jesus is, but it's not the real Jesus. You know, it's what their parents presented to them, whether it was unknowingly or knowingly. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot. Can we take a break?
Yeah, if you need to take a break, you can take a break.
It's fine. He can do all the edits of the drinking of the water.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. I don't think. He'll figure it out.
Yes.
We don't worry about Jack's job. Jack worries about his job. So.
Thank you, Jack. We love you.
That's why I know he's over there taking notes of some of the, I'm pretty sure some of the words you said, he's like, well, we'll mute that from YouTube.
Yes.
Which don't censor yourself. That's his job. He censors you.
Okay. Thank you.
But let's go through this list that you mentioned though, because I want to make sure, as I wrote, I was like, man, I should ask you this before we start recording.
Okay.
You said that you felt God telling you that he wants you to talk about great deception, mind control, programmers, and what else?
Handlers.
So let's do this. We kind of talked about it a little bit here with the Tennessee thing, and why don't we? How do you go from coming into being a Christian and starting to learn this new spiritual existence, God, the Holy Spirit's teaching you along the way, to working with Illuminati families?
Yeah, we can.
And I don't know if that involved you being called here to Tennessee. I for me personally, from this end of the table, like I'm very interested in exploring that.
Okay.
And we don't need to make the rest of the show about it, but
No, that's
I'm very interested to just know, how did that calling happen for you to come to Tennessee?
Yeah, that's good.
You moved here to Tennessee. God had you on a mission here.
Yes, an assignment.
An assignment. And so did that have anything to do with this idea of mind control programmers, handlers, Illuminati families, or what? I just know for me on this geographical location that we're sitting, there's, and I don't know the depths of it yet. I don't know if I ever will. I could feel it though through communication with other people. There is ancient, dark,
100%,
supernatural
100%.
principalities
Yeah.
that I think have been here longer than most people. Like even, I think it predates the Cherokee moving here.
Yeah,
And
it does.
so-
I think it even goes back to the Phoenicians and the Canaanites, even with California. Like they came, they did their sacrifices on the land and the bloodshed, and same scripture to this day is that the blood of the children that are being sacrificed and go through these rituals is crying out, and people are like, well, where's God? It's like, we're to rise up. God's waking us up to say, where's your stance? What are you not doing that you need to be doing? And we need to be making intercession. We need to be praying for these kids. And that's where I want to go into, because that's kind of how the assignment started. And it started in 2020 with me having a baby farm dream.
Talk to me about the dream.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
But I want to hear about this dream. Don't gloss over that.
That's what set this course
Okay.
Of working with high level. And the Lord is always speaking to me and preparing me for what's coming. So like, even just in you messaging me, the Lord was like, I can hear his voice, and he's like, Tony's going to message you. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, he's going to message you soon, and he's going to want you on the podcast. And I was like, okay. And he messaged me 2 weeks later from him telling me that. Yeah.
And just to remind people from what we said earlier, you initially messaged me on November 1st, 2024. I didn't actually message you back until August 8th, 2025. So time had passed, and the Holy Spirit spoke that to you. And then I messaged you.
Yeah, you messaged me. Yeah.
Okay.
So I knew it was like confirmation.
Yeah.
And I love that that's how God works. And I think that's where we're going, is that we have to be so entrenched in who he is and removing self and allowing him to put together what he wants to put together, and to just abide in him and what we're called to do in this hour, But so I was already working with Christians, and I specifically work with a lot of leaders, because a lot of Christian leaders don't have support. They go through so much warfare, things in their marriage, things with their kids, nightmares, sleep paralysis, all the things, and there's no support, right? And so the Lord, even with a church in California, he'll position me to love on pastors and leaders, but people never know. So like, it's always like, we connect. Of course, no one knows, which is, I'd rather it be that way. So the Lord will just position me around certain people to make intercession for them, because these pastors wanted to leave their whole role of pastoring because of 2020 and COVID and everything happening. And the Lord allowed me to encourage them, and they trusted me, and I got another intercessor on, and we were able to pray for them and encourage them. And so I feel like that's so important, that Christian leaders have a safe place, because we feel like when we go through hard things, we feel like we have to go through them alone, and we don't, but it's just praying and asking the Lord to bring pure-hearted people with pure intentions that are called on assignment to intercede for someone with what they're going through. So I have a passion for that. And with the baby farm dream, so again, over a decade doing healing and deliverance with a lot of leaders. I've worked with famous. I had one guy reach out to me. He's like, someone referred your information to me. And he was like, I'm a famous worship leader in California. I don't want no one to know what I'm going through. But someone said, I can trust you. And he shared all the stuff he was going through. He shared that how he was part of the MS-13 gang, in his background, and then how he was seeking healing after he found Jesus and he couldn't find it in the church. So he went into New Age retreats and that created a whole thing.
Yeah.
And then he was going through massive spiritual warfare in his marriage and with his kids. And so I worked with him for, I think it was a good month or two, just interceding for him, giving him strategy, wisdom, understanding, and being a safe place for what he was going through. And so the Lord always organically aligns that stuff. I'm just the obedient vessel, like, okay, Lord. So I've had a history already of having credible accountability, seasoned leaders. I mean, even being under a strike team where we did spiritual mapping, because I finally found a team of women that understood what spiritual mapping was, but I had to go looking, I had to go seeking and asking questions because I wasn't finding it in the local church. And so someone gave me her information, and she happened to be connected to having Dr. Laura Singer on the call to do some teaching. And so that's kind of been the realm of where the Lord has had me being trained and discipled and mentored with very well-known, credible, seasoned Christians. And I think that's very rare and hard to find today because a lot of people are just going off, and not having that. And I feel like when we're doing this level of warfare, it's so important for us to have that. I mean, even to this day, I have to have that accountability and that support. So I say all that to say that having that experience when I had the baby farm dream, it's like something hit me, like, this is why I never died. I was always threatened with near-death experiences. And I'm like, I never died because God sustained my life so that I can help these people, right? And I was starting to understand my call more. And can I share the baby farm dream a little bit? Okay.
Yeah.
So 2020, everybody's going through all the things. I think California got it really bad. I was very rebellious, I'm not putting that mask on, guys. I was like, this is a rehearsal. This is a rehearsal for the mark of the beast. I'm not putting that on. And, my ex-husband was like, you're so rebellious. You're the most rebellious Christian I've ever met. And that's a whole story in itself. And then, I was volunteering for the church, but I didn't want to put the mask on in the church. So they're like, well, you have to go outside then. So I had to stand outside and do whatever it is that they wanted me to do. And then I was working in healthcare, and just quickly to talk about healthcare, this is crazy. And I think this is a message to encourage a lot of people because, we're told get the bachelor's degree, get that license, clinical social work, or, get your roles right through college or through whatever so that you can be secure. Such a lie. So I was working in healthcare for the state, and I don't know if you need to cut that out or not, but I could feel the shift of what was happening, and it wasn't a good shift. Right. And I remember we were a home visiting program to where we would support people going through really hard things medically or doing postpartum assessments. And I loved it. I'm like, I get paid to go love on people and do home visiting. I love loving on people right where they're at. And COVID happened. Oh, home visiting program. You can't visit them anymore. So you're going to be doing computer stuff. They literally overnight, and we got all of this before people, right? I got a lot of the behind the scenes before the people did. And I got to experience that. And God typically does that with me, where I get to experience things firsthand of what we're going to go through before it happens. And my mentor is like, oh, that's a parabolic prophet. I'm like, that sounds like a bomb. That doesn't sound good. Parabolic. She's like, yeah, you're a living parable. You live it out in real time in your life, what the body of Christ is going to go through. Wow. And I'm like, no, it all makes sense now.
That sounds terrible.
I was like, do I have to? Lay it down, surrender. So overnight, just quickly, I feel like this is important because it was a hard time, but they completely removed our role and responsibility and job title and put us under pharmacy. And they said, you are now going to call 80 pregnant people and have them get the vaccine. And I was like, absolutely not. I'm not going to do that. And they're like, well, I don't know if you have a choice. And I was like, yeah, you're going to have to give me something else. And then we had a meeting with our new director, who is pharmacy, and we get on the call and she's like, okay, so I have a couple things for you guys. I did this full report. I don't know if she called it Gen Z or what she called it, but she basically said, I'm going to teach you guys and train you guys how to use 2 types of fear to convince people to take the vaccine. And I thought, you've got to be kidding me right now.
So far.
And they're like, what incentives can we give people? Oh, people want their kids in football. People want to travel. People want to see their family members that are in the hospital. So let's use that to manipulate and control them so that they can get the vaccine, because that'll kind of help them understand you're doing what you need to do. I had to resign, obviously. It was my protest non-negotiable. And I even said it publicly on the call. Everybody was looking at me like a crazy lady. I was like, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. I was like, you guys can test me and see how many gift cards you can give me, but I'm not going to do it, right? I'm not vaccinating my kids. I'm not vaccinating, and so resigned. And I ended up having a DoorDash. And I remember crying, like, God, how are we going to eat? How are we going to do things? It just didn't make sense. I'd have to go deliver food. And I'm like, how? I was making 100,000 in the year. We were finally doing good because I come from a long line of poverty and violence and just chaos. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like this isn't fair. And I feel like a lot of us, military, first responders, people in CPS had to leave their jobs because of crazy things. And even within CPS and DHS, I've worked in all those different formats and seen the most corruption. And I even have a close friend who had to leave CPS because kids were being trafficked through DHS and foster care and CPS and things like that. And so we all are having a sacrifice and have little, but just leaning on the Lord for our daily bread, right?
Yeah.
And then all that's happening right before I have the baby farm dream.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And so the baby farm dream, is the baby farm dream what brought you in the calling to come here to Tennessee? What was the charge that brought you?
Okay, so if you wanted a little bit sooner, just so we can track, one thing that I learned in my decree writing, so the Lord brought me into this community to be able to activate my voice and my gift and my decrees, warring for the kids. And that came through my dream, because no one can digest the dream that I just had. And so when I came across these leaders, they understood. A lot of people in intercession and ministries, it's too dark. We don't want to go there. We don't want to hear that. I don't know why God chose me for that, because I'm like, can I have done something else? This is a lot, right? But he did. And so when I had the dream, I shared that with them. And I feel like they understood the mandate and the call that I had. And that's when I started engaging in strike team, being on a part of their strike team and spiritual mapping and intercession. And so my dreams, the Lord would bring them. But that dream specifically set me on course to work with high-level whistleblowers and people, Illuminati bloodlines, which, let me just share the dream real quick.
Please,
yeah. So I think it was in about middle and 2020. But I didn't know any of what we know today, because everything on Instagram and online, it's like they're talking about the Epsteins, they're talking about SRA, they're talking about, you know what I mean? Like, it's all there.
Yeah.
I didn't know half of that. Okay. I didn't know half of that. And so in the dream, I woke up, well, you know what I mean? Having the dream, there was a bathroom stall, but I was underground. And when I was underground, everything was brick and gray and cold. And then there was a nurse, but she looked super old school. Like, I felt like I was a little bit back in time, possibly in Germany, maybe. She had this German look to her features, an older woman. And I was walking through each bathroom stall, opening it, and there was pregnant women with a hospital gown on. And the nurse was taking them trays of drugs, every drug you can think of. And I think she was having them pre-abort their baby at 6 months, because that's kind of what I can see. The Lord graced me to not be able to see the babies, after they had died, like a stillborn. But I could see the ladies, like, it was plain as day, and they were so drugged in their hospital gowns, pregnant. And the nurse was giving them drugs. And on the tray, it was like a metal hospital tray with every drug you can think of. And then she'd come and collect the babies. And I didn't know if she could see me or hear me. And so she was collecting the babies. And I remember saying, "What are you going to do with those babies?" And she literally, with the most demonic voice and tone and sound, she said, "I'm going to burn them." And she put them in this like little container and threw them in this bin, and was like going to set them on fire. And instantly I thought of Molech, sacrifice. In the Bible, it talks about Molech and Baal and the sacrifice of children, and what that brings energetically for Satan's kingdom. And I woke up and I'm like, what the heck was that? The Lord literally said, "I want you to go look up baby farms." I never heard this in my entire life. Okay. So I go online and I'm like, baby farms. The first thing that pops up is 2019, Oprah Winfrey's spiritual advisor, John of God, arrested for baby farms all over the world.
I don't know.
And I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is a thing? Because I didn't know. And the Lord said, "I want you to start researching this, and I want you to start praying." So I started doing that. And then I let my mentor know. And she kind of understood like what that was leading to. I ended up getting Kathy O'Brien's book, and she, we did a spiritual mapping in San Francisco, and she literally,
what's the title of the book?
Kathy O'Brien's testimony book. I can't remember the name.
I feel like I have
Transformation, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like I have it somewhere around here.
Man, San Francisco is the most mentioned city, I think, out of all the conspiracies, no matter what topic. Fucking San Francisco.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry,
And that was a hard read. I don't recommend, if you're not called and healed, don't read it, because that was a really difficult read. I don't even think I finished it all. But she ended up giving me also Bryce Taylor, who I think she was also an MK Ultra and sex slave, right? It was a huge book, and she landed it in my lap, and so that took me on researching and praying and interceding. And then I had
True.
another
If you can avoid San Francisco, avoid it. If you live there, sorry.
dream where in the heels of like the Bay Area, kind of, there was kids coming out of the mountain, and there was like a white flag. And then I was with
Of
my
course there
mentor in the
was.
dream. I was with my mentor and her husband. And I'm like, there's kids coming out. We go over the barbed wire and the kids are coming out, but we don't have enough, transportation. Where are we taking them? What are we doing? And the Lord said, no one's ready. Because I understand government sponsored kidnapping at a degree that I would rather not know all that I know, because these systems have been so infiltrated in their programming centers, a lot of them. And so they would just re-traffic the kids, right? So that's not going to be an option. And then you got the church pastors doing what they're doing, right? Harming kids and just all these horrific demonic things happening with pedophilia. And so I feel like God is saying we're coming into a season of building anew. Like we're coming into a season of the Book of Acts church, and he is challenging everyone to kind of reflect and see, where are you? Where do you need to be? What am I calling you to do? But I feel like we're going to look different. You know what I'm saying? Like you were talking about the system and structure of church, how the enemy set it up within America, like that isn't going to stand. And if anything, it'll just kind of go into a formation of aligning with the one world religion. That's what I see that stream happening.
Okay.
And then you have the other stream of the followers of Christ, lay down lovers. I'm willing to do anything for you, Jesus, even though we're all different denominations. And we're like the fiery ones, we're the watchmen, we're the ones that God's called to rise up, right? And we do need the men to rise up like never before. I will say that. Okay, so there we are there.
I love it. I love it. I don't love the dream.
New stitch required. For those of you who were looking at the pattern earlier, I have made it to this part, R14, and I need to see how to do something called a descending stitch. I think it's descending. Is that the word? Is that what this said? No, decrease. That's close. Decrease. Crochet. How do I decrease? I think I'm doing like the back of the head. Tutorial. Show me.
To do a regular decrease stitch, first start by putting your hook under the next horizontal V.
Wait. Under the next.
Start by putting.
It doesn't look like the next one. It's like. Well, I guess it is.
Your hook under the next horizontal V. Then yarn over by bringing the hook down below and behind the working yarn, and then pull that yarn through the hole that the hook just went into. So it should look like you have 2 loops on the hook.
That looks annoying.
Now you're gonna stick your hook under the next available horizontal V. So it should look like you've got 4 loops on your hook now. You're gonna yarn over again by bringing the hook below and behind the yarn, and pull the yarn through just the first 2 loops on the hook. So now it should look like you have 3 loops on the hook.
I hate this. This is the worst one so far.
Yarn over again by bringing the hook below and behind the working yarn, and then pull that yarn through all 3 loops on the hook. So you are left with 1 loop on the hook.
Please don't count this whole thing.
And that is a regular decrease stitch.
No, it is 1. This is the worst one so far. I had the others memorized. I was slaying, and now I have to learn a whole new bullshit. All right. Fuck. All right. Someone else was like, I thought decrease was just skipping a loop. No wonder some stuff looked weird. All right. Let me make that faster because that was painful to watch.
To do a regular decrease stitch, first start by putting your
Okay, I'm gonna start there. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna put it. Hold on. This is. Okay, so yeah, this thing. Because this is part of. Well, no, it has to be this one. Okay.
your hook under the next horizontal V. Then yarn over by bringing the hook down below and behind the working yarn, and then pull that yarn through the hole that the hook just went into. So it should look like you have 2 loops on the hook. Now you're going to stick your hook under the next available horizontal V. So it should look like you've got 4 loops on your hook now.
Yeah.
You're going to yarn over again by bringing the hook below and behind the yarn.
Okay.
And pull the yarn through just the first 2 loops on the hook. So now it should look like you have 3 loops on the hook.
But then what?
Yarn over again by bringing the hook below and behind the working yarn, and then pull that yarn through all 3 loops on the hook, so you are left with 1 loop on the hook. And that is a regular decrease stitch.
Okay, wasn't that bad. All right. That wasn't so terrible. Okay. We did it. It was worse when it was slow.
No, but
yeah.
it kind of
But the call.
Yeah, and it kind of goes with. I was talking about it a few weeks ago on a live show. Me, and actually a lot of people I don't know, but I've seen them around, have been feeling like there's something coming this year, and it's coming from under the ground.
Oh, okay.
And I've seen different interpretations of it, but there's a common theme that keeps popping up, which is underground, and rising,
You're
underground,
right.
rising.
I agree with that.
And just hearing what you were saying and stuff, just from your dream,
Yeah.
the two dreams,
Yeah.
both have
Yeah.
the idea of underground, the children coming up
Yeah.
out of the ground,
Yeah.
and I think that there's a lot of going to be a lot of demonic manifestation moving forward.
Oh, yeah.
And there's going to be sites that people see that they didn't know could exist even in a movie.
100%. Yeah. I think we're here. Yeah, I think we're there. And just to kind of talk about Tennessee, the one thing that I learned in my research, and a lot of my decrees were against the programming that Michael Aquino was a part of. And I don't know.
Who is that? I looked him up, and
Yeah,
I didn't know who
he was a part of psychological warfare.
Okay.
And I believe he took Aleister Crowley's magic to the highest level.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. But he's like, I guess, the head person. He was the head person in military for psychological warfare.
And was he here?
Yeah. He had a lot of training bases in Tennessee
For
psychological warfare, psychic programs, MK Ultra, all the things.
Really?
Yeah. And so what's interesting about when the Lord was calling me to intercede for Tennessee, I felt like something was going to come out from Tennessee that is aligned with him. And I started learning.
Aligned with who? Aquino or the Lord?
Yeah, Aquino. But then I came across a military manual that he had, and I can't find it now, but in the military manual, it was interesting, and I can't recall everything that it said, but I just know that it has to do with the end time agenda and what they're going to try to do through the military. And so when I started seeing the military in LA, started seeing the military in Minnesota, I'm like, okay, I think we're in that next phase of what he had originally wanted. And because he has a lot of his programming too with MK Ultra and satanic ritual abuse, they get programmed with these altars of function, like identity, roles, responsibilities. So when they say they're amongst us, like they're literally amongst us, and a lot of them are Christian, and I don't think people understand that. And a lot of people in the New Age were raised in that type of programming, right? And put through horrific rituals, because in order for the program to solidify itself through these kids, it's extreme sexual torment and suffering. And then, and see, when I started learning about this, I didn't realize that they get so fragmented and disassociated that they split so many times that they have no memory. So the amnesic walls go up, and then they have the frontal presenter Christian self or whatever. A lot of them are extremely gifted. I mean, they do have a call, but they're just on the other side, right? And I feel like people's programming this year is getting pulled on. And that's why it's so important to use wisdom and discernment and understanding and counsel, and have, many advisors. And Proverbs, it talks about that, because of the deception where programmers are given platforms, to speak, and then they're operating with sorcery and operating with things that are functioning. And it's pulling people into the great deception, where I'm literally seeing people be triggered, where they're going into doctrines of demons, you know what I mean? Or the enemy is just like getting a hold of them, where they're being pulled away and into darkness, into perversion, into things that would be outside of their Christian character. And that's just one stream of people, because then when we're talking about New Age and occultism, they're trying to come and infiltrate Christians, but specifically target Christians who are called, to take them out, because that's, their assignment.
So you're laying out different war tactics from different enemy camps.
Yeah, 100%.
On the church.
100%.
So you have you mentioned just now New Age, the occult.
Yeah.
But also these, I don't know what you call it, leaders that are programmed inside the church.
Yeah.
Like and what you're saying is, it seems like this year moving forward, there's gonna be an activation of
100%. And it might be in February. I know February is a high occult holiday, and I know
that?
I can't remember the exact holiday it is, but I know it's they mock and do a lot of horrific things, mocking the crucifixion of Jesus. And I think there's other things with Stonehenge and stuff. It's just demonic. But even with the New Agers, can I just tell you, I learned a lot too. Like, I worked in a Christian homeschool. I'm like, Lord, why do you, when I was door dashing and doing all these things, I'm like, maybe I'll just work at a Christian school, right? And then I was witnessing that the kindergartner teachers were witches. Like outright? Witches, like they don't look like it. They look so opposite. And that's the interesting thing, is that they have spell crafting rooms in their house, and they're so entrenched in it. And then they get put into these Christian churches. And I was like, so everybody's like, oh, are you going to put your kids in there? I'm like, absolutely not. And then
But the Christian, no, they're not.
and the Lord said, I want you to start praying for these kids. Wow. And so I started making intercession. So again, it's like spiritual sniper. No one has no idea. And he's sending people out on assignment and to make intercession for the kids and against what the kingdom of Satan is trying to do through these unhealed people that are opening doors that they have no idea what they're opening. You know what I mean? Yeah. And even with like the whole starseed thing that I started learning about, like rays, starseeds, again, I didn't know anything about that. And then God started sending people to me. Like, one girl came to me. She's like, I got deliverance. Demons were cast out. I went through healing, like all these things. She's like, but grays are still visiting me in my room. And I feel like you're the only person that I can talk to about this.
Whoa.
And then I started learning about that. And then another lady, she said, I've gone through deliverance. I've gone through healing. But I remember my dad teaching me how to astral project at 5. And I blacked out and a portal opened and a gray came through.
Wow.
So, and then they're visiting her. You know what I mean? They're visiting her now in her room. And she has these experiences of them doing surgery. And so that's what I mean. Like, we're beyond healing and deliverance. Like, that was old wineskin. We're so far past that. Like we can't stay stuck there. We need to move forward in what the Lord is having us do, because it's not the same. You know what I mean? The warfare is not the same. Even the strategic targets aren't the same. And the entities, and I feel like each state is being challenged. Like, who are you going to seat? Are you going to unseat Jesus? Are you going to seat a principality? Are you, like, who do you serve? Who does your state serve? Right. And so I think the question for intercessors is, are you willing to surrender and submit the things that you need to work on internally so that you can be a watchman with a pure heart and clean hands and fulfill what God has called you to fulfill here on earth, right? And I think that's where we're at. Like, we can't keep our head in the sands. We can't go back and forth. I mean, after I had that baby farm dream and I started reading the books on MK Ultra, the Lord gave me a word saying, Operation Rescue the Children. Like, his heart is for the children. And if you have churches and pastors, which you do, because I've worked with them, that are being raped, that are being abused, and even working at a higher level when I was around other ministries that make so much money, and they're actually, a part of a network that is compromised. And the Lord said, Christina, I want you to know, when I got to that level of where I was able to see things in real time around Illuminati bloodlines and families and things that were happening at a high level with 3-letter agency families and kids that were being trafficked for nefarious things. He said, many people are going to sell out. I want you to know that. And I was like, okay, God. And he said, they're going to sell out, but they're going to continue to use my name. And I want you to know that. And I was like, okay. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not a game. It's not just, she's just saying this to say this. Like, we're in active warfare. And I think that's what's interesting with Tennessee is they were so against the war. Yeah. Like, change your name. I don't think it should be done. I almost changed it. Because they're like, I don't think it should be called Daughters of Warfare. It should be something else, or what do you do? And I'm like, well, I have this ministry and the Daughters of Warfare. And it was like a word curse. Like, you're saying the F word. Yeah. Like, we don't want to hear that. The war's over. Like, no, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I remember going into someone's house, and it was so interesting because they weren't saved, but they had like dead things, like a dead bat and like pictures of dead people. And she works at mental health. And, just for the protection of naming, I was able to kind of help this Christian leader understand like what's happening in your bloodline and why we marry who we marry, why we start opening these doors to these different things. But I think it's so important for Christians to understand that if you can't hear God, like, there is a block and God wants to meet you there. Yeah. Like, where did this block start? What can we do to help you break down that wall and be integrated into the love relationship with the true Jesus Christ of Nazareth? But I think too, what's difficult is that there's so many false Jesuses. Mm-hmm. And I even challenge people when I work with people coming out of the occult, like, ask the Lord to expose any counterfeit voices, counterfeit Holy Spirit, counterfeit Jesus. But yeah, there's just so many different networks. It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's wild. Mm-hmm. You mentioned about the old wineskin and mm-hmm. deliverance, and I find that interesting because there is. So, like, I don't think you're saying there's no need for deliverance.
No, we still need it.
It's like
it's just
pulling back a layer of an onion. There's a new layer to pull back now.
Yeah.
And I had a stirring, I suppose, mm-hmm. in that line. Mm-hmm. Because what you were talking about with the idea of the grades and stuff, and the one woman said that she's been delivered and all that stuff, and she's like, I still have them coming and visiting me, and I hear that stuff, and it's like, okay, so what's the next level here? Where do we go with that? And so I do that rings true to me. I wouldn't say I have an answer to my own question, but it's more. There's definitely a new wineskin being put into the forefront.
Yeah, there is.
And so I just, yeah. So, I want to wrap up Tennessee here with this one final question, unless there's more, because I know you mentioned to me about I can never say it, Solomonic magic.
Oh, yeah.
The psychological operations with Michael.
Yeah.
Were you brought here specifically for that, do you think?
I still ask the Lord the depths of the assignment. I just don't know if people were ready.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't received, honestly, if I can say that. It was hard to be received in California. It was hard to be received in Tennessee. And so it's not that wasn't my call and assignment. I feel like God did call me, but when people choose to engage their free will or denial over that, to deny what God is wanting to do, then God says, to keep moving forward. But I did make intercession. I did pray. I feel like, I got aligned with you.
Yeah.
So there was work that was done. But see, there's something interesting about Tennessee, California. I feel like New York and North Carolina. I believe he had a lot of underground bases in those states, and a lot of survivors. There's millions of survivors.
Underground.
Right? Underground, above ground. Oh, I didn't even tell you about when I crossed through Minnesota. It looked like Somalia. And I think I moved there in 2023 temporarily as I journeyed through, crossed over into Tennessee. And I was like, why does it look like Somalia here? Like, I don't understand. And I was in St. Cloud, Minnesota, and that was 2023. And there was a prison across the street from this apartment. And the Lord said, there's active tunnels underground and there's children. I want you to pray.
Wow.
And so I don't think people understand the trafficking of children is happening right under us, and the networks, and even in the hospitals. I worked with someone that had her child trafficked and taken through the government. They call it government-sponsored kidnapping. And again, she's from a family of the 3-letter agencies. And there's this thing that I'm just curious and I'm asking the Lord about. I'm like, I feel like through the bloodline and the seed war, they're taking these kids to position them into places of influence, and I think we've seen that along the lines, and we're seeing it today. But one thing I do want to say that I found out as I was working with SRA survivors the last, 6 years is that the enemy needs a certain amount of energy to usher in the Antichrist. Okay. And so in order to do that, what I've witnessed behind the scenes is that there's people coming out of the occult and New Age, and then their system gets flipped. It literally reminds me of the Manchurian Candidate with Denzel Washington. A system of their internal system of their presenter personality gets flipped, and they get hijacked. And either an entity comes forward or a part of their humanity. And that's why with deliverance, it's important, because sometimes the demon that's yelling and screaming, it's a part of their humanity. And you can't cast out a part of someone's humanity. And so sometimes when people are manifesting, like there was a false prophet that the Lord revealed to me in California, Los Angeles, 2 false prophets actively famous now. And they were channeling spirit. So people are thinking they're getting delivered when really they're being contracted to the enemy and being hijacked of their essence, their finances, their spiritual gifts. People are astral projecting Christians and they don't know why. And something that I've learned to understand is that these false prophets that have their system flipped into a satanic altar of their humanity, unknowingly, it could be both. They're putting these people on assignment. So spiritually, through the sorcery or however you want to call it, they speak to each other, right? And if their third eye is open, if they've been, especially New Age and occultists, like they've been through all these retreats, they've been to Peru, they've been to rituals, activation, so they're loaded. They're literally like cult, energized object, temple in itself. And they're so loaded, and then they go into these churches, they go into these ministries, and there's assignments that the false prophet puts them on and will literally speak to their internal part and tell them. So there's people I've worked with, and that part of their identity comes forward. It's very different. And they will tell me, like, this person told me to gather gems, gather this. I've worked with another young survivor that would talk about gems. And I'm learning that a lot of gems and diamond programming and gem programming, it's connected to the Illuminati. It's essence. They're going and hijacking and taking people's essence. And I know that's like extreme because, your typical
Welcome
Christians would be like, hey, that's too far. But it's a real reality because there's a lot of Christians even that are having dreams, spirits show up, human spirits. You can't cast out a human spirit. You can't. They're human. You know what I mean? You got to have the angelic host come and escort them out of your house, away from you, because people can astral project, dead and living. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not the same as I rebuke you or get out in Jesus' name. It's not a demon. It's a different warfare. It's a different strategy.
So you said about taking the essence. She's famous in my mind because she's so awesome. But I had her on the show several times. She's due for another appearance. Her name's, we call her Fringe.
Okay.
You can find her on X. Okay. She goes by Fringe. It's at fringedot.com, COM. And she's gone through abduction scenarios and all that stuff. And one of the things that she describes is this idea from her vantage point and what I've started calling soul sucking.
Oh yeah, pretty much. That's what it is.
Taking,
yeah.
And it does, you're right, it does sound extreme, but
it's real.
the more you hear it and the more people talk about it, and then I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but Ezekiel 13:18, I think. I think last time I referenced it on the show, I said it backwards and I said 18:13, and people were like, "It's nowhere there." I'm like,
well, let's
"What's
look
the
it up.
but it literally is God reprimanding a false prophetess who is stealing the essence, the souls of people.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it was extreme for me too. Like I talked with Fringe and I had a great conversation with her, and I feel like this a little bit with even you, but with other people as well. It's like at times I feel unequipped to hold a conversation on certain things, you know?
Yeah.
And with her, I felt that immensely. But once another guest on the show brought it up to me about Ezekiel 13:18, it was like everything just aligned. I was like, oh, wow.
It confirms because you need that.
Yeah.
You needed that. You needed to stand on that. Yeah.
And there's just so much in the scripture that validates people's lived experiences. And you were talking about the prophetess, or I think you said there's two, or
yeah, there's two. I would call them programmers. One of them, I'm literally like, are you even human at this point? Like,
so it's not that it's just as simple as it's somebody being used by the enemy. You believe that it's somebody willingly being used.
I mean, I don't even know what their level of programming was. Like, who programmed
That's
them?
true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Like, who's their programmer? Is it someone in Africa? Is it someone in the Middle East? Like, I mean, the network is so far and wide. But I think I've been, and this is an interesting thing because I gave a warning to a leader not to go see one of the false prophets. And she was so fragmented. And I offered her healing for me and some other women to help her healing, and she declined. And so I feel like the Lord will always have a heart for his children, and he'll always present someone on their path to bring healing, but they can choose to use their free will to decline what God is trying to bring to them. Yeah. And he doesn't control. Jesus doesn't control. And that's the beauty of Jesus, is that we can choose. He's a gentleman, right? But she declined. And I kid you not, she went to go get anointed by this false prophet and came back. We had a meeting, and she literally took on his last name and had a picture of her and him.
What?
Yeah.
That happened fast.
Yeah, literally. I mean, and I warned, and I sought counsel, because giving warnings is hard, right? So I sought counsel from people like, I'm discerning this. The Lord's saying to say this to her. Well, Christina, you need to be obedient no matter what she says or what she thinks. So I'm like, okay. And I let her know. And she still booked the ticket to go see him. I think it was in South Africa. Got anointed by him, all the things, came back, took on his last name. And that's a pattern. It's like
Did she marry him?
Well, they in the spirit.
Whoa.
So then I'm like, God, I hope I heard you right. Cause I literally, and then I get confirmation when I see that. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
that's demonic. Like that's a demonic forged marriage in darkness.
Yep.
And what's interesting is the Lord is so good that he literally a year after that started sending me people that were horrifically abused by him in high degrees. Right. And I started understanding the patterns and the dynamic of what he's up to. So what I'm learning is that people who are highly charged with things that are active in their bloodline or programming or all of the above, because they're denying healing, right? Or what they need to see. They're being pulled and seduced by sorcery to these false prophets, pastors, churches, however you want to call it, and then getting completely taken over. Wow. And then they go out and multiply, right? And gain a following, gain an influence, deceive the masses.
Do you feel like there's not an end time army, but like, do you feel like there's this gearing up and there's all this activation happening because there is this final battle that's coming? For me, and I asked the question feeling like I knew what the answer was, but I just careful not to put words in your mouth. Yeah. But for me, it just feels like there's something really big coming, and what you're talking about is you're pulling back the curtain on what the other side is preparing for.
Exactly. I mean, even in February with the Super Bowl coming up, I mean even when we talk about high level DID and programmers, I can recognize when and the enemy always uses pain. Pain is the gateway to flip someone's system. So you can be a Christian, you can have all the Christian lingo, but also be born in an Illuminati family and have no idea of the programming that you went through from like in the womb until 12 or until 35. And then because of pain and something really extreme and traumatic that happens to you at a certain age, it will flip that program system. And then now you're in the system that is basically an Antichrist spirit. And I'm witnessing that with Christians too, where they're like, but I love sin. I love perversion. I love all these things, and it's like, you need to choose this day who you're going to serve. Yeah. I mean, and even, when I started doing deliverance in like 2010, 11, I would the Lord would allow me to like sense through discernment what spirit they were fighting. Or I'd have like thoughts or visions of something that they were wrestling with that they wouldn't say. And I didn't know that was a gift. I thought it was a curse because I was like, Lord, I don't like this. I don't want it. And I remember throwing down, like I literally gave it to him. Can't remember the year. I was like, I don't want to be any part of this. It's too much, right? To have that gift. And I remember maybe a year or two later, this lady, I went to this event and she's like praying over me and she went to go grab bread. And I was like, no, don't grab the bread. Don't grab the bread because bread represents deliverance. I don't want to do it. And she's like, the Lord is calling you back into deliverance. And I was like, dang it. So I feel like we're being called. And we can choose to forfeit our destiny. We can choose to be outside of the Lord's destiny. So yes, Christians are being challenged. Christians that have been a Christian for 40 years, 15 years, 1 year, like they're being challenged to choose. Who's your loyalty to? And I think that's the biggest part with this is that there's altars of someone's humanity that can have loyalty to the demonic kingdom because of what came in through their family line, right? And they have to continue to war for purity and war for righteousness and war for the call that God's given them. But some of them are getting taken into that great apostasy where they're going outside of his covering and choosing darkness.
Wow. You mentioned about the, actually, I forget how you laid it out, but you brought up the idea of astral projection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Are these leaders astral projecting?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Are they, so like I had a lady in here
Looks
who
like a hat.
went through
Charmander.
significant abuse.
Okay.
It's the head of Charmander, so it kind of makes sense.
And she was actually owned by Epstein.
Okay.
And one thing she brought up was how, now I know you were referencing like a false prophet in the church.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're bringing this up.
But she brought up how these evil people, they practice astral projection.
Yes.
And they actually meet in the astral realm and hold meetings there.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
undetectable.
Yep.
And so it's like, no, I would never have been to Tennessee. And they can say physically they've never been to Tennessee.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the unseen war. And
Right.
I witnessed that when I was, so I'm glad you brought that up because that's something I got to experience that when I was having all those dreams, the baby farm dream and just the kids and all, and learning about, Aquino's military operation and the psychic, operation and Project Paperclip and just learning and understanding and writing decrees against it and a rescuing for the children. It felt so big. And I felt like no one wanted to listen. You know what I mean? And I know that's how the survivors feel. And I feel so bad. I'm like, man, they go through so much hijacking and deception where they can't trust anyone. And that's the biggest thing that I've come against is that people are like, Christina, I've come across this ministry and this deprogramming ministry and this healing ministry and this pastor and this church, and they just are part of the network. But I say all that to say that after, I think I was flying to Texas for a conference, and it was around that time of like reading those books on MK Ultra and slaves, mind control, government mind control. And I said, God, this is too big. This is too big. How do we win this war? And I kid you not, God took me into a vision while I was on the airplane. And in the vision, I saw a file cabinet open up and I saw all these files come up, right? And then I saw a big brown basket come in front of me with like gun clips, tons of gun clips. And the Lord said, you're going to win this war through the files, the clips, and the images that are going to come forth. That's how you're going to win this war. So yeah, our government isn't going to release anything, but the survivors and the people that have this hardcore evidence, it's going to be so made public or mainstream that the Lord said people won't be able to stomach it. Right. And he's bringing everything up to the surface. Right. And so I feel like it gives me hope to let people know that there are people that are seeking purity and for the Lord to bring out any contamination that they might have in any way or capacity so that they can be pure, spotless, vessels, bride of Christ, so that they can carry and continue the mantle and continue to enforce the call that God's given them so that they have somewhere safe. And I think that's the biggest problem today is that people all over the world, they have the information, they have the videos, they have the files, they have everything, right? But they have no one to trust. Like, who do we take this to that we can trust? Because there are lives that have been taken out. Like I've almost had my life taken out several times. Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, this is very real. But see the astral projecting. So even in that moment of that season where the Lord was kind of preparing me, I had another vision. And this is through intercession. I'm before the Lord. I'm praying. I'm in my word. I'm sitting down with him. I'm asking him for understanding. What do you need me to see? What do you need me to hear? And I remember going into a vision, and it's like just a flash as my eyes were closed, and it was a courtroom. And there was whistleblowers, there were advocates, there were people standing up, voicing, you know what I'm saying? But they're being slammed by astral projection. They're being, astral projecting, going in their house. They don't know. They have no context, right? And the Lord said there's gonna be so much sorcery and witchcraft coming after these people. And there's even a lot of whistleblowers in Hollywood that get taken out.
Yeah.
Either their money gets taken, their kids get taken. Like when your kids get taken, that's like number one rule for high level Illuminati families is that when you are not obedient or when you're on assignment, the number one thing that they do is take your kids away from you and your money. And so there are a ton of people that are Christian and that come from this high level programming, but they're not ready to let go of their loyalties to the family line, to the family name, to what the kingdom of darkness has brought, because there's always trades. There's trades on the trading table of Satan where there's always a trade being made. But there's trades on the trading table of the sea of glass, which is in heaven. So that's where we war, right? Seated in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, far above powers, principalities. We war from rest and victory and authority. But it doesn't mean we just sit there ignorant. Like I think we're in active engagement right now, like without a doubt.
You mentioned about people being taken out. I think I've talked about this on the show before. I don't talk about it often, but so there's people being taken out for so many different things.
Yeah.
And it's all like there's different armies in one grand army, but different armies operate different ways. They have different missions. And I'm talking the spiritual realm and how it manifests in the physical. I'm in contact with a guy who is on what is known as the Clinton kill list.
Okay.
And you talk about landing spots for the information. Like, I don't know if I'm the right person for that, And so for years, I've been trying to help him find the right landing spot for his he needs a real journalist. He has paperwork. He has a paper trail.
That's what I mean. And I think that's where we're at.
Yeah. And so I'm kind of like, I'm on a little side quest myself, just trying to find somebody that he can land with.
Someone safe.
Because he's getting older now. Like he if he's going to tell a story, it needs to happen soon. He's in his 70s. And but I mean, he has court documentation. He has so much stuff.
That's what I mean.
So yeah, I mean, all right. So I don't want to move past. This keeps coming back in the conversation, and I want to make sure I ask this question before I forget again. You mentioned about the Illuminati families.
Oh yeah.
You have direct experience with working with people from Illuminati families. How did that whole thing unfold for you? Like, I mean, was it that God brought that person to you, or did they find you?
Yeah, it's just everything that I shared, like the foundational pieces since the baby farm dream and all of that, and then working with whistleblowers and advocates, he aligned those relationships, and then I got to kind of witness like the contamination within Christianity, and I mean, there was even one woman. She was like, can you be on this podcast with me and just watch me as I'm on this podcast to pray for me? And then I got on the podcast and the guy was Christian, but there was a new woman on it. And my discernment was like, this is not good, whoever that lady is. And it wasn't. And I said, and there were people on there that were claiming to be deprogrammers for SRA. They were not. And I was like, I think I'm praying, but I think you should get off of there right now. Like, just get off. And she said, I felt the same way. Thank you. She got off and then she got like a demonic text from one of the ladies that was on the podcast, like a cannibalistic witchcraft type thing. And it just confirmed. And so I think with high level survivors, people that are coming out of that, because a lot of what I'm realizing is that when they choose Jesus, it starts breaking their codes.
Yeah.
It starts breaking their system.
Wow.
And
when they choose Jesus, it starts breaking their codes.
100%.
Wow.
He's the code breaker. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so that's something I got to witness, but they need safe people to help them deprogram, to help them process. And it's hard. I can't do it all by myself, and I feel like God's trying to connect strike teams together that, you carry this, you carry that, and we can network together and make sure there's no compromise, no contamination. I mean, we've had people like try to get us to go meet them that supposedly died but didn't die, and then we weren't sure, So there were so many times through intercession, and the Lord said, people are going to need intercessors having their back that are pure and vetted, because there's a ton of people that claim to be intercessors, just like the one that put witchcraft against me, and she had all the language of healing, deliverance, like all the things. And I don't know if her system flipped. I don't know if someone astral projected and spoke through her. I just know that something through her attempted to,
Wow.
So, I mean, we are a threat and we should be, right? But there's so much mixture and contamination that we have to sort through, like literally in a time of separating the sheep from the goat, the wheat from the tares.
Wow. So, moving forward here, if people who are listening and watching this and stuff, is there any way that they can reach out to you? I know you mentioned your Instagram. I don't know.
Yeah, that's so again, because no one would really open their door for me to do anything. So I started everything from Instagram on Daughters of Warfare. So they can find me there. I do have a website that they can go on there and message me. I do work with survivors. I have a portion of survivors that I work with for free as funding comes, because for so long I've been working with survivors with no funding. And that's been so hard.
Yeah.
So hard. And then I've come across ministries that have millions and millions of dollars flowing through them, and they're like, you know, not who you want to be giving money to. So that's been a whole thing, a whole trust thing, because the Lord did say, I will fund what you do for these survivors and these people, you know, because I've worked with people, whistleblowers and people from Hollywood, and nobody knows. It's not something you announce. It's something that you keep before the Lord, and creating space for these people to know they're not crazy, and to know that these memories that they're recovering are real, and there are systems and structures within that need to be untangled. But see, again, with deprogramming, you don't want to deprogram someone too fast. Like having memory recovery and recovering too much too fast can put them into like a mental spin. So you always got to make, like, there's protocol. There's protocol to it. So yeah, the Lord had me start a deprogramming manual. So I do have like early access for people to kind of just read through it and understand it. I have that on the website too. And then I have just content to kind of help people understand the war that's in front of us.
Yeah, it's important to understand what's going on as much as you can. I kind of come from a camp of, I don't know if I'll ever truly understand everything, but it's kind of like my life mission to at least try. You know?
there should be an attempt.
Yeah. Because I mean, I think it's easy. And I think a lot of people fall in a category at some point in their life, and hopefully they come out of it. I did, where you live on default and just like, oh, it is what it is, whatever.
I mean, that's what we see today.
Very lethargic in their spiritual development.
Yep.
And I fight that still. You know, there's plenty of weeks that I have where I'm just like, I just don't.
Just too much.
Yeah, I just want to kind of lay down and not do much, you know?
Can I just scroll? Numb scroll.
The doom scroll.
Guilty.
Then God's like,
Yeah.
get up. I'm like, oh my God, okay. I'm awake.
It's true. It's true.
But no, I never heard God's voice like that. So, but it's a firm lashing that I get of just disobedience.
Like a dad.
Yeah.
I think it's like a dad. Yeah.
I once, that's one thing I learned was, and I think a lot of people fall in this category, especially people who maybe grew up in the church as Christians. We hear this phrase, you know, I've been called to, and God's calling me. And I wonder if we need to consider how we say it.
I agree, because I've been around mean deliverance ministers, like so mean. And I'm like, I would never want you to lay hands on me.
Yeah.
You know, I've been around charismatic people where I'm like, that's a programming center. I'm not going in there, or don't touch me, because, you know, like, yeah, there's some people that they're like, I have a call. I've been mandated. I'm going to finish this assignment. And I'm like, wow, you are so out of God's order.
So there's people like that, and they come across very grumpy. But then there's other people who will be like, you know, they treat the call, if that's what you want to, the verbiage you want to use, as an option. And what they don't realize, and this is what I didn't realize for many years, for a big portion of my life, is that not walking in the calling is walking in disobedience, which is sin.
Right.
And so if he's calling you to do something and you're not doing because you're tired, you're lazy, or you just you're scared, all of that falls in line with disobedience from a father's direction.
100%.
And then
I think you're right on with that.
You're in rebellion.
Yeah, you are in rebellion. And then that's where the enemy gets his foothold.
Right.
And there's a ton of Christians that are like, well, what if I don't want to know? What if I don't want to know what God has to say, or what I need to look at? And I'm like, well, you're going to keep repeating this cycle. You can do all the counseling, all the things, but if you're not being vulnerable and raw and exposed before the Lord, saying, Lord, what is it that I need to see that I continue to deny? Because I don't want to deny anymore. He will bring that denial down, and he'll give you what you need for that moment, right? Because you don't want to, and that's one thing about healing and deliverance, especially with high level survivors of SRA and MK Ultra, is that you literally have to hear the Lord every single word, step by step, what they need, when to start, because there's suicide programming within them. There's altars that are set up. And it reminds me of Ezekiel 8, where he was taken into the temple and there was like a little hole in the wall. And then he looked through the hole, and then there was all the snake worship, serpent worship, worshiping of Tammuz, all these gods. So it's kind of like that with our internal system, where even with the fragmentation and the SRA, there's things inside that were set up. But again, Jesus is the ultimate code breaker. And so when people start surrendering to the true Jesus Christ of Nazareth, okay, not the yoga Jesus, not the all these demonic things that come dressed and wrapped like Jesus, but it's Satan. Right. So there's a lot to sort through.
Well, there's definitely a lot to sort through. I'm glad you came in and had this conversation with me. And I hope it helped people. Maybe not even help as much as inspire
Yeah.
Because I think the inspiration, the stirring
Yeah.
that can come from a conversation can lead many people in different directions as the way the
think it's
Holy
gonna
Spirit
be
wants for
like
that
this
individual.
kind of shape.
And maybe that's my hope with this conversation is that it stirred people and
trying to
that
figure out
opens the door for the Holy
which
Spirit
side
to
is
speak directly to people individually.
Yeah, I like that.
You know, like maybe there's just one thing that was said that was like, that's the thing
That's
that
what
I'm
needed.
keying in on right there.
Right.
But again, people should go ahead and follow you on Instagram, Daughters of Warfare.
Yes.
And the website is daughtersofwarfare.com. Go ahead and give her a follow. And if you want to talk, I'm assuming your DMs are open, I
Let me go
suppose.
look for the eyes. Make sure it came in. Yes, it did. Okay. That was a cool video. I liked it. It was kind of intense, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff lined up. Yeah. Oh, it's my vitamins. What's in this one? Banana clips. My markers. There's one thing in front of the gate. Let's see. Not useful. I guess I'll just go look. I can't see from this camera angle. Something there or not. I don't want pirates. Watch pirates. But I also don't want to open my gate this late at night because people are crazy. I'll make the man do it. Hey, can you see if I had an Amazon package coming earlier? I didn't see it in the box, and I don't want to open the gate this late without.
Say that again?
Can you see if I had an Amazon package coming earlier? I ordered some paint markers.
Outside or?
I don't know if I can't see out the gate angle to see if there's anything out there because it wasn't in the mailbox, like on the inside.
Did you already go to the front door?
No.
The front door of the house has a bunch of packages.
But did you pick anything up from outside the gate today? Or
Yeah.
not?
I unless something came later tonight, I moved everything into the front door.
Let me see. Oh, it looks like it was delivered at the gate, and it was like a brown paper
What time?
Amazon package.
Oh, that's on the patio entrance to the kitchen. It's on that table.
Okay, because it was with like a DoorDash or something or some plastic bag.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Well, as long as it's inside. I just didn't want to get stolen. I don't need it right now. Okay. Okay, what are we gonna watch next? Anyone got any recommendations? Is this the one that was a snooze fest I tried yesterday?
Oscar-winning director Steven Spielberg has made his 34th feature film, Disclosure Day. It opens on Friday, and he talked about it with Ben Mankiewicz for CBS Sunday Morning. Disclosure Day explores what would happen if all the evidence about UFOs and alien life was released to the entire world, and it proved we are not alone. Here's part of their conversation that didn't air on Sunday morning.
Think about this. When the great unknown is actually known by some, but not known by all of us, it's that inequity that got me to write the story for Disclosure Day.
I sense a different degree of passion about this. Like, you're very pleased with how this came out.
Yeah, I am. I mean, the movie for me is a summation of my life in science fiction, which has started when I was 17 years old.
Disclosure Day is part chase flick, part 70s thriller, and part big tech conspiracy, all colliding to make it a sci-fi story for a cynical modern audience. You're credited, story by Steven Spielberg, screenplay by David Koepp. So this story is yours. You wrote it, and where'd you write it?
I just wrote it the summer of 2023. I just sat down and spent 2 months writing. I wrote a 50, 60-page single-space story.
But literally, where did you write it? Like, on what manner did you write this?
On my iPad.
Right? In the little notes section of your iPad.
Well, you know, everybody has it, right? We have a notes section. Yeah. That's where I wrote it. And then I printed it out and would read it and then go back to my iPad again.
It's pretty great.
Thank you, Steve Jobs.
The cast is led by Emily Blunt,
Good morning, Kansas City. Let's take a look at today.
playing a meteorologist who inherits sudden gifts that she does not understand.
I think it's a two-hander, but I also think it's an ensemble movie. I think it's
small.
very well balanced
Literally,
between Coleman
it's
Domingo's
a kiddo.
character, Colin Firth, and Josh, and
maybe I'll try the
Emily
Fell
and Eve
Dive.
Hewson, and then Wyatt Russell's terrific and really
This
funny.
is the biggest one in here.
Yeah, I laughed a lot.
I don't know.
Like, this is funny.
Yeah, well, you know, life is funny sometimes,
Here's
and
that kid.
especially when you paint yourself into a corner. You need
gotta-
laughs because of the
well,
tension. You got to give the audience a chance to not stress themselves into a nervous breakdown while they're watching any film.
Spielberg calls Disclosure Day a bookend to his 1977 blockbuster, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But the universal curiosity he expresses in both movies dates all the way back to a starry night, roughly 70 years ago.
I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was living in New Jersey. And when your father comes in the bedroom and wakes you up from a sound sleep and puts you in a car, and I kept saying, Dad, what is it? What is it? He said, it's a surprise. And he stopped at a big park, and it was the Perseus meteor shower.
Not the eyes, but the head shape.
And that was the beginning of my
eyes
love
are way
affair
too
with the
small.
sky. I remember how shocked I was, but I also remember seeing these points of light darting across the sky, and I just remember thinking that was one of the most extraordinary things I had ever seen.
He's been exploring the extraordinary
I'll try to
ever
make
since.
the Fell
Do you
Dive.
think that there are aliens here? And
Also, let me see if there's any bigger options. Jumbo, give me the big ones. Piece of shit. I want big eyes. Fucking huge. I can't tell if those are actually big. It's like a thumb. I mean, how big is her thumb? I don't know. Let me see what I ordered. Okay, so this is what I ordered. So the biggest was 14. This goes to 30. It's like twice as big, right? I mean, that's not bad. Let me see what else is there. What's this size? 40? Sheesh. Now that's a big eye. Damn, that is substantial. It might be too big. That's like a pop Funko. Might be extremely, you know what? But they're cheap. So we'll just add it just in case. Something will use it eventually, maybe. Huge. Yeah, I don't know if oh, these are only go to 16. No, maybe not. No, they wouldn't be big enough then. Meh. How big are these ones? 26. That's not bad. I kind of like that eye shape. It's not terrible. Oh, it's Hello Kitty eye shape. I don't. I'll try it. Watch me order all these eyes and end up just going with the felt ones. I'll use it. I'll probably use it sometime. Okay. Continue to check out today. Place the order. All right.
Do you think they might still be here?
Based on the circumstantial evidence of everything that I've gathered throughout my whole life and all the testimonies in Congress that I've heard, I absolutely think that they have been here and they are here. And who knows, maybe they've always been here.
Have you ever had any sort of paranormal event in your life? Nothing?
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
I deserve I deserve a sighting. Man, I need a sighting. I'm an ambassador for these guys and they haven't shown themselves to me. I don't get that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, they're listening now, so maybe they'll.
I hope so.
Well,
be careful what you ask for, Steven Spielberg. They're going to be knocking at your door. I love everything he does.
Yes.
He is such a class act and so.
See, here it wants me to like start stuffing now, but I think I need to work on closing it more before I start stuffing because I don't think that's a good idea. Because I feel like I can't get a good proper shape like this, you know. But let me make a marker of what's the top part, I guess. Where's my little tags? Use this thing. This is not a hat. Okay, let me also do another one so I can do the top of the nose. So I have it lined up. Bloop. Great. Yes. And then do one more. So make sure it stays. Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And then do the green marker for the bottom. So I can make sure everything stays. Okay. And I can finish. What's in the media share? Oh, earthquake stuff. Was there a Cuba one today?
We interrupt your programming to bring you more breaking news, this time on a powerful earthquake, 6.1 magnitude near Cuba, felt hundreds of miles away. Even folks saying they felt the shaking here in Central Florida.
Yeah, we want to get over to meteorologist Jonathan Kagis, and you are tracking the latest on this right now. It appears that it's a 6.1 on the Richter scale.
It is. We'll likely see updates from the United States Geological Survey over the next couple of hours as seismographs and everything continue to pull in all of the data. But a very rare event from Florida standards to feel something this far away. The latest number, as Lisa just mentioned, 6.1 magnitude earthquake. There is the epicenter, about 64 miles west-northwest of the northwestern tip of Cuba. That's about 402 miles away from Orlando. Don't pay any attention to the time thing. We're used to tracking storms, not earthquakes. That's why there is a time to arrival button on there. Nonetheless, 402 miles away from Central Florida. It's been reports of feeling shaking from Claremont into parts of Altamont Springs, Wekiva Springs, all the way through Seminole County as well. If you've heard it, let us know. Hit us up on the Neighborhood Network. Again, just keep us posted. Again, this occurred at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So if you felt shaking about 25 to 30 minutes ago, you know felt this earthquake again coming in just a few seconds after 2 o'clock this evening. Again, the latest that we have here is a 6.1 magnitude earthquake where this epicenter is right there, just hanging off 64 miles to the west-northwest of Manitoba, Cuba, again on the western tip there. Again, about 400 miles to the southwest of Central Florida, but we're getting a lot of calls, a lot of emails and texts that people thought that they felt an explosion, they felt shaking, they heard the earth rumble. It was literally from an earthquake. Again, that earthquake did not take place in Florida. This is about 10 kilometers down beneath the Earth's surface, so it's certainly shallow enough for those waves of the earthquake to propagate through the Gulf and then work its way over and to feel the shaking here locally across the state of Florida. Again, regardless of this occurring, this is a very rare occurrence for us to even feel a big earthquake like this. Again, the latest magnitude coming at 6.1. This will be adjusted either lower or higher as the day goes on, as the United States Geological Survey continues to gather more information on what exactly happened. But again, if you felt it shaking, it was because of an earthquake, a pretty big one, just off the northwest tip of Cuba, guys.
1 sec. The end is nigh. Cleopatra. Fun.
Soldiers drag a dark-haired girl past the jeering faces at the Roman Forum. Disheveled and trembling, she bows her face in humiliation. The mob is used to cruel spectacles, but an Egyptian queen in shackles is a rare sight. Along the route of Caesar's triumph, people climb statues and rooftops to see the notorious prisoners paraded towards execution. A whisper spreads through the crowds. Is this Cleopatra? But she is not in chains. She's the one who ordered the execution of her sister, Arsinoe. Cleopatra sheds no tears for her rebellious little sister. One more enemy off her list.
Damn.
Traitors from birth. 5 years earlier, 18-year-old Cleopatra ascends the throne alongside her 10-year-old brother Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic dynasty has ruled Alexandria for 300 years, and like the ancient pharaohs, they marry within their own family to keep power in the bloodline. Beyond their palace, the Nile feeds fertile lands that have produced grain surpluses for centuries. Their main buyer is Rome, but powerful generals like Julius Caesar begin to see Egypt as a province in waiting rather than as a partner. The Ptolemies before Cleopatra stayed in charge by appeasing Rome, supplying ships and borrowing heavily from Roman creditors up to half of Egypt's annual revenue to fund the bribes that keep them in control. On top of that, weak Nile floods have battered an already tribute-drained economy, pushing tensions among the people to a breaking point. And the royal couple needs to handle their siblings as well. A teenage sister Arsinoe and an 8-year-old brother, both looming threats in the game of succession. Co-ruler Ptolemy craves the spotlight, propped up by older men who try to pull Cleopatra's strings as well. She refuses to shrink. For almost 2 years, she holds ceremonies on her own, signs decrees without her brother's name, and orders coins with her face alone. In council chambers, Ptolemy's advisors whisper that the girl has forgotten her place and foster a resentment in the boy king. When Rome demands grain and ships again, Cleopatra complies. She knows Egypt cannot afford to defy its creditors. But for Alexandrians wary of Rome's influence, it's one concession too many. Ptolemy's advisors turn the outrage against the queen and seize the chance to get rid of her. In the summer of 49 BCE, guards force her out of the city she rules and erase her name from the official records. She leaves in fury, already plotting her return. Cleopatra uses her remaining resources to recruit mercenaries. Within a year, she's ready to march on her brother with an army. Then news cuts through her camp. Julius Caesar has arrived in Alexandria to collect the outstanding debt. He needs money to pay his troops. Cleopatra understands that reaching Caesar quickly may turn her luck. Night falls. Leaving her troops behind, she sails towards the royal district. If Ptolemy's guards catch her, she's finished, and if Caesar refuses her, she's irrelevant. So she smuggles herself into his room in a linen sack. Before sunrise, she has his ear. Caesar announces that Cleopatra and her brother will rule jointly. For him, a civil war between siblings means chaos in Egypt and hunger in Rome. But by imposing an unpopular queen over their favored king, he ignites Alexandria. Now, Cleopatra finds herself trapped beside Caesar in the palace with militias and her brother's army at the gates. Her sister Arsinoe is watching. She has spent her life in Cleopatra's shadow. Now, she sees an opening. She slips out of the palace and finds her brother's general. She steps forward as a new alternative, a queen untouched by Rome. Soldiers roar her name, and with the army at her back, she drives the siege for 4 months. Cleopatra feels the walls closing in. If Caesar falls, she falls with him. At last, Roman reinforcements break through from the east and the city surrenders. Ptolemy tries to flee across the Nile but drowns, while Arsinoe is captured. Cleopatra rules again beside her youngest brother, another Ptolemy, a boy of 13. Without advisors at his side, he's no threat to Cleopatra for now. When Caesar departs for Syria, he takes Arsinoe as a prisoner, leaving Cleopatra with 3 Roman legions to keep the peace and a newborn son. Little Caesarion becomes her strongest card to legitimize her alliance with Rome. And with her rival siblings silenced, dead, or in chains, she finally stands as the undisputed queen. We'll let Cleopatra enjoy her triumph for a second and thank our partner Odoo for sponsoring this episode. Odoo is an all-in-one management software that helps you run your business every day. With more than 45 apps, like accounting, inventory, CRM, and many more, it's you through a few simple steps. Based on your job, enter the name and price of your product and add pictures and a description to the flexible layout. And if a host and you $0.90. Let's go alliance with Caesar, the frenemy. But her alliance with Caesar isn't the shortcut to power in Rome she hoped for. When she visits him with their son, the welcome is cold. Caesar's enemies say that she's pulling him towards monarchy and away from Roman values. And, at his triumph, instead of executing her sister Arsinoe as promised, he yields to the crowd's pleas and spares her, sending her into exile. Cleopatra starts resenting Rome, but neither of them see what's coming next. On March the 15th, 44 BCE, Caesar is assassinated. Now, everything rests on their son. If he is named heir, her alliance with Rome survives. If not, she's alone in hostile territory. When the will is read, Caesarion's name is nowhere to be found. Yet another betrayal. With clenched teeth, she sails back to Alexandria and secures her rule first. She executes her remaining teenage brother, replacing him with the 3-year-old Caesarion. But the threat from Rome doesn't go away. By 42 BCE, the Republic fractures between 2 men who are co-rulers on paper and rivals in everything else. Caesar's great-nephew, Octavian, takes the west, and Caesar's favorite general, Mark Antony, takes the east. Antony now controls Egypt's fate, which makes him Cleopatra's enemy, and possibly her solution. Mark Antony is a full-blown Roman hunk, broad, bearded, and claims Hercules as his ancestor. Recently married, he still has a reputation as a womanizer. In 41 BCE, he summons Cleopatra to secure resources for his next military campaign. If Antony assumes he'll control the encounter, he's mistaken. Cleopatra arrives on a gilded ship with purple sails, a living vision of the goddess Isis. She keeps him waiting, declines his dinner invitation, and instead welcomes him on her own ship. Caesar may have restored her throne, but with him dead, she must win Roman backing again. By morning, the outlines of their alliance are in place, and a power couple emerges. Her first request is personal. Arsinoe must finally die. She's risen as a rival queen before, and Cleopatra won't let it happen again. Antony's men storm the Temple of Artemis, where Arsinoe lives under Roman protection, drag her from her sanctuary, and execute her. Satisfied, Cleopatra opens Egypt's treasury and sends fleets to fund Antony's eastern campaigns. And when she asks for territory, he grants her vast stretches of the eastern Mediterranean. She gives birth to their twins, sealing their alliance with a bloodline. Cleopatra is already thinking beyond Egypt, towards a dynasty that could unite her world with Rome forever. Antony, too, is riding high. He launches an invasion of the Parthian Empire sprawling across what's now Iran, the one enemy Rome has never conquered. It's meant to be his defining triumph. Instead, it becomes a catastrophe. He loses a quarter of his army and limps back to Syria for the winter. With his remaining sick and unpaid soldiers, he turns to Cleopatra for help. But she calculates if he's still worth the risk. His rival co-ruler Octavian is far more successful in the West, mounting his victories by the month. When she finally joins Antony a few months later, Cleopatra brings warm clothes and food, but not the silver to pay his troops. She's hedging her bets. Antony can still win his war, but if he doesn't, she can't go down with him. Next year, Antony strikes east again and takes Armenia. Flushed with victory, he decides to display his power and his devotion to Cleopatra with a grand ceremony in Alexandria. He crowns her Queen of Kings and grants their children rule over Roman territories and proclaims Caesarion, the true son and heir of Julius Caesar, the King of Kings. For Cleopatra, it's the strongest Roman endorsement she's ever secured. But it's only empty words unless Antony defeats Octavian. And now he's made open war between them inevitable. The cold-blooded equal. Octavian, like Cleopatra, understands that image is everything. He paints himself as the son of Apollo, the voice of youth and reason, against the impulsive Antony, who he absolutely loathes. The wife Antony abandoned for Cleopatra was Octavian's own sister, whom he had married to secure an alliance. And Antony's public recognition of Caesarion as Caesar's true son was an even deeper insult, a personal threat to his power and status as Caesar's great-nephew and adopted son, officially his closest living kin. Octavian's smear campaign against Antony writes itself, weakened and bewitched by an Eastern queen. It's the same old slander again, and Octavian knows how to exploit it. In 32 BCE, Octavian unleashes a propaganda assault. He seizes Antony's will and has its most scandalous part read before the Senate. Antony wishes to be buried in Alexandria, beside Cleopatra. One of Rome's greatest generals has given his afterlife to an Eastern queen. But Rome can't afford another civil war, so Octavian plays this very smartly. He declares war on Cleopatra instead of Antony. This recasts their internal struggle as a campaign against a foreign queen. If Octavian wins, he can destroy two enemies at once. When war is declared, Cleopatra is ready. Across the Ionian Sea in the Gulf of Actium, she and Mark Antony survey an armada of 230 warships, each designed to carry 300 oarsmen and 120 marines. Cleopatra has supplied a quarter of the ships, all provisions, and nearly 700 tons of silver to pay the troops. Antony's large army stands on a flat strip of land guarding the narrow entrance to the Gulf. But what looked like a strong defensive position is turning into a year-long trap. In the marshes, malaria starts killing soldiers before battle even begins. Cleopatra is brutally practical. Don't fight a battle you can't win. Load the treasury, break the blockade, retreat to Egypt, and regroup. The war isn't over while resources remain. On September the 2nd, the fleets finally clash. Behind Antony's formation, Cleopatra commands a separate squadron of 60 ships loaded with the royal treasury and ready to run. As the afternoon wind rises and the battle turns against them, she's ready to carry out the plan they had agreed on. Cleopatra's ships surge forwards and break through Antony's line towards the open sea. Antony's flagship follows close behind. The remaining fleet attempts to break out as well, but Octavian captures and sinks most of them. He wins the battle and now only needs two things to win the war: Egypt's treasury to pay his troops and Cleopatra in chains. The final face-off. For months, Cleopatra and Antony try to cut a deal with Octavian from Alexandria, but it all falls apart. Then, almost a year after the sea battle, Octavian's army reaches Alexandria. Cleopatra retreats into her mausoleum, locking herself in with her treasure and stacks of firewood. If Octavian tries to take Egypt's wealth, he will have to watch it burn. She hears shouting outside and braces herself. This is it. The end has arrived. But instead of Octavian, Antony's servants burst in, carrying him inside. He thought she was dead and stabbed himself. Cleopatra catches him as he collapses. Her last powerful ally and the father of her children dies in her arms.
Rip.
She barely has time for tears before Octavian's soldiers seize her and take her to the palace to face her nemesis.
What is just propaganda?
Octavian lets her think she'll be spared, but Cleopatra sees through it.
Who was there?
She knows she won't survive.
To know what she was
16 years ago, her sister was dragged through Rome. This time, the shackles will bite into her own skin, the jeers ringing in her ears. "I will not be paraded in triumph," she says. Refusing to become a pawn, she chooses her own death. On August the 10th, 30 BCE, Cleopatra dies alongside 2 loyal handmaidens. Rumors begin almost immediately: poison, snakebite, or even murder on Octavian's orders. Her tomb has never been found, and none of Cleopatra's own words about her life remain. Everything we know of her story comes from Roman writers, the voices of those who defeated her.
Right.
Rome's accounts focus on her beauty and
honest is
seduction, but even in these, she emerges as a formidable strategist and stateswoman. She overcame many enemies, but the one who finally destroyed her was unafraid to fight cold and dirty. Octavian's propaganda turned Cleopatra into a foreign threat to overcome a crisis at home and consolidate his power, a strategy that feels strikingly
Doubting
modern.
Rome? Absolutely.
But every attempt to erase her only made her more persistent.
Always.
Cleopatra, the last queen of Egypt, is still its most famous ruler to this day.
Six. Put this here. All right. Turn it inside out. Hold on, kids. Trying to see what I'm doing. Weave in ends. What does that mean? After you finish the stuffing. How do I get it into a ball? It doesn't tell me that. Let's go where I am. Oh, here's some pictures. Just weave in ends. Figure. What's the closest figure to here? I don't have the rest of it. I'm kind of going out of order because I'm using different parts of patterns. So, like, I don't have the body yet, but... Where is this piece coming from? Oh, is this the nose? Maybe that's the nose. Okay, so no, it is open back like mine. Okay. Mine's just bigger because I'm using different yarn, but also I'm probably not as good at making it tight. Maybe did a looser stitch. I don't know. But anyways, what does that mean? Weave in ends. Maybe it's not this big actually. Maybe it's supposed to be more like... Maybe I just keep doing the whatever stitch until I get... I don't know. I don't know. It's possible that I just like... is it wrong too? I'm sure it's fixable from here. I feel like it's not that much bigger than the picture. This is just supposed to connect somehow. You know what I'm saying? Like, somehow. Anyways, I'm gonna get some stuffing out. I'll figure it out. I'm not following the pattern exactly. Mine's different. Let's see. Put some stuffing in there. Stuff it, baby. Yeah. It's not a beanie. Jeez. Maybe I've got to like, I don't know, figure it out somehow. Okay, so this, and then I feel like somehow this is supposed to come together, but they did it so smoothly, so I have to figure out how to make mine smooth in the back. So I would do some face shaping to make this nose like, you know what I'm saying, like a Charmander, like a little boop, on the inside. I think that's like a nice size if I can close that back. But then I gotta figure out my eyes as well. Maybe for now, I'll just like safety pin this kind of, or like with the clip, I mean, back here. Do like a thing. Because I need to be able to still open it up and sew the eyes from the inside, potentially. So, I'm going to take this off because I like how this looks. And so I like the shape of this so far. So let me wrap this here, like so. Nope, I need to grab more of this. And then see, I feel like there's a way to weave this to make it smooth, but I had to figure that out. So for now, I'm just going to safety pin how I like it. Close this up here. Yeah, stop. Get on there. Okay. Well, it's like in the back right now. Looks like a little thingy. A little clover almost. It's uneven here. Move it over one. There. Oh, it's mostly even in the back. And then I figure out that eye shape. That's not bad though for like the head shape in general. I like where it's going. Okay, so I gotta figure out the eyes. Where's my felt? Some felt. Oh no, that's not the blue felt. Where's the blue felt? Blue. Yeah, just don't look at the back. Just don't look at the back. It's fine. Okay. So, how am I going to figure out what eye size to make? I'll just start cutting, I guess, and wing it. Do 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 do. I feel like I need a little bit bigger. Almost, maybe. Try again. I'll play another video, I guess, for you. Where did I get this Charmander picture from? I can't remember. So the one I'm looking at is adorable. It's like the best. It's like the art that I'm referencing for the eye shape, but I don't know where I got it because I don't see it. I found it on my phone, right? Like when I was looking up Charmander, and now I don't see it on the desktop version. Which is strange. Was it like a related picture to here? Fucking cute, bro. Charmander's so fucking cute. Maybe I need to do... See, I don't know if I want it to be a white base or a black base and have like the white eye shine overlay. So I know the blue probably should go on top of the black. I don't know if the white should be on top or if maybe the black on top of the white. Maybe that makes more sense. Maybe a white base then. Where is this picture I'm looking at though? I'll just send it to myself. Be faster. Oh, Messenger. Okay. This was the reference I was looking at. So cute. Charmander. So I don't know if this, maybe this eye shape, maybe this eye size is slightly small. I'll try doing a little bit bigger. He's got some big eyes. Let me play a video though. What is she saying about it? Probably nothing interesting, to be honest.
I thought you were going to say by aliens. I was like, it's just
Spoiler alert.
Let's take a look at today. Today is today's
How many stutters did you have to? How
Emily,
many times
it
did you
is
have to
so
stutter sing?
lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
I've flown from Australia all the way to chat with you.
Really?
So I'm beyond excited to be here.
How are you not horizontal right now?
Honestly, watching the film was just incredible, and it was also just like a fever dream after the flight.
Yes,
But
yes.
congratulations on the film.
It's a very existential thing to experience after that long of a flight.
Exactly. In honor of Disclosure Day, I wanted to play the Disclosure game, where I ask
Okay.
you some fun questions and we see what top secret information you can disclose.
Great.
Firstly, Josh sadly isn't here today,
Oh,
allegedly
no.
sick.
I know.
But
He actually is really sick. I was
I
like,
believe
get
you.
the hell away from me.
But you have such a fantastic dynamic on screen.
Oh, I love him so much.
I'd love to know what project of his put him on your radar and what was your first impression when you first met?
I mean, The Crown, I remember going, who is that? And then what was that amazing movie he did where it was a very remote place? He was a farmer and he was God's Own Country.
I thought this was for Disclosure Day.
God, that guy is amazing. He's just this depth and this vulnerability, and he just seemed so creative, I think, with his choices and very, very real.
Did the expectations then match the reality once you met him?
They didn't. Yes, absolutely. He's the best scene partner ever.
I know that you and Josh were both contacted directly by Spielberg.
I thought you were going to say by aliens. I was like, is Josh been
Spoiler
saying
alert.
that?
But you were both contacted directly by Spielberg, very casually, to appear in the film.
Yes.
What is it like being at this stage of your career when incredible directors are just reaching out to you directly? And do you remember what the last project was that you actually auditioned for?
So it's the most giddy-making experience when you hear Steven Spielberg wants to meet you. And also it was so top secret. My agent didn't know what the project was. He didn't even know if it was just like a general. I knew Steven really loved The Fall Guy, so I was like, maybe we're just having lunch. But then when I got there and Close Encounters was sitting on the desk, I was like, it was so exciting. And he pitched me a little bit of it and then sent me home with the hard copy and I wept. It was just extraordinary. But to audition, I auditioned last for Rob Marshall for Into the Woods.
Amazing.
Because he wanted to see if I could sing, and I was terrified. And before I auditioned for Rob, I'd never really sung in front of anyone for an audition.
Yeah, wow.
I didn't want to. And I told him I didn't want to come and audition, I was too scared.
Yeah.
And then he made me come and audition.
Thank God you did.
Yeah.
What a performance.
I know, and my friendship with Rob, I mean, I'm seeing him this weekend. He's one of our
Amazing.
greatest family friends.
Oh, incredible. In this film, you also speak a variety of languages with your
Mhm.
character. Such an incredible one-shot scene. What was the process like learning those languages? And are there any other special skills you've learned across other film sets that you've kept doing today?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm now fluent in Russian and Korean. I learnt that dialogue very, very well. Like I know how to say, oh, I'm feeling tired and I didn't sleep well. Like I know that kind of stuff, but that's it.
Okay, yeah.
Other special skills. How to throw a punch, a fake punch. Maybe it's that. Several fight scenes later.
Amazing. I have to wrap up, but I hope you are enjoying the conspiracy theories about the movie as much as I am, that this film
Tell
is
me.
preparing everyone for a real-life Disclosure Day.
Is that what everyone's
That's
thinking?
what everyone's saying. What are your
This is what
thoughts on
we
that?
like. I mean, I would love to see a real life Disclosure Day because I think whatever they pepper out there, it's like crumbs, and I think people want the bakery.
Oh, I cannot wait to enjoy the bakery. Thank you so much,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Lovely to meet you.
You too. Thanks for flying all this way.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mhm. Mm. Meh. Is that the right eye size? Maybe. It's tough because it's like his eyes are big and yet they're so spaced out at the same time. Okay, I don't know if that's too big for one eye, but maybe the face shape will also make it look different. It's gonna be like flatter here, lower on the face a little bit. Because there's gonna be black on here, and then there's gonna be blue, and then the eye shine. Well, yeah, right now it's gonna look scary. I don't have the pupil and the colored on there. Rise. Rise. Charmander. Let me try. Make the other side. What's this paranormal proof of what?
Okay, I think this is undeniable 100% proof of the paranormal, baby. Come on!
What the fuck?
Hello, my name's Ben, the creator of ConspIRACIES. Please don't get up.
Is he possessed?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ConspIRACIES. How the devil are you? I hope that you're having a incredible day, right? And I hope, and I'm hoping. Why have I got my glasses on? So I'm hoping that. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ConspIRACIES. How the devil are you? I'm hoping that this video makes your day even better than it's already going. And if you're having a bad day, get over it. Rambo it, okay? All right? Today, we are looking into the realm of the paranormal. All right? This one says it's 8 scary ghost videos from actual camera footage. Is it going to be actual camera footage? We'll find out today, okay? And the channel is from a fantastic channel, all right? The channel was called Fearsome Top 5. Now make sure you go to that channel, subscribe, and do the thing. All right, and while you're
just talk normal,
flicking buttons, subscribing left, right, center, willy nilly. How about subscribing to me? You might be thinking,
no.
Do you know what?
Even
Actually,
if I had
I'm
a
not going
YouTube
to because this
account.
guy's a dickhead. Whatever, right? Subscribe to.
That's not the word I would have used.
You might be thinking, like, how very dare you tell me to subscribe when I've seen Jack Diddley squat so far? All I've seen is a 46-year-old. How old am I?
Get to the point.
46-year-old acting like a
Shut up and get to the point.
year-old. Keeps me looking. I forget about the grey. Into the realm of the paranormal and find out once and for all, so we can put this to bed. Is the paranormal real? I think it is. All right. Let's see if we get some real footage. Without further ado, Diddly Day. Let's do this.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, he pisses me off. He hasn't even done anything.
Without further ado, Diddly Day. Let's do this. Shh. Go for some top 5. Come on.
So fucking annoying.
Welcome to Fearsome Top 5.
Hello.
Today we're diving into 8 scary videos
Good.
of paranormal activity. Number 1. Number 1. A woman named Sarah from Arizona has a security camera.
Arizona, baby, come on! I've got to go to Arizona one day, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Aimed at her backyard. It sometimes detects motion, often just someone passing
gonna
by
do
in
this
the
every few
distance,
seconds?
or a small animal wandering through the yard. But one night after dark, her camera captured something that genuinely terrified her.
That is some stride, mate. Have we seen this one? Stride.
Something that genuinely terrified her.
That is some stride, mate. Have we seen this one?
Sarah was left shaken after
I think I recognize this one, but that is some weird ass stride, isn't it?
doing the footage. and spotting a
Maximum
disturbing
stride,
figure moving
please.
past her home. Trailing closely behind it was a strange ghostly blur, almost like a shadow following its every step. This humanoid figure quickly walked to the left before disappearing out of frame. She's used to her camera catching random people passing by at night, but according to her, none of them have ever looked anything.
I don't know, mate. That just, I get it. Random people. What would have been good is if we saw a video of a random person like her walking past and say, "Look, I look different," and then this. Then we would have seen the difference. Let's continue.
Thing like this. Unable to explain what she saw, Sarah has been deeply unsettled ever since, especially knowing whatever it was got eerily close to her house.
It's walking damn strange though, let's be honest, eh? Let's be honest.
Number 2. After talking to her grandma, a woman named Tay learned she's had a series of unsettling
I can't do it with this guy. He's just so fucking annoying, bro. God. He's ruining it for me. I can't even give the content a chance because he's just pissing me off so much. Just like, ugh. Ick. Hell's Diva posted this video. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting, but maybe she didn't watch it. I don't know. Maybe she watched it on mute. There's subtitles. Damn, you want to ban her? It's harsh. Oof. Oof. Bark, bark. Bark. I don't know what channel's good right now. I don't even know what I want to watch. Who's Harlan Williams? What topic is that? Where did you post? I don't see your post. Oh, this?
By the 18th century, the Book of Enoch was little more than a theological rumor, a lost text briefly quoted in Scripture. But for most of Europe, the book itself was gone.
At the time, most European scholars assumed the text was either permanently lost or barely considered it relevant anymore. Meanwhile, the Ethiopian church had been preserving it as scripture the entire time, which is awkward because suddenly Europe has to confront the fact that an entire biblical tradition survived outside of its control for over 1,000 years. And once that manuscript landed in Oxford, someone needed to translate it. And that job falls to Richard Lawrence. He's the professor of Hebrew at Oxford, and later he actually becomes the Archbishop of Cashel. He's a Protestant. And these details matter, because this means that the Book of Enoch's re-entry into the English-speaking world was not happening through occult conspiracy channels. It was happening through the academic and theological establishment itself. And so that means that Richard Lawrence became one of the first people responsible for deciding what English speakers are allowed to think the Book of Enoch says, which is a really scary amount of power if you think about it. So naturally, I wanted to see these manuscripts for myself. So I hopped on a plane and got myself into Oxford. But what I didn't expect was the deeper I got into this, the less stable this story itself started to feel. So I'm sitting there in an Oxford reading room with the earliest translations of Enoch in front of me, alongside the Ge'ez tradition it came from, physically comparing the wording through Lawrence's notes. Some of the translation differences are minor. Others completely change the feeling of a passage. And one in particular genuinely disturbed me. Because in one place where modern translations smooth the wording into something more manageable, Lawrence's renderings point towards something much darker. This is in the Book of the Watchers, chapter 10. We're at the part where the Most High, or perhaps Yahweh, we aren't really sure, has been informed of the Watcher's transgression. And he tells his angels, "Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication. Destroy the children of the Watchers from amongst men." But in Lawrence's earlier wording in his footnotes, he admits that bastards was not the literal translation here. It was actually a strange Ge'ez symbol meaning something closer to biters, blood drinkers, or oppressors. Biters? Blood drinkers? This is where I'm going to get fired up, because the word bastards makes absolutely no sense in the context if you think about it for more than 5 seconds. In both the Ge'ez that I was working with and the Aramaic fragments from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the language repeatedly implies bonding, marriage, taking wives, swearing oaths, entering into unions. The descent of the Watchers is organized. It's intentional. These beings are establishing relationships and households and bloodlines with these human women. So the word bastards is completely ridiculous and socially moralized. It's like the passage got shoved through a much later Victorian filter that was concerned with sexual sin and illegitimacy. But if we step back and we take the literal translation of biters or blood drinkers, then we're pointing somewhere else entirely. Then comes the part that really bothered me. In the Ge'ez, judgment comes upon all, even the righteous. Enoch is prophesying the flood and says in his channeled state, "The earth shall be emerged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon the righteous." Under normal circumstances, I think we would expect the standard binary. Good people saved, bad people dead. But I think most of us know and understand that pretty much everybody on Earth died during the flood, right? However, Enoch is laying it out rather brutally here in the Ge'ez. The righteous are definitely not automatically exempt, and they are to be killed for some reason, along with everybody else. There's no question about it. But then the next line says that peace will be given to the elect. So now we have a question. Who are the elect? Because they are not simply the righteous. They're a separate category, a preserved group. Maybe they're a bloodline, or maybe this is some sort of spiritual category, or maybe they're the Sethite line. Maybe there's something else, but the distinction matters, because if the righteous and the elect are not the same thing, which they're not, as you'll see in a moment, it's giving hierarchy of survival, and that is a completely different theology. Now, if we compare that section to the modern version from Amazon, the righteous are spared. Full stop. Yeah, it literally says the exact opposite of what the Ge'ez says. In chapter 6 and 7, it says the righteous will be spared. There's no mention of the elect. The modern translation has completely removed the distinction. And that is exactly what I mean when I say that our version of Enoch has been cleaned up. The original version says judgment comes on everyone, but the elect are preserved. The easier version says, oh no, don't worry, all the good people live, they don't die, there's nothing to see here. That's a cleaner version. It's also less interesting, And more importantly, it sends a completely different message. And then the elect show up again. And once more, the Giez preserves them as a separate category. The elect possess light, joy, and peace. The elect inherit the earth. Not simply the righteous, not the good guys, the elect. The text keeps intentionally returning to this idea of preserved groups, a marked group, a class of people who survive at the very least or inherit something after judgment. But in the modern copy, the line is, I'm just going to show you. There's even a blank where the category should be. They just didn't type the word elect. Then later it picks up again and mentions the elect inheriting the earth. So the word is not completely gone, but they've chosen to let it flicker in and out so you don't notice the distinction, which is definitely a worse outcome. Now you know, you can see that the category is there, but the translation is not treating it consistently. And if we remove that consistency, the reader cannot track the theology. They can't pick up on structure or patterns. And they can't ask the obvious question, who are these people? Why are they different?
Is that it? That wasn't very conclusive. Maybe. Let's get in there. I think I'll try to make the whole eye before I replicate it. Oh no. Anything that's interesting as of late? Not really. More of the same. Was there any news with the reckless bin stuff? No. I already watched 4 days ago footage. There's another disclosure coming.
Hello, g'day, and welcome to Reality Check Q&A. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart. This is the time of the week where you get to ask me the questions. And here to ask me those questions, my colleague and good friend, Megan Medic. G'day, Megan. How are you?
I'm great, Ross. What's new with you?
It's cold down under. Looking forward to getting to DC for the Disclosure Foundation event and, of course, hopefully, presidential disclosure.
Yes, of course. We will get into the questions. We have UAP1 writing us on X. Hi, Megan. Can Ross comment on this video clip from a recent Lou Elizondo interview? What is Ross's take on this? He says,
I think we should love our families. I think we need to spend more time with our children. Love one another. This is going to happen whether we like it or not. And I believe that things happen to the benefit of mankind. Maybe we need to focus on each other and try to be more kind to one another, try to be more patient, try to give grace, take time to tell your children you love them, take time to tell your spouse you respect them and you love them. That's my word of advice.
Well, love our families is always a good guide, but yes, I guess you can take from that the implication that there's something portentous or catastrophic down the track. I honestly don't know. I hear the speculation all the time. Lou's dropped a couple of clangers about it over the years, and he never goes into specifics, and I find it as frustrating as everyone else does. He's not the only one doing it, by the way. There are many narratives running through UAPology suggesting that there's some kind of imminent catastrophe, imminent event which poses a threat to human safety. I really don't know what it is. I mean, at its least, Lou's basically suggesting that disclosure might be an ontologically shocking event, that it might be something that puts human beings on the back foot, especially in terms of establishment religion and things like that. Whenever people ask me this question, I always come back to the one narrative that Lou Elizondo constantly refers people to, which is the Chains of the Seas book. It's a 1973 science fiction novella called Chains of the Seas by a guy called Gardner Dozois. And it's one of the best fictional depictions of the UAP NHI phenomenon. And it's weird. And it's weird in a way that I find interesting. Lou's often said, if I can share one anecdotal story of the phenomena, I direct people's attention to a collection of short stories to a novella called Chains of the Sea. The way the short story describes the phenomena is very similar to people in real life that have described the phenomena, personal experiences. While I'm not endorsing this story as being truthful or accurate, I think it provides a fundamentally different perspective and it forces us to think about this phenomena in a different way. So on your behalf, dear viewers, I went away recently and reread The Chains of the Sea. And what do I take from it? Well, it's got a young boy in it called Tommy who can perceive other people, invisible or interdimensional entities. They coexist with humanity on Earth. They're all around us. Meanwhile, mysterious alien spacecraft land in various locations across the states and the world. Governments panic. They attempt cover-ups, as governments do, and they fail. Military responses prove ineffective. Humanity's AI systems, now this is interesting, secretly communicate with the visitors, bypassing humans. The aliens aren't really all that interested in us humans, and they reveal that Earth is already ruled by ancient non-human intelligences that have long been present but hidden from normal human perception. And so what the story is all about is exploring, essentially, irrelevance. And this is something I try and talk about a lot whenever I get the opportunity. One of the things people often ask me is, are the aliens friendly or are they malevolent? And the best answer I can give that I express as a third alternative is, are they indifferent? In the same way that we are to ants. So the story is essentially, The Chains of the Sea is all about humanity's irrelevance or marginal status on its own planet. And the fact that this is the subject of institutional denial. The poor protagonist, Tommy, is eventually medicated and dismissed as a complete raving loony. So that's the ontological shift that I surmise and suspect Lou Elizondo is talking about. I actually doubt that he's talking about an imminent catastrophe or some kind of ecological disaster. I hope I'm not being proved wrong in the long run. But I suspect it has more to do with the fact that the revelation of a non-human intelligence is essentially a revelation of just how irrelevant we are as humans. That essentially, whatever it is, it's largely indifferent to us, and that this humanocentric view of the universe that we have is not sustainable.
All right, we will go to Phantom J. Can Ross share any further information in regards to the event that David Grush will be taking part in on June 9th?
Okay, well, I've spoken to David, and he's being coy. He is telling me that he is going to expand on what he said previously. And I hope that that means an expansion on the revelations of what he has to reveal about what he discovered firsthand about the legacy crash retrieval reverse engineering program for UAP non-human tech. This is being billed as a definitive event. It's being held on the steps of the Capitol on Tuesday, I think the 9th of June next week. And essentially the whole idea is to focus public attention on the need for the disclosure laws, the disclosure whistleblower protection laws that have been blocked to this extent in the House and the Congress. And it's being run by my good friends Leslie Kane and James Fox. And Dave's obviously one of the keynote speakers, but there's going to be a whole host of members of the UAP caucus, Rep. Eric Burleson, Anna Paulina Luna, Jared Moskowitz, hopefully Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, hopefully, and apparently also the former House Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. So basically, it's meant to be presented as a bipartisan effort to remind the president about his pledge for transparency and to essentially definitively put it on the record that there is something here to be exposed. I guess I see this as an effort to head off what it at the moment is rather, I guess, discomforting and concerning signals that are coming from the White House. Their attempt last week to trivialize the whole UAP subject by, as we'd anticipated here on this show, using the aliens.gov website as a way of teasing public interest in their stance against alleged illegal immigration and mocking the whole subject of aliens among us. I really think that was an absolutely catastrophically stupid effort by the White House. I don't know what they think they were trying to achieve. It's just made a whole lot of people very, very angry. As you would know, if you were watching the show, we anticipated that this was the case. I think a few months ago, I'd indicated that aliens.gov was also a term that was used, or aliens was a term that's used in relation to people who are here in the United States illegally. And so we did anticipate that it was probably or likely related to immigration. I just couldn't believe, though, the way that they ran it, the spin that they put on it. I think there's a serious risk that if the White House administration does what it's done with the Epstein tapes, with the Epstein videos, with the documents, and also the JFK files, I really think there's going to be a huge public resentment. It's going to blow up in their face. Now, Tim Burchett, the representative who's saying that he's been in touch with Trump directly, Tim's saying that the president is committed to transparency. His new DNI, who I have to say is not someone with any experience in the intelligence world, I fear that they may be easily misled or diverted by the intelligence community. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence at this time is a really, really crucial one. We need somebody like a Tulsi Gabbard who's been strong enough to stand up against the intelligence establishment and make it clear that when the president expresses a desire for transparency, that's what we're going to get. So I think, frankly, the entrails are looking pretty grim right now, and I think what next week's June the 9th event is all about is trying to head that off and make it very, very clear that there is a public mood for transparency. So if you're around in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday next week, June the 9th, please go. I think everybody's invited. The general public can attend. I think if you're media, you have to register, which is fair enough. But basically, it's really important that people get along and demonstrate just how much they care about this issue and how much this is not something that the White House should be trivializing or misrepresenting as something that can be mocked and ridiculed. I sincerely hope that it represents a turning point. And I'm told David Rush has got some interesting stuff to say.
And our News Nation reporter Joe Khalil will be there, and our Reality Check research producer Rob Jones will also be there as well. So we will bring you the latest on that. Yep. All right, we've got Eli on X. Ross's thoughts on this from UAP James. New White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller discussed amnesty for UAP whistleblowers with Brett Burleson. Burleson proposed a 60-day window for those with information to come forward.
Okay, what I thought was most significant about this was that Stephen Miller, the Deputy Chief of Staff for the White House and somebody who's very, very close to Trump, Burleson's saying Miller reached out to him. And that's interesting. So basically, obviously, Burleson's floated this idea of an amnesty previously, and Miller was thinking about it. Now, the fact that the White House Deputy Chief of Staff is thinking about this, actually mentally engaged with this subject matter, I think is incredibly significant. That, to me, was the biggest positive that I took away. So what Representative Burleson's proposing is this 60-day window for insiders with knowledge of or involvement in UAP crash retrievals, reverse engineering, or related programs, and that they can feel comfortable about coming forward safely and providing information. This was framed as a potential mechanism to encourage disclosures while offering protections, aligning with broader efforts to encourage and advocate for UAP transparency under the current administration. It is actually, funnily enough, something that's been discussed as a possibility in past legislative changes or amendments that were proposed to be put before the National Defence Authorisation Act. And there are different points of view. There are some who want the gatekeepers and the people responsible for the alleged crimes that have been going on inside this allegedly illegal legacy program for 80 years, they want them prosecuted, criminally prosecuted. And I don't know how comfortable I am about the idea of someone who's allegedly been involved in murder, attempted murder, or really disgraceful threats and intimidation against witnesses. I really don't know how comfortable I feel, or the people that I'm talking to inside the program would feel about those people responsible for those crimes being completely exonerated. I guess I've spoken before about a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that I witnessed in South Africa when I was younger as a journalist, and it worked. It worked really well, where you had people who literally murdered black activists, political activists. I remember the Steve Biko killer was sitting in the court, and he confessed all. It was quite a moving moment, and it actually did a lot, I think, to heal wounds that everybody predicted would lead to almost inevitable civil war in South Africa. In the case of the legacy program, we don't know yet the extent of the crimes. We do know that there are allegations on the record from people like David Grush and others that there are people who have allegedly, or whom it's suspected, have been murdered in order to protect these secrets. I don't know how comfortable anybody in Congress would feel about exonerating somebody from murder, especially if the whole purpose of that effort has been to frustrate Congress's efforts to find out about this legacy program. That's a difficult one. Certainly it's important and it's significant that Stephen Miller's even considering it. That's the positive I take away from that. And frankly, I guess we have to bite the bullet and accept that if we want disclosure, if we want this to come out, maybe an amnesty does have to be offered. I don't know whether a 60-day amnesty is long enough, frankly, because it might take 60 days, 2 months for somebody to get legal advice. Mind you, it might provide an impetus. It's a tricky one. But in principle, the fact that Stephen Miller, the Deputy Chief of Staff for the White House, is actually even looking at this issue, that confirms and suggests a lot about what I'm being told privately by people, that the White House is wrestling with a decision about whether or not to disclose. I don't think that decision's been made yet. I think they're trying to make a political judgment about what's good for them. It certainly accords with President Trump's position on the deep state, the fact that there is an illegal cabal of people who are essentially operating outside of the scrutiny of the Congress in breach of the Constitution. But frankly, that's always happened. We've long had executive efforts to subvert the will of Congress. Yeah, it's a tough one. But either way, it's a positive that Stephen Miller is engaging on this. What I am being told is that the White House is confronting an enormous amount of pushback, particularly from the CIA and other sections of the intelligence community. They don't want you, the public, to know about the legacy program. They think that discussing even the existence of NHI would in some way compromise the program. I don't agree, and neither do most of my sources. They think that this is just a convenient excuse that's being used by the people who are trying to conceal.
All right, here's an email coming in from Frank. Hi, Ross. What are your thoughts on Eric Weinstein's hypothesis that the legacy program is essentially a Manhattan Project 2.0? UAP GERB also seemed to corroborate this, following the leakage of nuclear secrets in the 1940s and the subsequent proliferation of nuclear weapons, which still continues to shape a significant portion of U.S. foreign policy. Has Black Science taken over? Thank you for all your hard work.
I don't know if I accept the proposition that Eric Weinstein is saying that the legacy program is Manhattan Project 2.0. My takeaway from what Eric's been saying is that he's using the Manhattan Project as a benchmark to criticize the legacy program structure and highlight what it lacks. And what he's been saying, if I'm wrong, feel free to shout at me, but what he's been saying is that there's a lack of top physicists. Eric works on the principle that because he's an eminent physicist and mathematician himself, he would surely know who these top physicists were who had been dragooned into the legacy program, who would presumably know and be involved in this work. And a lot of Eric's work has been focused recently in criticizing the modern physics focus on string theory, and he's postulated that maybe string theory has just been a big diversion, a deliberate red dangle to try and distract us from what's really happening in physics behind the scene and perhaps in these legacy programs. Weinstein, I've actually looked previously at the quotes. He said this thing is not a legacy program. This legacy program is not a Manhattan Project. He notes that the original Manhattan Project integrated top academics and theorists for rapid breakthroughs. And my takeaway from what Eric's been saying is that he hasn't seen the loss of those top theorists and academics that would have been capable of making those breakthroughs. And if you accept what some people say about the legacy program, that it hasn't been able to make significant advances in material science or propulsion or energy systems because of the lack of ability to do good science, maybe that's the explanation. He's saying, and Eric's point is, that without elite physicists, the detectives of reality, I think he's called them, without their progress on reverse engineering, the whole legacy program has apparently stalled for decades. I'm actually not buying that. I don't buy that. That's a line that's pushed by some who I suspect are pushing a legacy program imperative. My understanding is that the legacy program has made quite a number of breakthroughs, particularly on propulsion and energy systems. But what Eric Weinstein has said, he's speculated that if a true high-level secretive effort on gravity and exotic propulsion, UAP-related physics exists, it might resemble a modern Manhattan Project, so it's compartmentalized outside of what's visible inside the government. And one of the companies that he's actually highlighted is a company called Renaissance Technologies. And I have to admit, it's one we're going to be taking a much closer look at as a result of Eric's pointer. I think that whatever the case is, what I'm hearing from people in the program is that there are insufficient scientists to do the kind of work that's needed, particularly to get breakthroughs on materials science. And I've spoken to two people who've told me that the big issue is that a lot of the best materials science work in the world is being done by European scientists. And whilst Europeans are allegedly our allies, particularly the Germans, there hasn't been a lot of sharing on materials science because the Americans have been jealously trying to guard this legacy program stuff for themselves. And so that's where I do accord with what Eric's saying. I think that there's been a problem with the legacy program of excessive compartmentalization, excessive secrecy, but they have made breakthroughs, my understanding. But my understanding is that what Eric's been talking about with the Manhattan Project is that there's a significant difference between the Manhattan Project and the legacy program in that if anyone had really been looking back in the 40s, they would have noticed that all of the world's top physicists with a knowledge of potential nuclear fission had suddenly dropped off the map. In this case, the top physicists, the top scientists who ought properly to be involved, you would surmise, in developing exotic propulsion technologies, reverse engineering UAP tech, they don't visibly appear to be being involved, but maybe they are. We just don't know.
All right, here is an email from Wyatt. Hello, Mr. Coulthart. Thank you for your continuing coverage and dedication to the subject of disclosure. My question is about China Lake. My grandfather worked there as a civilian contractor in the 1970s in the field of lasers and helped develop the first Sidewinder missile. He sadly passed away when I was only 10, and we never talked about his work there. I wish I could talk to him now since all this stuff is coming out. I was wondering what you know and can share about China Lake as it pertains to the UFO UAP subject. Thank you again.
I have no doubt whatsoever that China Lake has been heavily involved in the UAP legacy program. Many years ago, I spoke to a guy called Nat Kovitz from the US Navy Research Development. He was the head of R&D, basically, for the US Navy, chief geek. And I asked him about China Lake. And he admitted to me that he had been read in to certain programs, compartmentalized programs that involved the recovery of non-human craft. When I asked him about China Lake, he said that in his time, it didn't feature as a big area for development of that technology. But I'll tell you two things that are actually coming recently into my data. First is, I'm told that China Lake at the moment is having a huge problem with UAPs. They are being swarmed. It's actually such a problem that it's hindered their ability to do weapons testing. This is a location where they're doing a lot of laser research, a lot of rocket testing. It's a huge remote part of the United States where the United States gets to test all its latest weaponry. And allegedly, there's been a constant presence in the last couple of years of what they believe are non-human craft over China Lake. And I've spoken to multiple people now, security personnel, scientists, military, who have confirmed that these swarms are occurring, that it's a huge problem and they don't know what to do about it. China Lake is one of the areas, I'm told, where the United States was using both psionics and the dog whistle and high pulse microwaves to down alien craft. They have brought down craft in China Lake. That's my understanding. I don't know if there's much reverse engineering going on there. My good friend and colleague Michael Schellenberger, the journalist, gave an example to Congress in 2024 about a historical sighting by personnel at the Naval Ordnance Test Station, now known as China Lake, where an object was observed flying towards observers. And frankly, this is one of innumerable sightings that have taken place over there. There is, of course, no official corroboration that China Lake has anything to do with UAP research, but I'm telling you, it does.
All right, we will go to an email from Nathan. Hey there, Ross and Megan. Thanks for a great show and keep up the good work. I have a legal question about disclosure and whistleblowers. When recently watching the documentary Battle for Disclosure, I saw a part where Dr. Greer made an interesting point that I had often thought about in the past but had forgotten. The question is, how can the deep state gatekeepers hold whistleblowers to the law, that is, by non-disclosure agreements, when the gatekeepers have already broken the law many times themselves?
Okay, look, that is a good question, and it takes a bit of answering, but the basic point that I'd make is that the fact that the program itself may be operating illegally doesn't alter the contractual obligations that potential employees, government employees or contractor employees owe to their employer through an NDA, through a non-disclosure agreement. And so NDAs and secrecy obligations in classified programs are enforced primarily through criminal law, not just contracts. So believe it or not, yeah, if you reveal the existence of a secret military program, which is arguably operating illegally, as we suspect some of them are, because they're not properly accounted for to Congress, even though they're spending public monies and not properly accounting for those monies, to reveal the existence of that military technology or to give any details away of it would, I'm sure, put you in breach of your compartmentalized top secret security clearances. And this is something that the National Defense Authorization Act was trying to address with various whistleblower laws that were endeavored to be brought in order to protect whistleblowers, particularly contractors, because contractors working for private military corporations are in a much weaker position. Now, it gets a bit complicated, but I think this is worth explaining because this is something that's going to be raised at next week's press conference on June the 9th, when David Grush, Leslie Kane, James Fox, and numerous members of the UAP caucus are going to be presenting an argument for these UAP disclosure laws to be readmitted to Congress. And at the heart of it is the fact that even if a program is operating illegally outside of congressional authorization, the criminal restraints on employees or the contractual restraints on employees from revealing information, they're not exonerated or exculpated from breaching those clauses, even if the operation that they're working on is arguably illegal. And it's an interesting quirk of the laws that have been created. Unauthorized disclosure of classified information is illegal under laws like the US Espionage Act, and these apply regardless of whether the program was properly funded or reported, i.e. illegal. Prosecutions target the active disclosure to unauthorized persons, not the program's internal compliance, although there may be consequences for the people who've made that program not comply, although that very rarely happens. The courts have recognized that the president has a broad constitutional power as the commander-in-chief to classify and control national security information, independent of explicit congressional approval in many cases. And this creates a strong preference to secrecy in special access programs, including waived unacknowledged special access programs, WUSAPs, the biggest secrets of all. And if, as we understand it, there is some kind of Presidential Emergency Action Directive, a PED, which basically ordered back in the Eisenhower and Truman days for this whole program to be buried under classified programs and concealed from the Congress, that might provide some out for the gatekeepers. I don't think it exonerates them completely. They've still got some explaining to do. But it certainly doesn't exonerate the people that would be coming forward. I mean, if somebody came to me with plans for a reverse-engineered alien spacecraft with top-secret TSSCI written all over it, I wouldn't be able to do that story without getting prosecuted. That's the huge dilemma that we have with American espionage laws. What I would do is I would urge that person to go to the congressional committees that have got the oversight capabilities to hear that evidence in a skiff, and I can tell you that has happened. Those witnesses have been directed to the Congress, and my understanding is that their evidence has been given to the Congress. So, in short, the gatekeepers don't need the program to be legal to pursue leakers. The government does and can prosecute and investigate leakers via the Department of Justice. They can revoke their clearances, impose administrative penalties, and sue for breach. The claims that there's a deep state don't nullify those tools in court. The state can still screw you. Now, there are whistleblower protections, and this is what the UAP caucus, my good friend David Grush and others are endeavouring to try and fix. And this is what has been frustrated in past efforts. I think Mike Turner is one of the main offenders. People have blocked this legislation from being put into the National Defence Authorisation Act. And the only reason for doing that would be to try and obfuscate efforts to expose the legacy program. Now, employees of the state can report to Congress with protections. There's the Inspector General via PPD 19, Urgent Concerns, which is essentially a disclosure for people related to the intelligence community. David Grush used PPD 19, claiming a multi-decade crash retrieval reverse engineering program hidden from Congress with non-human biologics, and they haven't prosecuted him for that as much as they would have liked to. David faced retaliation claims, but as a whistleblower, because he complied with the law, there were no public charges for his testimony, which relied at least superficially on second-hand accounts, although David has since said that he had first-hand knowledge. Now, the limits to those protections, they cover misconduct reporting, waste, abuse, illegality, but not declassifying or publicly identifying properly classified details. So, look, I can understand that. As much as a journalist that I'm all in favour of exposing the truth, I don't want the classified details of, say, a new missile program at China Lake to be revealed inadvertently to the public and to potential foreign adversary rivals because we're chasing a story as journalists. We have to measure the importance of national security against the public's right to know. We don't want the Chinese or the Russians getting the very latest weapons technology, although the Chinese seem to be doing a really good job of that, seeing they've been able to replicate our latest fighters by stealing the blueprints. The practical realities are that claims of the legacy programs and retrieved tech, at the moment, officially, they are unverified. But Congress is taking this incredibly seriously, and I don't doubt for a moment that the congressional committees believe that it's true, and certainly the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence. They are taking this very, very seriously. Where there is a weakness that I perceive is for contractors, people who aren't directly employed by the US government, but who are working for private military contractors, PMCs, the big aerospace companies, the Northrop Grummans, the Lockheed Martins. They have very fragmented whistleblower protections. They don't get the same kind of protections as federal employees. Federal employees are covered by the Whistleblower Protection Act and the Whistleblower Protection Enhancement Act that prohibit retaliation. contractors aren't covered by the standard whistleblower protection laws. Instead, they rely on the National Defence Authorisation Act provisions that protect against discharge, demotion or discrimination for similar disclosures related to federal contracts or grants. And the complaints go to the agency's inspectors general. The remedies can include reinstatement and back pay. They expressly exclude intelligence community elements. On the intelligence community specific rules, the PPD 19, which is Presidential Policy Directive 19, those are whistleblower protections for the intelligence community. If you're somebody in the CIA and you want to tell all, now, contractors have gained explicit anti-retaliation protections for lawful disclosures, including to the Inspectors General or Congress for urgent concerns. And we've seen how badly that's gone when people like David Grush have gone to the Inspectors General. They've just been nobbled or, in fact, shut down. Security clearance retaliation is separately barred. However, the PPD 19 personnel action protections are very limited for contractors. They're mainly focused on clearances, and enforcement is largely internal via the agency. It's a huge weakness, and frankly, I think it needs to be corrected, because a lot of the people talking to me are contractors, and they're terrified about coming forward because they know they will be the subject of retaliation by their employers, and they know there's precious little the Congress or the US government can do about it. And if President Trump is serious about advocating for transparency and revealing the existence of what transparently is some kind of a deep state, he really needs to do something about the whistleblower protection laws and make sure that the disclosure protections are beefed up and improved. And that's a lot of what next week's press conference on the steps of the Capitol is all about.
All right. Thank you, Ross. That was the last one for today.
Oh, so we're all done. Thank you very much, Megan. So I do commend to everybody, if there's anybody who's in Washington on the East Coast next week, please go to the steps of the Capitol and attend this important function. It's a press conference, but it's an event. Essentially, it's a line in the sand. It's quite significant that David Grush is making one of his rare public appearances and opening himself up for questions. The reason he's doing this is because he's as concerned as the rest of us that the president might wimp it. There's a huge pushback right now from the gatekeepers. They are pushing incredibly hard in the White House, trying to impress on people like Stephen Miller and other people in the White House National Security Council that there's no good to be gained from revealing the existence of the legacy program. My point is that all President Trump needs to do is stand up and do what President Truman did greatly back in the 1940s when he revealed the existence of the atomic bomb. The American people were told that America had single-handedly developed the most extraordinary weapon in history. Now, the details of that weapon were not released. Nobody should know, and most of the American public don't know, how to make a nuclear bomb. There are secrecy protections that protect that from happening. In this case, there is absolutely no reason, I think, why the president can't stand up and reveal the existence, if it is the case, and I suspect it is, of a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet. And frankly, nothing would stamp President Trump more in greatness in history as going down as the president who told the American public the truth about this biggest secret in human history. There's a big decision to be made both in the White House and in the Congress. Let's hope they make the right one. Thanks very much, Megan. And of course, if you want to ask any questions, you can direct them to realitycheck@newsnationnow.com. And of course, you can listen to us now on all good audio podcasts, including Audible and Spotify, because too much Reality Check is barely enough. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ross. Hey everybody, Megan Medic here from Unreported and Reality Check. I've got a big question for you. Why is nobody talking about the massive news that NASA is saying we're gonna have people actually living on the moon and we're building a lunar moon base? I talked to an absolute expert in this field, Kristen Fisher. She is the host of The Endless Void. Her parents were NASA astronauts, and we talked about the Artemis explosion. Could this set NASA back? And what actually went wrong there? Was it China? Tune in on Wednesday to find out.
Something like that. It's not quite even, but you get the idea. But he's cute. I don't know if the eyes look like the... Well, I'm not done shaping it. This will be more rounded. But yes. It'll be more shaped properly. From the side, he looks retarded right now. But anyways. But he's cute. But I'll wait till the round eyes come in tomorrow to see which one I like more. Just the beady black style or the colorized anime style. It's gonna be big. Well, I mean, Charmander's head's like almost half his body size, so it's fine. Got a big head. Taught you to crochet it myself today with YouTube tutorials. It'll be interesting because this yarn gets lighter the more you go into it. So I might have to, if it starts getting too light, I'll have to go buy another bundle. But we'll see. Right now, it's okay. You can see back here it's getting a little lighter. But we will see. Good first day. All right. Time for bed, I think. Yeah. All right. Good night for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for me.